Hello, welcome back to the OPL for the second day of week 1. I am still Jake Spawn Tiberi, your host, joined by the two lovely analysts, Matthew Fish Stewart, Indiana Frosker and Black. Fish, I missed you, buddy.
Hello, it's good to be back.
Enjoy your break?
Certainly did. It's good to be back finally on the OPL as the talky smart person on the desk for once.
Oh, yeah. No, that's definitely a bonus of having you here. Frosk, how you doing?
I was going to say, he gets the analyst tag
Doesn't he?
alongside me.
That's what they tell me. That's how they justify having it here. As we take a look at the schedule from this week, bring it up on your screen for you guys. You know, yesterday, Chiefs were able to take the 2-0 win over Sing Gaming, retaining their OPL legend. Abyss Esports also made their splash into the OPL with a narrow win over Hellions with a 2-1. Tonight, Tainted Minds will take to the Rift for the first time versus a new look Avant-Garde before Legacy versus Direwolves. That's another semi-final rematch. Of course, that is a lot of information, so if you want any of it on our OPL teams, the schedule, or the players, head over to that website, oce.lolesports.com. Join in the conversation on Twitter as well. Fish will be happy with that one. Use the hashtag IamOPL. Before we jump into today's games, though, there has been a lot of changes during the off-season. You know, we hit some of them yesterday with the changes to the itemization. Want to get your thoughts on some of the major reworks that came through, guys, quickly before we jump into today's games.
So we've got a wonderful graphic that should pop up on the bottom side of our screen. And here we go. First guy that we're going to talk about is Victor. And I actually really agree with Rusty that Victor is pretty much must play if he's up and available. And the reason being is they effectively moved the decimal point a couple of places on his ultimate damage, or added a 0, as Rusty likes to talk about. Big thing, though, is that the damage takes longer over time to come out. Likewise, when it's coming out in the 2-second ticks as opposed to the 1.5-second ticks. But I still feel like Victor just got a straight buff with the rest of the mage rework, and the itemization doesn't necessarily mean anything to him. So a lot of mages are running into this issue where the Phoenix Codex is costing 900 gold, so it's messing up back times a little bit. But Victor doesn't care because he's going to itemize into his hex core anyway, and yes, that's still 1,000 gold, but it's effectively 4 waves back power spike, another 4 waves back power spike. So I think he's just in the healthiest spot that he's ever been in. His laser got retooled a little bit, but it's still doing massive amounts of damage. But more importantly, it's that Chaos Storm and the fact that Rylai's is still part of his core, which means even though the damage is longer over time, the more that you sit in it, you're not escaping anyway because of the proc slow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Moving on to Zyra, I guess. Thanks for your feedback, Fish. It was excellent.
Expert, ladies and gentlemen. The expert on the desk.
The smart talky guy on the desk. But yeah, moving on to Zyra.
Moving on to Zyra. So I wanted to move more now into kind of the supports of the mage rework. I think that Zyra fits more into a support position than she does in the mid position. I think the biggest change is she effectively has more consistent damage. I'm sure a lot of you guys have laned against her 2v2 down there, and she's just super obnoxious, is able to keep that wave shoved. She's able to proc the Thunder Lords quite effectively off of her plants. The plant AI has been retooled a little bit so it targets champions more consistently. But the problem with Zyra is she still suffers from the same issues she did when she was last in the meta. She's very easy to gank. She has paper-thin health bar, so if you get a hold of her, she's just going to explode. And because she's constantly always pushed in a competitive match, that should put a giant X on that lane to say free ganks, easy food.
Yeah, it's also one of those issues where you don't really want damage out of your support. It's just like you have so much utility to gain through some of the other picks. So Zyra, in my opinion, no, Atlas, I'm really sorry that you're going to have to hear this from me, buddy, but she just won't see play. Fish, give me something here.
Speaking of those supports, we have Annie as well, which is my favorite champion in League of Legends. So I'm so happy that she's changed slightly here. So now a lot more power has been shifted into her Tibbers. So Tibbers does a lot more damage over time. He becomes an enraged monster whenever you stun somebody or if Annie dies. So that's pretty cool coming out from the champion. On top of that, a lot of power being shifted into the E as well, which now gives damage reduction instead of flat bonus MR and armor, which means that she has a lot more survivability as a support with lesser items.
And speaking of tanky supports, the last guy that we're really going to talk about is Tarek, and he didn't see a rework on 6.10 or one of the big mage reworks, but he wasn't enabled for MSI. He now is enabled, so we could start to see teams pick him up, although a lot of them have been staying kind of true to the Braum, Alistair range support. The big thing that I love about Tarek is, of course, his invulnerability ultimate, and the fact that with the use of his W, you can pretty much cover an entire team. The one thing, though, is it's not a reactive ultimate, in that it's very hard that when a team jumps on you to set that up ahead of time so you're eating a bunch of the burst damage because of the delay on the cast time. It's more of a proactive ultimate. So to see Tarek players really succeed in competitive, it's saying, we're diving this tower, okay, go, as opposed to an anti-dive tool like Bard, who it's, oh shit, they're diving us, drop it on the tower.
We'll see if any of that does come through, but with all of that out of the way, let's get into tonight's first matchup. It is going to be Tainted Minds versus Avantgarde. Tainted Minds on your screen now. Zazahu, their top laner. Zahi, their jungler. Omni in the mid lane. Lost, that's formerly Zero there in the AD carry position. And Rosie, their support that people will know, formerly of the Chiefs and Immunity. So this is a huge lineup. Chiefs Black came through on an absolute tear. What can we expect out of this newly promoted team?
Well, let's start with that absolute tear that you mentioned coming in from the OCS. They went on an 11-1 streak in the OCS. They picked up 11 games straight, only dropping their final game to Abyss Red, the other team that got promoted into the OPL. So they were really strong in the OCS. I'm pretty sure coming into their first match here, they want to continue that consistency.
And now we can kind of talk about their win conditions and what made them so strong, and it's Lost, their AD carry, formerly known as Zero. This guy effectively has the reputation of being the best rookie that the OPL has ever seen, and possibly the best AD player on the server. So looking to really challenge Radier for that title, and the win conditions for them over the course of OCS was all in the hands of him being an all-star playmaker.
All right, and across the Rift, he's going to certainly have to bring it because he's going up against Avantgarde in the top lane. It's Paradise, formerly RSI. Chelby, their jungler. Triple, their mid laner. Chenny Boy, their AD carry. And Jake, their support. So this is a roster that, once again, has gone through a lot of changes. Some new players, some older faces on the roster as well. What can you tell me about Avantgarde?
The guy that I really want to start with is in the top lane. So the new player coming in, Paradise, he is a Riven, or known as a Riven one-trick pony, but we did see him in the University match also pull out the Aurelia. So just think a very carry-oriented, hyper-aggressive top laner.
I want to see if he has any more champions to pull out coming into the top lane too. That might be a huge factor for Avantgarde if he can only play those couple of champions. The other player I want to look at as well is Chenny Boy. He's played in the OPL previously. He was a mid laner known for his Orianna. Now he's the new AD carry player for Avantgarde. But the rest of their core lineup, Chelby, Triple, Jakey, they're still in the team. And I believe this is the core members of the team that are going to set up their road to success.
Yeah, we'll see whether that is able to happen. I guess that's where I want to focus in on next. You know, you've got a slanted mid lane jungle matchup here, in my opinion. I mean, we can talk about the strength of Lost and Rosie all you want, but Omni Zahi going up against a veteran like Chelby, a new young gun like Triple. This has got to be a hard task for the new team.
And that's the thing. If you wanted to think about like where the former Chiefs Black roster, now Tainted Minds, is a little bit shaky, it's probably in their mid lane with Omni. And from yesterday's matches, you know, coming onto the new patch, we saw a lot of action going around that mid lane. Swiffer in particular, picking up the LeBlanc, making it explosive. We saw Bomb going off on Victor. And so even though Lucian is in such a great spot with his Black Cleaver build, it feels like it's more about the jungle mid synergy. And like you said, with Avant having Chelby and Triple, Chelby is such an aggressive jungler. He will flash... I'm going to say flash ignite you even though he's got smite, but if you're within 500 units of him, he's jumping on you and he's challenging your jungle. And if your mid laner can't rotate, Chelby will just run over.
And speaking of the mid lane as well, I'm really excited to watch Triple throughout this season of the OPL, just because he didn't get a chance to show how good he is in the previous season because he only joined very late into the split and was only there for a couple of games for Avantgarde. Didn't get to prove himself, and I really want to see why they were so patient on waiting for him to join the lineup, that they had him on the roster since the start, but waited till he turned 18, and now he finally gets his chance to prove it this entire split too.
Yeah, certainly does. Unfortunately, guys, slight delay coming through, so you get to hang out with us on the desk a little bit more for another day. Another player that we have to kind of look at is Sasu in the top lane here for Tainted Minds. Praedyth played the majority of the split. You know, they bring in Sazahu, and he's a new player. Is there anything that we know about this guy? I mean, Praedyth looked very promising as he was coming up.
He certainly did. I had a chat to Rogi before this as well. He was talking about how Praedyth, he was known for picking up Fiora and picking up champions that can dominate his lane. His road to success was basically doing that, picking up very aggressive champions and dominating that top lane, getting an advantage through that. Sazahu, on the other hand, he was mentioned to be more of a meta player. Somebody who likes to play those tanky champions, just picks up someone like Maokai or the Echo, just farm it up as much as possible, become that tanky beast later on in the game and impact the map that way.
Yeah, and of course, Jake is someone we also have to take a look at. Over from Trident, now on Avantgarde. I mean, filling roles of Destiny, who was such a big, important shot caller for this team. I mean, Jake had a good season on Trident, I think it's fair to say, but is he going to be able to fill the role that of Destiny had on this lineup?
It's really hard to say without any sort of context, and that comes down to Avantgarde have pretty much reinvented the wheel here with a lot of their roster substitutions or the adjustments that they've made. Yeah, they've got a nice, strong core there with Chelby and Triple that it's just like raw power and raw aggression, but it's all these other facets around them. You know, what does the shot calling look like? Will they have direction? Who's actually going to pick up that slack with Destiny not on the roster?
Yeah, pretty much. I really want to see if Jakey can in any way synergize a little bit more with Chelby here, because he's not unfamiliar with the OPL. He was playing for Trident last split. I want to see if he can pick up the slack, so to speak, help out these two new players coming in, Paradise and Chenny Boy, so that Avant can keep their core of having Chelby and Triple the main lineups, and also have Shaky coordinate that and help out the two newer players.
We'll see if that does become an impact. The other thing you have to look at is Avant-Garde, very historic organization in the Oceanic Pro scene. I guess this is the first game that Tainted Minds. We saw Abyss, I guess, do a very good job of taking on the Hellions yesterday. Is there anything that this young lineup needs to worry about? I mean, they have a veteran in Rosie, but the rest of the players relatively new to the scene here, Frost.
It's always going to be a question of how these teams will translate their shot calling from the OCS, just, you know, win lane, win game, powering through and just running over the top of people through your raw skill and your ability, rather than methodically out-thinking and out-maneuvering teams. That said, the fact that they don't have Destiny, that I'm really curious how the shot calling has been affected on Avant-Garde and what that'll look like, it may actually be a favorable matchup for them for this OPL team rather than other OPL teams. Maybe Tainted Minds will be exposed when they face the likes of, you know, the Chiefs or Legacy or Sin, some of these higher, more established macro play teams, rather than Avant.
Well, the best thing about all of this, guys, is we do get to find out. Just not yet, however. We're going to a 5-minute delay just because of some issues that we're experiencing. We will be back in 5 minutes for the first game of the night between Tainted Minds and Avant-Garde. Welcome back to the OPL, guys. We're about to see Tainted Minds take to the Rift against Avant-Garde. If you're just joining us, don't worry, you haven't missed much. However, do want to grab your predictions before we get into Game 1 of this series. Frosker, starting with you. We've been through it a lot. Tainted Minds versus Avant-Garde. Who's going to take it and why?
I'm actually going to give this one to Tainted Minds. And the reason why is I'm going to buy into the hype of this AD carry, Lost, formerly known as Zero, possibly the best AD carry on the server. At least that's the reputation that he has going into it. And across from him, you have an AD carry that's coming from a role swap from a mid lane position. So it should theoretically be a free lane. And I want to see this guy go off and live up to his all-star potential.
Of course, backed by Rosie, there certainly will give him some help, even though it's his first game. We'll see whether he's able to step up with the veteran support. Fish, I love hearing from you in regards to these things, so give it to me, mate. Who's winning it and why?
All right, no more hedge bet spawns. I'm going to go with Tainted Minds 2-0ing this team. I feel like they had a very dominant run in the OCS as well. I think they're going to continue that because they had an impressive game against Infernum, and I think Infernum and Avant were kind of even throughout some of their games in Split 1, so I feel like they can take it up here.
All right, we'll see whether any of these predictions do come true. Of course, guys, they're battling towards the OPL Grand Final. August 13 is the date. It's going to be in the Courier Mail Piazza in Brisbane, Queensland. Tickets go on sale this Friday, 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. But that is enough out of us. We've had a good chat here. I'm going to throw you over to the casters, Rogi and Rusty, to take us onto the Rift.
Thank you so much, Spawn. I'm Max Rogi for Foglia, joined, of course, by Zach Rusty Pie. And now, Rusty, I'm feeling that this Tainted Minds squad, they haven't really been challenged up until now. Could Avant be the team to really give it to them?
They definitely could be that team. Of course, a lot of potential from this Avant-Garde roster. Yet to really see what they're capable of. And to me, looking at the changes to Chiefs Black now Tainted Minds and the changes to Avant-Garde in the off-season, they've actually got a lot of experience now backing them as rosters. And with young players to boot, very young, very mechanical players. We're always looking at Lost. We're always looking at Triple on the other side as well for Avant. You don't really know what could happen, but absolutely, to answer your question, real possibility for challenge here for a team that has gone 11-1, 14-1 technically if we count the 3-0 to get here.
Yeah, they've been an absolute force to be reckoned with by every single team opposing them so far. And when you have a member like Zero, who Frosk said might be the best player on our server, you can't get much higher praise than that.
Exactly. Like, he is probably the best AD carrier. We're yet to see it proven, though. That's why it's a probably. So he does need to actually show that he has what it takes, and it all starts here.
Too easy, as we are now into Champs League. Tainted Minds taking on Avant. It'll be interesting to see how they go through this pick and ban, especially now we are on the latest patch, of course.
That's right. A lot of different things need to be considered. Funnily enough, the same champion seems to have a lot of prevalence. Nidalee, the best example.
Yep,
Victor is the mid laner also that stands out above the rest, and it was even spoken to on the desk from Frosker and before. So whilst the champions haven't changed, it's more so how they play around the map.
It's a fair point to make. A lot of new items and items being changed here and there. The Dragons playing a very crucial role on how you want to position yourself, whether you want to lane swap, forfeit that first dragon, maybe go for a Rift Herald, which has now seen myriad of different buffs. It looks like we will see Zed and Ryze following that Nidalee ban.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Zed ban. We actually haven't seen him played yet, so considering the bans, it's a very curious thing. He has like an 85% ban rate in solo queue platinum and above.
Sure.
So it shows why everyone values the champion quite highly, but in competitive, to no avail thus far. However, Triple is a monster on Zed. When he made his OPL debut last split, he basically put on a clinic and destroyed everybody.
Well, it's a fair point considering the QSS changes and how they interact with the death mark now, so can't be seen to underestimate the power of that assassin in the mid lane. Trundle going to be following up. So Sazahu, like Fish mentioned earlier, he likes to play those meta tanks. Trundle, Maokai, Echo, looks like the side of Avant aren't going to let him have that at all.
Yeah, absolutely right. And those meta tanks, they definitely still exist and are quite a big deal. The Echo, still going to be a standout top laner that Sazahu, you would assume, can play as we move forward in this drafting phase.
So Braum going to be taken away, which is interesting because during MSI we saw a lot of the range supports like the Soraka, even the Sona coming out here, but it looks like everyone does like to go back, fall into that Braum and the Alistar. Because I spent so much time playing them, right? It's really just comfort.
It absolutely does feel like comfort. Of course, Jakey, known for his Braum as well, makes sense that they'll take that away from him. Back when he was on Trident, that was basically all we saw from him.
It looks like the Gragas will be the final ban away. A monster in the top and the jungle as we see Sazahu on your screen. Going to be hovering over that Echo right away. Echo did see a few nerfs here and there, but with a kit like his, it's really hard to say why you would want to pick him up.
Yeah, Echo nerfed almost to oblivion. Iceborne Gauntlet as well, so a couple of tweaks, but still he remains, and still Iceborne Gauntlet remains as an option. Cooldown reduction is a very valuable asset for any top lane champion, pretty much every champion in the game at the moment. AD carries going 40% CDR too. But naturally the Echo, the priority pick, mentioned it as well after the Trundle ban. Pretty strong option. Not many things can contest him, and it does well into the Maokai. Paradise known as more of a carry player.
Sure.
I'd be surprised if we see that.
Interesting to see. The Echo dives remind me a lot of Elise. You go in, tank up the damage, use your ulti to then trade the turret aggro, and by then the guy's already dead. So we'll be seeing, though, the Azir, no surprises here, and the Lucian, so two very highly contested champions being locked in on the side of Avant.
Yeah, and also taken away from Tainted Minds. Of course, the AD carry lost, and Omni, the mid laner, both love each respective champion that I will say has been denied primarily, but Chenny and Triple, no slouches on these themselves, and you're right, on this current patch as well, these two are actually just very highly contested champions.
It'll be interesting to see what Tainted Minds answer with on their own, their first chance to pick up two of those super contested picks like we mentioned this patch. A lot of great champions. You said it's the same champions but played differently, so who knows what we could be seeing here tonight.
You would imagine Omni goes towards something like the Victor, though I know he's got the Pocket Fizz champions that can hyper carry as well. He is favoring towards Assassins and the like.
He almost exclusively played Corki throughout the OCS, but Corki not a viable pick anymore.
Corki things.
Looks like they will be locking in that Kindred, following up with the Bard here.
Yeah, Bard as well, going on to Rosie. He's I'm going to say a big carry support player as far as supports go. He used to play Ziggs a long time ago. So Rosie tries to break the curve and set his own trend for everybody to follow. Bard, very high skill cap, lots of damage. Will suit this bottom lane nicely. And yet to round out their AD carry.
And when you've got a player such as Lost on your team, you really have the cream of the crop. What do you want to choose to pair with this Bard? The Kindred, farm-heavy jungler, but is no stranger to those early red buff ganks, usually forcing a flash on the mid laner.
Yeah, Kindred very strong at the moment. You have to remember the changes as well. He's got Blood Razor as an option, no longer Devourer. Means immediate spikes, I will say, as far as that's concerned. You don't have to stack. You're just more reliant on getting those marks with it. So there's a lot more play around the map.
Makes a lot of sense here as we see the Karma and the Maokai. So it looks like they will be transitioning from those traditional tanky supports onto those range damage dealers. We see Bard and Karma going up against each other here. And Paradise should be getting himself that Maokai.
Yeah, Paradise getting the Maokai is actually a very curious thing. You have to remember that he was the carry top laner.
All right.
And it's been a little while, but now we're seeing him play a hyper tank, almost exclusively a hyper tank. Very curious, and we'll see how Paradise does go, not only adapting to the trends, but being something that isn't a carry.
Sometimes you just got to do what's good for the team. Put your carry ego behind and get on that Maokai because he's such a great champion. And maybe we might be seeing the Corki, but in the different hands tonight. But Lost just hovering over that one. Doubt we'll see it though.
Look, I hope not. I think at the moment Corki has the worst win rate as AD carries.
Sure.
The mid lane, I would think it is lacking at best, but it is into the Azir, so if he really wanted to do it, it's not that bad.
Well, looks like the last minute, they will be switching that over to Varus and Ezreal. Varus, kind of the exclusive anti-Azir pick. We don't really see him into anything else, unless it maybe you have a Jhin on your ADC, but looks like it will be the ADC Ezreal coming through here.
Yeah, so Ezreal and Lucian, I'm going to say no surprises once again in terms of AD carries that have been selected. Lost going for the Ezreal, though, with the Bard. Means a very potent, poke-heavy bottom lane. They can control the 2v2 very exceptionally well. And the Varus, designed to counter that Azir as well. It's got a longer range level than that of Azir, so Triple's going to have a hard time hitting Omni. And that's the big strength that Varus provides.
Makes a lot of sense here. And with Nidalee and Kindred taken away, if you want to kind of verse the farm junglers, the logical choice here is Graves, but we are hovering over the Rek'Sai, so maybe wants more of that supporty CC heavy jungler.
Yeah, I mean, Chelby's got an aggressive Rek'Sai on him. He'd be like a warrior and Shen kind of Rek'Sai, but Elise would be more so his flavor.
There we go.
Still early pressure, just in a different direction. He's got that magic damage now.
Yeah, no worries. Elise, if she's able to get that stun onto Kindred from the Fog of War, should usually win that 1v1 early on in the game. But as Kindred scales and gets more of those marks, she becomes a little bit of a nuisance to deal with solo, especially with Lamb's Respite.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we'll be able to shred Paradise's health bar when he plays that Maokai as well, naturally, through that Blood Razor, through having all the mark stacks. And also when we're looking at champions like Kindred, we saw this yesterday from the Chiefs, the RNG on the Dragons that you can get as well. If you happen to get a Mountain Drake, you just happen to have your Blood Razor with it. Baron doesn't exist to you, right? All you'd need is Sazahu there to actually tank that one up and be in a very comfortable position to win the game from there.
Yeah, the Dragons definitely offer a whole new way to play League of Legends in terms of map control and how you go about positioning yourself around these Dragons, depending, of course, on which the first one spawns, whether or not they fall into your team composition. But, of course, we are loading into the game. Remember the hashtag TMDWin or hashtag AVWin to show your support. Will Tainted Minds be able to stack up against these OPL teams? We're going to find out tonight, Rusty.
Absolutely right. The first time that we will see Tainted Minds competing in the OPL. Congratulations to them for making it in, but the battle's only just begun for these guys because Avant are a team that they really do come out with just all guns blazing and they give it to everybody they play against.
The team comms definitely say that. Looks like Tainted Minds. Of course, we are on the Rift now. Very poke heavy with that Echo to be the main source of engage. Looks like it's going to be the Infernal Drake, the Fire Dragon, the attack damage AP Dragon here.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that Infernal Drake, because Rose is having a really hard time moving forward. Stuttering. It's a bit unusual, but nonetheless, you're right. Looking at Tainted Minds' team composition, they're very individually skill-heavy, I'll say. It's not massively on teamwork. Omni and Rosie will need to kind of come together quite well, combo that Bard and Echo as well with Sazahu, so they've got some strength there, but comparing it to AV, it feels like they're just running a standard comp here on the opposite side, whereas Tainted Minds are the individual prowess team comp.
The further battle pickup on Zahi kind of says he wants to fight and he wants to fight right away. Not going to be stacking up that extra health that Shelby will be.
And this is also the matchup that I was going to be putting most of my scope towards. Zahi against Shelby. Aggressive early jungling is the name of the game for Shelby. He's always been able to get leads and take those leads and potentially run away with the whole game. Zahi, on the other hand, was, I'm going to say, still pretty much that Rek'Sai player that started to come into his own with carries later into the Challenger Series split.
A lot of Rek'Sai, a lot of Gragas during the Challenger split, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, started to find that Graves and things towards the end. But in saying that, I just don't know if he has the jungling prowess that Shelby displays so readily every single time we see him.
Quite a test ahead of him tonight. Looks like both the bot laners will be taking their respective jungle camp to give themselves that experience edge if one or the other had chosen to go for the lane minions. But Karma and Bard, not something I'm used to saying here. So it'd be interesting to see just who gets their poke out first.
Yeah, it's a delicate lane. Of course, you have to remember the experience changes, being that the person who gets the experience is the one who gets the kill. There's naturally the level 2 Lucian and Ezreal getting those for the money. We'll be trading it out heavily.
Getting that passive proc very early on. Going to be keeping Paradise at bay, showing him that he has to respect the Echo.
Yeah, it's a matchup that I said we shouldn't get as well in the top lane. Like Paradise is a carry player, it'll be fine. Echo very good into Maokai also, and you're seeing why this early in the game. But he will be pushing, so whilst you consider that he could be winning lane, Paradise rather will be perfectly fine.
Yeah, Echo, even after seeing massive amounts of nerfs, the kit in general just so good in the bot lane. Rosie and Lost doing what they can to avoid the Karma poke. A lot easier to hit than the Bard stun. Especially the empowered one. Does a lot of damage. We see Zahi might be making the first move of the game here. Looks like they are onto it as the shield movement speed buff should be enough. Forcing a flash out of the Karma. Jenny Boy trying to return the damage, but it's going to be a bit of a successful gank here from Zahi.
Yeah, and Zahi's presence is simply a blessing for the bottom lane of Tainted Minds. They don't need the kills. They're just content with the control, and you have to remember the health bar is waning for AV. Jenny Boy in particular has one potion to his name, whereas Jakey will always have a couple. And so hitting the right target with these ganks is always value.
Looks like Zahi will just be recalling after that one, and Jakey's got to play very careful here because Bard, so much damage if that stun lands. Still has the Ignite available. One Thunderlord's proc combined with a Mystic. It's going to be painful.
Yeah, so the changeover here is, of course, I didn't mention it, but we all saw it. The 2 Summoner spells burned in the flash from Jakey and the heal from Chenny. It means that if Jakey gets stunned, he's probably just going to die. He's actually just going to die. There's no way for Chenny to keep them alive, and that's why he positions back more now.
He's really going to have to play safe. That Karma shield, probably not enough once the stun hits. Shelby doing a good job of denying the first mark of the game from Zahi. Getting some nice vision in as well. That pink ward, not going to spot it out either. So you mentioned that Shelby might just have the run of the jungle and doing just that.
And the reason Shelby has the run of the jungle is because Triple is pushing away Omni. And having no pressure from a mid laner means that Zahi cannot afford to fight him. There's no rotations available. And just like that, you can see what Shelby's trying to get done.
Taking away that Grom. And took away the mark a little bit earlier. Should just be recalling now. Not much more unless you want to get too deep in the jungle. The Wolf Camp was taken a little bit earlier. The two tanks in the top lane not doing too much, but Paradise doing well to CS in this lane, despite, as you mentioned, not having most favorable matchup here.
Yeah, Paradise is actually doing quite well. I would imagine he recalls with his teleport simply because of his mana pool. It starts to run a risk if you stay, and Saza, who could find his way back into it. What we're also seeing at the moment is individual laners' strengths. That was actually an expectation coming into this game. So Triple, he's got a big CS advantage over Omni, who we questioned and said perhaps he's the exploitable option for anyone playing against Tainted Minds, whereas on the flip side, a CS advantage gained by Lost, and even though he's recalled and he's walking back towards the lane, it's 2 CS in the lead, means he'll get an extra wave and find himself even further.
Picking up that early tier, the bane of every Ezreal, just falling immediately into a power trough. So they might be able to exploit this a little bit here, considering that the bot lane of AV are also going back to buy. Jakey might not be in as much trouble as he was before should have a stun landed.
And that's kind of where the Bard will make up for it, and also the Summoner spell discrepancy, because whilst we say that there is a tier hole, both laners, AD carry and mid laner alike for Tainted Minds, will fall into that respective hole. It'll actually be hidden quite well in the bottom lane, because Chenny and Jakey are going to be a little bit more hesitant to fight, whereas this middle lane, Triple already had the advantage, and now he's got to tier up the boot.
He's got the ulti trying to go for it, knocks him super far back. Shelby's also there, the Sun lands the cleanse. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it should. Combine with the flash, Shelby can't get Repel in range.
Yeah, close to being in range from Shelby, and very nicely engaged by Triple, but they don't get what they were looking for. The cleanse was very nicely used with that flash from the Varus. Close, but not enough.
Yeah, I was holding my breath when that Repel went up, seeing if it could get in range. Omni finally hitting level 6, so will have a bit of an easier time should Azir so brazenly dive in under tower. Q not going to hit, but look at that damage coming out of Lost. They got to respect him right now.
Absolutely, a lot of damage coming out of the Bard and the Ezreal combo. Chenny having a rough game as far as laning is concerned, but once again, the trade of farm being given to everybody else on the map. The Azir, honestly, that engage should not have worked as well as it did, because Triple did not burn a single summoner spell. Shelby didn't burn a single one either, and they force Omni out of lane. Things are going so right for AV on that side of the map.
Yeah, he absolutely went flying from that Emperor's Divide. I didn't even think he was coming back down after that one. There's a couple of zoning cues here from the Karma to make sure that Rosie can't get in range to get any of those cheeky double stuns through the minions. Lost has hit level 6 now.
And look at all the wards the Tainted Minds have actually got as well on the bottom side of the map. Like, I'm shocked that they haven't looked towards this dragon. And like, I wasn't saying that as like a lighthearted. They have wards.
They have about 5 or 6.
Yeah, they have a lot.
Covering every single entry point. But you're right, they are a lot of gold invested in there, but looks like the dragon will just lay dormant for now.
Yeah, and that's the big question. Why will Tainted Minds not look towards it? I think it's simply because of how that middle lane is going. Unreasonable is the difference. And I keep touching on it, but like that shouldn't be happening. You're playing Varus into the Azir.
Yeah, quite a substantial lead from Triple right now, really showing his mastery of the champion and the mid lane itself. Tainted Minds might be feeling a little bit lost here. They've got the wards, they have pretty much everything they need to kind of set up for this dragon, but it just comes down to how well Triple is bullying around Omni in this lane.
Yeah, and of course this is one of the considerations we have to look at. A new team, just from the Challenger Series. Can they really get it together when it comes to early to mid-game map movements? Do they have what it takes? We haven't really seen anything from them yet. And you would imagine AV being that experienced side, they're content with just sitting back and just farming. They scale anyway as a team comp.
You're exactly right here. Omni with that ultimate. It looks like the dragon will be started here by Zahi making his way down. Rosie also coming around to assist with that one. Shelby none the wiser, going to make a play in the bot lane, but once that big dragon howl comes through, I don't know exactly what happened. That's Q for loss to just back out.
Yeah, and Bard also level 6, so the disengage was there for bottom lane if it came down to it. Shelby, however,
Sticking around here.
very cheeky positioning. They were waiting for Rosie to use his
Yeah.
magical journey into him. That's genuinely what he was waiting for.
Oh, Rosie makes it back safe and sound to that bot lane. Lost. Avoided a little bit of pressure here from Shelby. Jakey trying to do what he can to poke that one down. Getting hit by both procs of the Karma Q there.
The Mantrid one as well, so a lot of damage. Very nicely done from Jakey, but this is once again going to be sustained back up. You have to remember, Rosie is still playing Brad. Brad Pitt's got a lot of sustain.
Those little iced teas that he puts down, always good.
Is that one? What's this skin? Is it just the chunk?
Yeah, this is just a regular one.
Oh, it's boring. It's a
These
chroma though. He's golden Bard.
Looking good. Shelby, though, making another appearance to the bot lane. Very wayward stun coming out of Rosie there. Meta lost vision. Just assumed he was coming for him. But after that Q from Ezreal hit, Shelby didn't want anything more of it.
Yeah, it's just pushing him away. It's saying, we know you're here, and you don't know where Zahi is, as an example, right? So perhaps he's coming to gank you.
Low mana pools on both these tanks. Just going to be really flexing on each other right now. Paradise does get hit by the proc. But
Zahi's
here is
here,
Zahi.
so they'll dive.
Might be a little bit of trouble. No mana on Zazu, but it might not matter as Zahi is going to be taking that one up. One more auto attack should do it. The Lamb's Respite just in time to keep both members safe as they do get that heal. But that is first blood going over to Tainted Minds.
And well executed by Zahi. He wanted to save the ultimate to not keep Paradise alive. Otherwise, there was the opportunity for it to backfire.
This is a gank path and a half.
They know Kindred's top lane. They know that Echo can't teleport. They have an opportunity.
Now though. Here comes Triple Loss in a world of pain, just gets deleted from the map. The teleport not going to be cancelled though. Saza, who does get hit by the Emperor's Divide after that. There's not going to be any reinitiation after that.
And once again, AV, the experienced team, they find a trade in the right place at the right time. Shelby naturally with that dive. Exactly what they were looking for, and Triple comes in clutch once more. The CS discrepancy, however, closing in that middle lane. We'll see what Omni gets done here.
Oh, Omni forced to burn the ultimate, but Shelby hits the max range stun. The cleanse out of Omni will keep him safe. That was huge.
Yeah, it was actually a very nice cocoon, I will say, from Shelby. But all things considered, nothing gained from it besides the cleanse and the ult. The ult's got a reasonably low cooldown. Triple doesn't have his own.
Sure.
It's the cleanse that could come back to hurt him, only because Shelby can come back and hit another cocoon.
Well, we've seen very high success rate from Shelby in terms of burning those summoners every time he gets in the lane.
The man's got skills.
Definitely, definitely. You saw how he hit that one from so far away. Predicted it so well. Omni really struggling in this mid lane. That kind of roam that Triple pulled off allowed him to sort of catch back up in CS, but it didn't really matter as Triple was able to get a kill out of it. So still just going to be stacking that tier up, fueling it himself as he watches the minions that he can't get in range of die.
Yeah, Tainted Minds, however, do still have that first Infernal Dragon, so whilst the gold looks close, you have to remember the scaling damage that they will naturally start to accrue as time goes on will be a big deal. That and the next dragon, if Tainted Minds get that. We mentioned it in Champion Select, Mountain Dragon on a Kindred can make Baron at 20 minutes the easiest endeavor of your life.
But they might be going for a repeat dive here. Looks like Saza, who will be the one taking it up as Zahi comes through, but aborting mission right away because here comes Shelby. The flash cocoon, not going to hit.
And that was actually a flash from Zahi to get to safety, yeah. He luckily dodged it, but almost put Sazahu into the firing line in terms of that cocoon. They do still get themselves out. Omni, though.
The 1v1 in the mid lane. Omni is hurting already. The ultimate is available. Going to have to burn the flash. The ultimate misses. He might be in trouble now as Triple trying his best to come up. The bot lane's coming down. He's so low. Oh, one more attack should do it. There it is. He gets piked. Shish kebab, if you will. Nowhere to go, and just generally outplayed here by Triple.
Yeah, this is the solo 1v1, basically. Again, Jakey was there for good measure. They didn't really need to take him down, but Triple goes off once more.
As you can see on your screen, Blind Turkey's more nervous as a coach than he was a player, but Zahi just gets deleted. Did not respect the damage from Triple and Shelby combined.
That was disgusting. They have a lot of damage between their jungle mid lane. This is the actual two-man roster that we said, be careful with these guys. they can go off. And right now they are coming together for their first game in the OPL second split. They've got a 3-0 mid laner off the back of Chelby putting in work.
Oh no,
And
Rosie, what are you doing there? The tower is dead. 4 members coming down. They should just be granting that one over to Triple. He's got himself 4 kills, feeling good about how this game is progressing.
So I think Rosie was closer than AV would have liked to getting that kill on
Yeah.
Chenny. To remember his Ignite's available, his flash was there as well. Almost got the trade, but didn't waste his summoner spell. So very well done in the way of holding that off because it would not have got the kill. But AV rotating around the map much more efficiently have found themselves 5-1 up. And that 4-0 mid laner, even Chenny Boy putting in work. First time we've seen him competitively play AD since being a mid laner. Things are going so right here for Avantgarde.
You're exactly right, and they might be turning their attention to this next Mountain Drake, which is now live. Zahi has made his way down, but there is the members of Avant. Does get the crab, but he does burn his smite.
Yeah, and the good thing about that crab as well is that even if they clear the vision, you still know that they're there without fail. And that's very handy because AV have got control of the map, and if that Scuttle wasn't taken, they would be looking actively towards taking down that dragon. They buy time.
Couple of wards in the pit for Tainted Minds here. Looks like we will just be seeing Shelby and Jake taking that one out. Lost aggroing the dragon, but that just invites them to start it up here. They should try to pull this one out to make sure that no cheeky seals can happen. It looks like the squad of Tainted
Lost
Minds.
will probably try. We'll see how he goes.
Yeah, they might just be relegating
Yeah,
it
he's
to
not
an
even
ultimate.
Whoa, reset.
Buying them more time than they thought they had, but that will be the second dragon, the Mountain Drake of the game, going over to the side of Avant as the Rift Herald, though, just started here.
Yeah, so instead of fighting, actually recognizing they're behind, they look to trade objectives instead. That's actually a very smart move, especially if they can get Paradise here on the way through.
Oh, he might be in a lot of trouble. The Magical Journey is there to get them through. He tried to go on to Rosie, flashes even, but it's not going to be enough at Zaza, who picks up himself the first kill of the game.
Yeah, and this is where Lost has to be a miracle man working on that bottom lane, but he can't hold 2 lanes at once. Tainted Minds have relegated themselves to trading duty. Thankfully for them, Chenny has no mana. Taking the turrets will be slow.
We might lose 2 here depending on how AV play this. Tainted Minds will be getting that tower in the top lane. The bot lane inner should be falling now as the mid lane inner as well, so I don't know how Tainted Minds are going to be feeling after that little skirmish in the top lane.
I'm going to say not too great, but again, they get probably the close to best case scenario of a situation that should not really have been good for them at all.
Sure.
They're not in a winning situation in this game. They still get themselves the Rift Herald on Asaza, who they get him the turret to break, and plenty of damage, I will say, onto this second one as well. He shouldn't get it, but Paradise has just changed his pathing to go mid.
Chenny Boy is the one who's going to be
Yeah, but this is like, it's taken more damage than they would have liked. In fact, yeah, no, he's not going to get it.
No, he's not going to sacrifice himself for that one, but
You better be a quick runner.
he's booking it out of there. Chenny Boy looks like he wanted to go for that fight, but sees the minions are what's hot right now. Going to be finishing off that way, but he got really damn close.
Ah. And again, closer than he should have gotten. Because Maokai decided he was a mid laner at an inappropriate time and just walked there.
He's a bot laner
I'm
now.
going to say gallivanted towards mid lane.
He's meandering down to that bot lane now. Might be spotted, though, by the duo of Lost and Rosie, as they themselves are still waiting to get this Ezreal to a point where he's relevant. But it looks like Zahi has been caught out in the jungle. The Varus ultimate is there. Shelby, one more shot should do it. Zahi picks up that one. Another mark. There's the Bard ultimate, but no! The solo queue Bard ultimate. Zaza who feels that one as Rosie hangs his head in shame.
But Tainted Minds still get themselves as a kill onto Chelby, who was a little bit aggressive, and Zahi saying, you're actually stuck in here with me, because once again Omni hits that ultimate and comes up clutch with the Varus. Connects themselves slight advantages. The top lane turret also not falling, though Chenny was there applying pressure. So things going as well as they can once more for Tainted Minds. They are holding on for dear life, given how this game has started to progress. AV, however, are not too far away from big item spikes that'll probably separate the two teams.
Some of the wounds are seeing attention now as Tainted Minds clawing their way back in. But Baron spawning in 55 seconds. And you mentioned that Mountain Drake, just how much extra kind of accessibility to taking it early it gives. And with another one on the way, if Avant can take that one, then turn their sights to Baron, would be looking good. As Saza, who might be caught out here.
Still has an interesting spot. Not sure what he's doing.
Pretty tanky, so they aren't going to overcommit, especially when they know that Omni is close by.
Still not sure what he was doing there. The enemy.
Killing a pink wall by the look of it.
Maybe. You know what? My point stands. Still not sure what he's doing there. Either way, they don't actually get a kill onto Sazahu. Now they're actually grouping here.
Mid tower is low.
And they got it.
They are going to be taking that one out without any answer from the side of Avant. Looks like they will be trading that for the top tower. Chenny Boy's going for that one. A lot of damage in this mid, but Shelby is in the side, hits the stun. Saza, who still has his ultimate available.
And this is all because Chenny Boy is still sitting in these side lanes. He's just not grouping with the team. And whilst there's a strong duelist as the Lucian, the rest of the team cannot really get everything done without you there. Paradise is the member with the teleport. He should be sitting in those side lanes. It's a very curious assignment from AV in terms of where they're putting their players. Whereas Tainted Minds have been very smartly working around their top laner who doesn't even have the teleport and getting these objectives down.
We saw Avant just coming in, getting some deep wards, clearing out a few defensive wards that Tainted Minds had placed. Dragon spawning in about a minute and a half. Triple, he does such a great job of dominating what, as many would say, is a bad matchup here. Of course, with the help of Shelby, it's never too hard.
Yeah, he's got someone holding his hand to get him through it. Tough times are over, but definitely not as the game continues to progress. You'll see more and more damage from Omni, especially when he hits a single target. And whilst Triple's doing a lot of damage himself now because he is quite large, that goes without saying, doesn't mean he's defensively quite large. In fact, he's mostly towards that offense. Even has an elixir of, I think it's Brilliance.
Yep.
They might have changed their names when the elixirs changed.
I'm not too
Let's
sure.
go with Brilliance.
That's a brilliant idea, Rusty.
Oh boy.
As we see everyone. Looks like they Tainted Minds aren't ready to give this dragon up without a fighter, at least the vision control for that matter. They're trying to get their wards in. We gave them credit on their warding earlier, just not doing anything with it. Looks like the blue buff will be their first target. No one from Avant there to contest it. Yeah, Dragon might be the next priority.
Yeah, Triple gets his eye in with the Sand Soldier, but not enough to secure it. The thing is, Tainted Minds, they're looking towards the bot lane outer turret. That'll be fine, as long as this doesn't get him killed in
Nearly
mid.
a full culling right there, take him down to about 40%. So that just kind of opens the door and to that Dragon Pit that Tainted Minds fought so hard to prevent.
Yeah. Omni's actually hanging around, so he's got himself a Corrupting Potion. He's
Ooh.
stacking that one.
The stun not going to land despite the Spiderling spawning a little bit late.
They started. Alright, they don't.
Ulti just going to come through as a warning shot. Members of Tainted Minds are now grouping around.
They want this fight.
Paradise is up in the top lane to town on this turret. The Dragon is going to reset. There is the Bard ultimate.
Oh,
Chenny Boy gets chunked by that arrow. Looks like the Dragon only on about 2.8k health. They're dropping
the
rapidly,
Dragon.
but there is Zazu in the back. He's taken out. Chenny Boy. They get the Dragon, and now AV are in full retreat. Rosie trying to inhibit, allow his team to come through that magical journey. No ultimate available for him, but it looks like Paradise will be getting that top lane tower, but a nice sneaky teleport from Zaza, who picks him up a kill and a Dragon to boot.
Yeah, great teleport from Sazahu, and well done from Tainted Minds as a team to secure that objective with the kill. The Mountain Dragon, very valuable for this team, given what they've got for that Kindred, what they've got for that Baron power. Paradise is up a creek without a paddle.
He might be looking in a little bit of trouble here. Very selfish magical journey out of Rosie. Just going to be able to flash to get away from that one. Great use of the Arcane Shift.
That was
to get over
actually
terrain.
a very intricate fight right there, because Bard didn't want to be close enough to the Maokai to give him an escape, and actually spaced himself so far that Paradise just flashed over the wall and got out safely anyway. Remember, no Tempered Fate available from the Bard to secure that.
Oh,
These two are going at it.
Despite the hop is going to get stunned. Here comes Triple to back him up. One soldier not going to land Zahi's flash enough to keep him safe.
That was actually a good flash timed with the Azir's Q. Doesn't have any closing left, as we're going to see this one again. And honestly, Chenny Boy just gets completely chunked out by Ezreal and Varus. This is where the teleport comes in. Very cheeky, we'll say, that teleport. And a lot of damage. You have to remember, he's got the Rift Herald, so he does a bit more damage those corruption stacks when they blow up. I'll tell you what, they did blow up on Jenny. He couldn't react.
No, he had no time, and they had no vision of it either. They just had no idea it was coming. So a great little window, great little crack in the defense that AV are presenting us with. Still massively in the lead, 6,000 gold, 6 turrets to 2. So they're still feeling good about this game, but Tainted Minds are not going down without a fight. They're showing they still have the potential to maybe find a chink in the armor and catch someone out of position.
Yeah, and whilst we're looking at a 4-turret advantage towards AV, that's the thing. The gold lead being around that 5,000 gold mark. If Tainted Minds get those 4 turrets because they win a team fight before it, suddenly the gold's closer to even. We've got ourselves a game, to say the least. They definitely are showing signs of resilience. They've got some fight definitely still in their system. AV need to find their way to close this game, or at least put themselves into the driver's seat once again, because they are falling back in momentum and tempo. And they're slowly watching the game go back to even in front of their eyes.
So the third Mountain Dragon of the game will be spawning in a few minutes or so. So that's 3 in a row. Very impressive statistics here.
There's been a range of mountains.
They're going to be, if either team that picks this one up is going to have a great time taking this Baron, basically.
Yeah, they absolutely are. It's going to be just so much true damage.
I can't wait to see it.
Mountains everywhere. Yeah, naturally, it's going to be a big contentious point is the Baron. The Elder Dragon as well, once it starts to spawn. Remember, amplifying your strength with further Barons or turrets as well, because it's true damage to epic monsters and turrets.
It did recently get changed, so it didn't buff the smite.
Yeah.
That was a little bit too crazy, right?
Other sources don't get amplified true damage, yeah. You know, that was an interesting decision that has been fixed.
Interesting week or so for the all junglers out there. Lost just doing what he can to farm
had a
up.
great time.
Oh, looks like we might see Chenny Boy in a little bit of trouble here. The aggressive arcane shift. Questioning it though as Triple comes from the back. A beautiful magical journey to keep them safe. And now the stun coming through onto Shelby. That's 4 members.
It's the wrong side of the map.
They're chasing Tainted Minds down. But could they have gotten themselves out of this one? The teleport not available for Sazahu just yet. That was a great escape.
Yeah, they're out. They're going to get the bottom lane turret during this. We'll see if they can get anything done here.
AV really want to fight this, though. The magical journey just allowing them.
They've gone from top to bottom through magical journeys. They're actually timed very well with the bottom lane if they look to push it, but this is where AV make the counter decision. They've just ran so far away from the Baron pit that we can just bait the Baron, even start it. Look at the damage they do to it.
Yeah, wow. It is just melting. The ultimate is going to be able to spot them out. They have no ward, though. A beautiful Temper Fate onto 2 members. Could this be what Zahi needs to get in? It's Getskin vulnerable.
Oh.
It's going down. That is going to be a kill going over to Triple. The Baron goes down in favor of Avant, and they are firing on all cylinders right now. Paradise trying to get in the middle one. The culling coming through on the back of Sazahu, not doing too much damage. He might be looking to ult in, but Triple over the wall gets out that one. He's dominating right now. Lost. Nowhere to go. A double kill for Triple.
And AV come up clutch with the smart decision to go to that Baron buff and begin it and actually finish it. Triple Cheese with the ultimate as well, knocking Zahi out, was monstrous around that Baron. They now get themselves the buff. All of the members of Tainted Minds either low or dead, and they can just walk through and take this inhibitor.
Yeah, this is a
even 2.
This is a huge swing. They were in the lead now, but right now they have absolutely full control over this game. Paradise trying to flash in onto Omni, but this could be what they needed to turn this one around. Paradise, he's found Sazahu. He's looking for him. Look how much health he's getting back. He just won't die. He's still alive. Omni trying to do what he can. He's turned his attention down onto Zahi, but he's going to be the sacrificial tree, as a lamb this time is going to be the one to take him out.
That tree regenerates too damn much, but he does go down at the end. What it does mean, however, given that it took that long, is that only the 1 kill is gained. As Rosie's looking quite cheeky. They show recall, though, because they're Baron. Yeah.
Not even going to be
unlucky. You were Tainted Minds.
Oh,
and
even
Zahi
unluckier.
decided to die to minions.
The unlucky streak continues
Where
after...
the heck did he just die?
There? No.
No, that's Maokai. Oh, he died in mid lane.
What, to minions? Super minions?
You know what? Zahi, that's impressive. I don't know how you did it, but I am impressed. Never change.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, so a super minion probably comes along and smacks him in the head. Ready? Ready? Oh, that thing is... Smite.
Oh, man. That was a feat of brilliance out of Zahi here. as another Dragon going down. Avant picking themselves up. The second one of the game.
Seriously, bud, who dies to minions?
Zahi,
It's like
apparently.
29 minutes in the
Hey,
game,
this
man.
is
Look at all
this is
your
their
items.
first game in the OPL. The pressure might be getting to him a little bit here.
Sure.
I'm trying to help you here, Zahi.
No, you're really good at justifying for him. I'm not gonna cut you down by any means. He is facing off against a 7-0 Azir right now in triples, so things are looking quite dire to this former Chiefs roster.
Damage from Omni is still there, taking about half of Chenny Boy's health out with 1 Q. If they're able to avoid this Emperor's Divide that has so well split them up in past fights, they might actually have a chance of maybe killing Lucian before their Nexus dies.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, AV have been playing the best when Tainted Minds are coming towards them, but it's very difficult to execute on right now, simply because you don't have anywhere to go towards them now. You're just stuck in your base if you're Tainted Minds. So AV need to show signs of proactivity, and they need to start getting things done and actually close out this game. They've got the first mid inhibitor as well, so it makes life easier.
Yep.
The top lane turret has been broken, so they've got the Maokai up there to break that one. I would potentially suggest, however, they swap that around and actually put the lane assignment with the most people towards the top side of the map so they can pressure it and not give the team the reassurance of a turret there.
Paradise has absolutely no fear right now. Last fight we saw him just tanking up despite all odds. Saza, who you just can't contest him anymore. Every lane just being barreled down right now. Still only 1 inhib down. So Tainted Minds only needs to defend from 1 lane despite losing every single tower besides their Nexus ones.
And you'd look at the scoreboard right now and you'd say that Tainted Minds are top heavy in terms of their power, where their power lies. Sazahu 2-0-2 in a losing game.
Yeah.
And their bottom lane 0-5 collectively between Rosie and Lost. But really, this is just a game that was so far gone out of their hands. The triple just came down to the bottom lane, and really the issue is exactly where Frostgren mentioned so far. It's that their mid laner just hasn't got anything done. And it's not that he's bad, it's the triple's just so damn good.
Yeah, Triple did a great job of every single time he left the mid lane, it would achieve something. He didn't waste time waiting off in the wings to try and make Omni react. He made the plays. He went bot lane. They knew how good Lost is. Heck, everyone knows how good this guy is. How do you stop a beast? You shut him down early. It's exactly what they did. They didn't let up. He's 0-3-1 right now, despite being on one of the safest champions in the game, and Bard to back him up with a very reactionary ultimate. It didn't matter in the end of the day.
It's a hard duo to dive, but
Yeah.
when you've got 4 people there instead of just
exactly
Chelby
right.
to make it 3, like, yes, their dives were well timed, but they've just got so many numbers there that it becomes that much easier to execute. You can destroy one person's health bar. Rosie and Lost as well. No slouches in the 2v2. They don't want to lose lane. They will make trades, even if they lose some of their own health, to make sure that they win that lane. And you can exploit that fact by coming down and meeting them and besting them.
I really loved how Shelby's gank passed as well, coming straight through behind the tower so far, just having complete lane control. As we see Lost doing what he can to poke his Ezreal, but everyone's building their magic resistance, they're building their armor now, so unless he's hitting Chenny or Triple, the damage is falling on deaf ears.
I will also say, at this point in the game, I wouldn't say it's optimal to go for a Mijai's Soul Stealer as an Echo top laner,
All right,
but
he's 2-0-2, Rusty.
he's made his own life choices and he's going to stand by them. Of course, 7k down, Baron up in 1 minute with 2 Mountain Dragons in their back pocket.
Sure.
Like, I don't know if he's going to get stacks. It's a desperate fight time, I guess.
Well, he had the ring for a while, so
Yeah, but leave it at the ring. I know what he did, and I can appreciate
Yeah.
what he did. He recalled with 1,000 gold. It's like, I could sell the stacks that I have on this Dark Seal, or I could upgrade it. But you know what the problem is? 1,000 gold would have been better suited towards other items if he did sell the Dark Seal and actually do something.
it was a great point to make. Let's see if this couple of stacks Magias can really be the defining factor in what Tainted Minds need to come back. 35 seconds on this Baron. Avant are in a very nice position to take this one away with 2 Mountain Drakes in their back pocket. It's going to be very hard for Zahi to get in there and steal that one away.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to steal it, but I don't think they're looking for a
Not
steal.
about this one, Rosie. They've got their sight set onto Shelby. The stun will
Not
keep
bad.
0 at bay. Zahi can't do much. JG there just doing great zoning fields of slow with that Mantra-empowered Q.
Yeah, but the idea was absolutely right. Whilst it looked super aggressive, you have to remember the assignment on the map from AV Chenny does not really like grouping with his team is something we can note thus far. As we move towards the Baron as a big fighting point. Tainted Minds are definitely the aggressors, trying to find opportunities to get in. Whilst they are on the back foot, means they're the most vicious when they bite back.
Yeah, we saw Rosie. Our very aggressive magical journey didn't have that one up. Should things have turned sour, but now they focus their attention onto this Baron. Their inhibitor is back up. They're still down a considerable amount of gold. Down a lot of towers as well. 34 minutes in the game.
Yeah, they are struggling. Like the gold difference
it's
should
hard,
be
man. It's hard.
Insurmountable difference between the two, realistically. Like, if AV can't win from this gold lead, then they're either struggling to know how to end games, or they're being completely outmoved from Tainted Minds. This is an aggressive Baron decision. They know AV are a dragon, though, and it's being taken down really quick.
Yeah, they're melting it. Already down to about 3,000 health. This one should be completely free. Avant, they were about in mid lane when they decided it takes too long, so they've turned their attention onto this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, and this is where the battle comes out, right? Like, this is naturally going to be taken. We've just traded epic monsters, and that's a big deal. The amount of damage that AV have now gotten off the back of that is huge, but they don't get the map control the Tainted Minds are now going to have from this Baron buff. We very rarely will see people just outright trade like that for the epic monster objectives, but I think that Tainted Minds valued the Baron above the Elder Dragon simply because it gives them control on the map. If they can hold the fort and they can actually survive through the onslaught that's now about to come onto them through the increased damage, then they'll actually be fine with this. And being behind this much gold and trading, still not a bad decision.
I got to give it to him, man. That's a very ballsy play to make when you're that far behind. And sure, they had no vision, but should Avant are a little bit closer than you think they are, that's a wipe, and that's the game. So props to Tainted Mind for being able to pull off that play, but now it's on them to defend the Elder Dragon onslaught that is Avant game.
Yeah, and it's just that much easier to defend as well when you've got those minions empowered. Difficult to get past the minions to do damage to you. So it reduces a lot of damage from them being there.
Omni's still doing chunks though.
Absolutely.
And there we go. Half off Chenny Boy.
He's absolutely, like, he's a monstrous deal. They still get empowered from that Baron. Remember, their stats go up. Looking strong.
Chenny Boy might be in a little bit of trouble, but they turn that damage onto Sazo. He's got the Lamb's Respite to keep him at bay. The Bard ulti, keeping them from doing anything more. Paradise, he's so low for a tank. He's got his sight set onto Rosie, who's trying to get through the magical journey. Everyone's going to be backing off. A beautiful cocoon gets cleansed away immediately. Saza, who still has his ultimate up, doesn't want to look for anything more just yet.
But still, the game continues. Saza needs to be a little bit more careful, though.
Got his sights onto Shelby, who wants to turn it back around. There is going to be the arrow. Forced to break the ult, and Rosie just gets deleted from triple Saza. Saza, who and Zahi both have to backpedal after this one. They're trying to go through triple over the wall, but he gets taken down. That's going to be a double kill for Lost. Maybe looking to make it a triple. Paradise in the backline. The soldiers are still there, but everyone has to turn tail and run after an aggressive play from triple yielded no results.
Yeah, Lost comes up big as well and gets those 2 kills. Omni's doing a lot of work, and Saza, who does not say die, he's getting stacks on those Mijos and trying his best to prove me wrong. It doesn't mean it's right, but they hold off. And they still keep themselves in this game. Goes to show how much strength and trust they have in one another when it comes to the late game team fighting. Most importantly, Zahi keeping Sazahu alive with his Lamb's Respite. That was the big deal. Because if he died, that was game over.
A really great synergetic ultimates coming out here, everyone using what they can to keep each other alive. As we see AV now on the back of that one. Jakey, though, he might be caught out, forced to flash. Zahi looking to make a play, but Chenny Boy going to be turning the damage right around. Lamb's Respite not available just yet. Sazu returns the favor and blocking all the damage, but Chenny Boy, he doesn't want to go down from this one. Pops a QSS to get rid of that movement speed. The Bard ulti, Tempered Fate, not going to be enough today. Jakey gets taken down from the likes of Omni. And this fight is just all over the place. Tainted Minds, though, coming back.
Varus essentially assassinating the support of Avant-Garde. He does do so much damage, it needs to be respected. And now with the numbers advantage, whilst there's no epic monsters available on the map. Oh, wow. Oh, I hit the ultimate. Okay, I was going to say, that keep missing. He still does so much damage, it's unreasonable. Now they've got control, though. It's only 15 seconds till Karma's alive. Like, he will be back if they decide to fight. But look at how the map movement has now given them control. The bottom lane, going to get cleared. Everything resets. Driver's seat, though, goes to Tainted Minds.
From the brink of death to now holding the gun, they're feeling really good about the turn of the tides here. So Tainted Minds, they're not out of it yet. Items are starting to mean the item gap is starting to be less and less as the Avant members picking up maybe a defensive, maybe their last offensive item. With Tainted Minds, they're still getting those really crucial items that make their builds just so much stronger.
Yeah, so here's the play from this Tainted Minds team. They've got the Banner of Command on the bar. They've just used it bottom. I would imagine that Sazahu commits to staying with it, and they hard push bottom lane. You have to remember that it's a very long time until an Elder Dragon is visible on this map at all. They'll probably look towards the Baron as their point of power, or they will avoid where Sazahu is. They'll avoid where Rosie's empowered minion is, and they'll 4-man, catch people out of position, and assassinate with Varus.
Sazahu's now got up to 12 stacks on that Magi, so doing his best to make it work. Looks like they will be playing out just as you predicted, Rusty. 4 members of Tainted Minds
They want
moving
to teleport.
in that mid.
There's no reason for Sazahu to back
Yeah.
other than wanting to teleport. Now, they don't really have flanking wards that are deep enough to justify it yet. Realistically, he should have stayed with his cannon and defended it. So that's a mistake.
I think you're right here. As Rosie might be in a little bit of trouble, Chelby. He's able to hit the cocoon, but the magical journey gets him through unscathed for now. Omni doing what he can to try and land a blind Q, but it's so easy for AV to clear out these minions, especially when Triple is in position. Good amount of lifesteal now on the side of Chenny Boy, so these arrows are starting to mean less and less in terms of poke.
Yeah, thankfully he has lifesteal, otherwise that would have been pretty much disaster. They've got Kindred coming down, and he will destroy Paradise's health bar.
Chenny Boy is also there. Looks like Avant are rotating faster. Maybe a bad idea out of Tainted Minds. Avant, they've turned this one around. They're trying their best to get out of this one. Sazo, he's in a lot of trouble. He does have the Guardian Angel going to be ulting back on top of Chelby. The cocoon
Nice from
does
Chelby.
hit, but no, I think it is going to be done for the little time Kid Echo. He is going to revive thanks to that GA, but they are pushing mid simultaneously, so buying a lot of time here.
That's 4 people that have just gone down to ensure that he dies. Triple, the only person who is in mid lane, so they still get things whilst he goes down. It is 50 seconds, though, that Sazahu has left on his death timer. This Baron just became infinitely harder to defend.
Yeah, with double the respawn timer of the Baron at the moment. 20 seconds on that one, 40 seconds on Sazahu. It's going to be a very momentous task.
AV should actually have complete control. Paradise once again sitting back. Wants to teleport with home guards. Even pinged that he's on the way somewhere. Let's see how it goes.
Ooh, Triple does get chunked out. Shelby, very aggressive positioning here. He knows how strong he is. Teleport from Paradise does get finished.
Do the Baron straight away.
Yep.
They've got time until Sazahu's up. 10 seconds till their teleport's there.
Tempered Fate going to be hitting the jungler, but I don't think it's going to be enough. But he
got it!
He smites it. He takes it away. Huge play. The Tempered Fate allowing the Zahi to get in there, but it might have been all for naught as lost. He has been caught aggressively. Arcane shifts in, looking for the double. Not going to get it as Chenny Boy finishes that one up. Paradise has got the target set in the mid lane, but Saza, who is now back. Omni going to be the point of focus here. A triple kill for Chenny Boy as he flashes over the bar Q. Saza, who with the ultimate still out, might be looking to use it offensively, but Chenny Boy doing a great job of staying out of range. He does pick up the Karma. That's going to be unofficial quadra kill for Chenny Boy.
Yeah, 4 big kills to Chenny, and Avantgarde have taken down 4 members of Tainted Minds, and only Rosie stands. The thing is, 2 open inhibitors, that's at the very least those taken. The minion control might be the saving grace, except that they've got a giant tree that is an immovable object to defend, and we'll see if Rosie can do this with the Baron.
He's trying his darndest, that's for sure.
He can.
Looks like they will be defending the Nexus, to say the least. This second inhibitor should be falling, though. Zahi is available. Tempered Fate, not a cooldown just yet. Shelby might have paid for this with his life. Could Chenny Boy
dies.
be the next one to fall? Is going to have to cleanse away.
No,
and
he's
that
dead.
Ignite finishes him off. Paradise loses his GA here as Rosie should be able to get the free stun out of that one. There it is. Paradise going to fall to Lost.
And the balance changes once again. 3 people dead from Avantgarde. Tainted Minds now have got a lot of time on the clock. They don't have the dragon up for a minute, so that's not where they're looking at all. What they need to do is fight the uphill battle, utilize Rosie, who is the only person with the Baron buff, and get down some turrets, get themselves an inhibitor, and try and even out the trade that just unfavorably went against them. The gold lead is 0 basically right now. The amount of gold that they have on the map, they're all full build. Everyone's sitting pretty, but they just can't do it. They're just struggling to break anything.
Zahi needs to watch out for those super minions once again.
Yeah, they'll get one.
Double the amount now. Looks like they will be getting this tower. Chenny Boy 10 seconds off. Paradise 15 himself. They should be able to get this inhibitor, then just back straight off.
Yeah. So they get themselves the trade, something that was expected given that 3 people were dead from AV. 1 inhibitor for 2 is the end result of that trade. You would still say favors AV.
Cheeky.
If they can get it together, and Tainted Minds can't cheese them.
They're trying to.
Bit of Gouda on the map right now.
They do have that wolf spawn, but there. That far side orbit. Oh,
Nailed
the $5 million sapling comes through, spots all 5 members out. They are just going to be taking away that blue buff. 5 seconds left on this Elder Dragon before it respawns. The side of Avant might want to go for a fight here.
Yeah, and Rosie having no health to his name as well. This is going to be a dangerous game to contest with. The poke is the important part here for Tainted Minds. They want to utilize that Varus.
So many minions though.
Yeah, exactly. Someone has to defend. Remember, no teleports available. So they're actually going to concede.
Yep. Look at the minions in the bot lane as well.
But that's going to hurt them so much. This is a long time to have this buff for. It's a lot of damage that they're going to get off the back of it now. It's like 135 bonus damage over a few seconds and empowering their damage to structures. Thankfully, there aren't many structures left to hurt with your Mountain Dragon buff.
They do have 2 towers left on the map. That bot lane, they're saving grace right now. The mid lane has gone back to a bit of a stalemate here, as it is just going to be super minions bashing on super minions. 5 members of Avant in the bot lane, looking to end the game.
Yeah, dangerous as well. Lost mana pool, you need to keep your eyes on that. It's his primary source of wave clear. If it ever runs too low, then he won't be able to team fight afterwards. And speaking of,
Zahi gets taken completely shredded. Forced to pop that Lamb's Respite. That is going to be a massive cooldown, not available when Avant make their move.
I will say I don't think he needed to pop it, but he did pop it nonetheless, and AV have got a lot of time in their back pocket here to work this. And work it they will. Or they'll just work Paradise.
Well, they really want to kill this Maokai, and I must say, he's dying quite quickly. He's going to get taken down. One more attack should do it. There is a Tempered Fate to keep Shelby at bay. Maokai finally goes down. Omni doesn't have the ultimate available just yet, looking to make a play here. The damage onto Shelby is enough to keep Avant from turning around on this one, but Paradise, without that Guardian Angel, he's not as safe as he once was.
This is messy.
This is messy,
This
Rusty.
is absolutely watching a janitor's closet. They still can't end the game, and whilst those minions are pushing in, AV just don't understand patience.
No.
And that's the thing. This is the first time we've seen this new revitalized Avant-Garde roster playing against one another. They've got themselves a lot of very strong solo queue players with a bit of experience backing them. Triple in his 2nd split. Chenny, technically I think it's his 3rd split, but is his 1st as AD carry. Jakey in his 2nd. Like, you'd expect more patience from this team. They keep getting caught out of position, and it's mostly Paradise. Maokai just needs to calm down.
He's got it into his head after the last few team fights, just how strong he was. Not that strong anymore, but I think you are right. He does need to take a little bit of time, maybe get a drink of water during that 1 minute death timer.
Do some Pilates. Yoga if you really need to. Meditation even. Something to calm him down. He's a bit ham.
It's not paying off for him right now.
And to be fair, it's more positioning. Like
Sure.
when I say he's ham, I don't mean he's like 1v5 going off. He's actually just like flanking when he's getting caught out from the flank, which means his positioning's too deep. He needs to be a little bit more cautious in the way that he's playing. Even now, better assigned having that teleport and sitting in a side lane. This is where Baron 3 starts all over again.
You're exactly right. 50 seconds left on that Baron. Full vision control in favor of Avant. Paradise having a bit of trouble here with this Banner of Command empowered minion. So He's got his own Baron to deal with right now.
Doesn't look like he's in paradise. Chenny.
Oh, Chenny, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Flashes through. There is going to be the QSS to keep him alive, and not for much longer. He gets taken down as Rosie finishes that one off. Paradise does teleport in. He's a tanky tree, but not anymore. The GA is back available.
And they just let him die.
Yeah, they're going to leave him to die. Not saving Private Paradise here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like paradise, to say the least. The Baron is up in 10 seconds. That should be Tainted Minds. But what they're going to do instead is force themselves down that middle lane to try and cause a bit of chaos. Perhaps misposition Tainted Minds so that they don't go for the Baron, but you can see the clever movement, clever assignment of champions. They've got Ezreal and Kindred to chunk this one down as a team. And the rest will defend. Smart hold here. New side.
Dividing their resources here. This Baron will be completely uncontested, and they defend the inhibitor Tainted Minds. Well and truly still in this game, despite our opinions maybe 20 minutes ago. They've brought it back.
Yeah, but once again, the saving grace is that AV even pushed aggressively at all. Forcing 3 people to recall means the Baron was done slower, and it means that to walk across the map takes an awful long time if you were this blue side. And with 1 second on Channy and 10 on Paradise, you would imagine just the one inhibitor is the possibility. The rest of it's a lot harder.
It would be hard to take that as well. Great positioning of the soldiers. Now they are down Zaza, who's made his way in. Finding a little bit of difficulty to chunk it out here, especially when Chenny Boy is able to get damage off the back of the Cocoon. So maybe not even an inhibitor in a 4v5 here.
Yeah, Karma's actually looking after Chenny. The problem to me is triple cheese, so you have to watch the amount of damage he's taking. It's a cleanse, but it's also very little defensive statistics available for the Azir. He's playing a delicate game, and Tainted Minds are winning in all 3 lanes, so he is so important for them.
The top and bot lane, both pushing respectively with a ton of minions. We saw Rosie go down there just to empower a few of them. Did that Karma ulti be what engages the fight here? But Zaza, who left alone. Rosie split pushing. What?
Yeah, get him, Brad. Absolutely, he's going to start taking things down by himself. Blood does do a lot of damage.
With the Mountain Drake in his back pocket.
Yeah, especially as the game goes on. Baron empowering him. Things are going well here for Tainted Minds.
But they've got their sight set on this top inhib as well as Paradise has gone into the middle of the fight. Bart is not there. Hits Jakey with the Tempered Fate. Zahi, he's got his Lambs Respite available. Going to have to flash away from that one.
Lost
Chenny
in
Boy
trouble.
looking to make something happen as Lost gets taken down. Where is the damage going to come from out of Tainted Minds? Now Omni, he's Oob. He gets hit by Paradise. Zaza, who is in it. That should be a triple kill maybe. Going over to Chenny Boy as the GA. Not going to be enough here. Triple gets that one for himself. And once again, Rusty, you're on the other side of the field, watching the other team stroll down mid lane.
But the death timers are quite long, and
They
it's
are.
3 people dead this time around with all of the proactivity and onus on AV to run it. It doesn't take too long, about 30 seconds to get from A to B. B being the enemy base, because B stands for base apparently. I just made that one up. AV have got a lot of control though. 3 inhibitors is the bare minimum. Ideally, they will just take this mid lane inhibitor and end the game.
There's not going to be a lot stopping them with 25 seconds left on the 80 carry of Tainted Minds, and Zahi getting chunked to about half health with only 1 tower to stand guard.
Oh, they've worked
over
it out.
this
There
one.
we go.
Yeah, they figured, wait a second, guys, we can actually just win this one. Paradise gets tanky enough. The Tempered Fate might be doing what it can to keep
8
them at
seconds
bay.
on
This
Ezreal.
tower is getting lower and lower. The Nexus is
Oh,
naked.
Rosie.
Rosie going in, trying to be that carry. Does he get the double kill? The bar double kill. The Nexus goes down. Avant, after a massive 42-minute long game, take that one away.
Took a while, but they
We got
absolutely
there.
did
We
get
got
there.
there.
Yeah, I think the rule of thumb is kill the Nexus before they kill yours and you win it. AV got there after 50 minutes,
Yep.
but thankfully for them, they do secure it. They had their lead all game, and they threw it away a few times. The Tainted Minds being proactive and aggressive. The end result, still in AV's favor.
Yeah, I'd love to see what Tainted Minds can do if they're ahead in the next game, but we're going to chuck it back to the analyst desk to see what they thought of that game.
Thank you so much, guys. And in the end, it is going to be a Vanguard picking up game number 1, but they maybe made it look a little bit easier than we initially thought because their mid laner What the heck? Triple just put on a clinic at the start of that game. I think he started 7-0-0.
He had about a 15 CS discrepancy between the two mid laners at 5 minutes, which is absolutely absurd there. But this is the bigger point that I want to underline. We talked about how Omni might be the weak link for Tainted Minds, and mechanically he looked really strong. He had a lot of really nice instantaneous cleanses. I think you called it the Captain Jack cleanse a few times there. But just was unable to keep up with Triple. And so you had this Azir that I think was 7-0 at one point in the game, so it just dominates the mid lane, and then that power then immediately translated into the bot lane. So if we talk about Tainted Minds are strong in their 80 carry position, but they lost in their mid lane, and the strength of Avant-Garde was then just rotated to compensate for the strength of Tainted Minds by putting the 80 carry down.
And this is why Avant-Garde waited on Triple for so long. He's such a great mechanically strong player. He's able to do the right things at the right times. Had some fantastic Azir ults to knock people off of Kindred ultimates as well. He played really well in game 1.
Yeah, so Triple able to take over, especially towards the end of the game. Another player I want to look at is Chenny. You know, had a quadra kill at one point. Goes back to the old Lucian build. I know we talked about it a lot. Why do you think he went for that build for us?
Okay, so first and foremost, we have to kind of discuss both of the different Lucian builds that are going around. I know a lot of people are really happy with we're going to call it the Korean Lucian build, which is going to be that Ghostblade Black Cleaver. Now, he didn't go Infinity Edge. He actually went Phantom Dancer into Lifesteal, so the Scimitar there. But here's the different ideas here. So the Ghostblade Black Cleaver, you're going to be able to shred very quickly because you can get Black Cleaver max stacks up quite effectively running through Lucian's, not only his Relentless Pursuit, or not his Relentless Pursuit, his Gatling gun ultimate, but also the fact that he's able to cycle through his rotation so quickly. But it's effectively like an early game Lucian build. When you go for the Essence Reaver, when you go for the Phantom Dancer, when you go for the Infinity Edge, in the last game it was the Lifesteal item, it's that late game Lucian build. But more importantly, it's the idea that no one else on his team is doing physical damage. He had a Maokai, he had an Azir. There's no reason for you to pick up the Black Cleaver and apply that shred across multiple teammates if your team isn't able to follow up on that damage. And likewise, we saw having that late game insurance policy, going for a bit of the greedier build, was really what was able to carry in the late game rather than having that Ghostblade and the Black Cleaver. So I don't want people to look at that game and be like, oh, he didn't go the new Lucian build. That build's so OP, he's wrong, he doesn't know what he's doing. Because that build pretty much saved the game for them.
Yeah, just to touch on that really quickly, it was a final team fight inside of Advanced base, which ended up deciding the game then. Throughout most of that game, yeah, the Black Cleaver almost Ghostblade might have done a little bit more damage, but wouldn't have helped the rest of his teammates as well. That end of that late game build coming out from Lucian certainly helped him out throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me was the no other physical damage elsewhere. It just meant that, you know, he had to go a selfish build. He was gambling on the fact that they were going to go magic resistance over armor, so wanted to do as much damage as possible. Looking at now the late game part of this, later stages part of this game, because you can say what you want. Avant-Garde, they got far ahead. You know, Triple was playing great. Chelby was diving the way we like to see Chelby play. But we saw some carryover mistakes out of Avant-Garde. We saw the Baron for the Elder Drake trade. But then we also saw, it's only a 90-second buff, and teams don't realize this yet. We saw 2 players immediately recall, 1 player go top lane, spend 30 seconds up there, then he recalled there in Paradise, RSI. So, you know, there's these players that are running around with a 90-second buff, using 50 seconds of it, I think it was in the end, just wandering around the map.
But it's okay because Tainted Minds ran into them anyway. So I completely agree with you, the fact that people aren't used to how limited the buff is in terms of where your actual fighting power is. But Tainted Minds decided to fight a buffed up team on Elder Dragon anyway when they could have just backed up. Because you have to think, it was Elder Dragon trade on 2 Mountain Drakes. So effectively sieging Drakes versus sieging minions because they traded the Baron buff for it. You could have just waited it out, had your Baron creeps counteract the fact that if you hit the towers, you're going to do massive damage to them, but you have to get to them first. And so much, like you said, of the buff was wasted just meandering.
Pretty much. Meandering around the map, they did. I'm tilting Swan
You know
so
what,
much now. It's fantastic.
In the end, it meant that AB picked up the win. So we're going to go to a quick break. I'm going to have a chat to Fish, but we'll be back in 3.5, where Avant-Garde will be taking on Tainted Minds at least one more time. Welcome back to the OPL, where we just saw Avant-Garde take game 1 over Tainted Minds, but it wasn't easy. After an early lead, they did let it slip a little bit, so that's what I want to visit first off, Fish. You know, decision-making for Avant-Garde wasn't really on par of what we expect out of an OPL veteran team.
Definitely not. And Avant-Garde previously, when they had Destiny in their lineup, they had a lot better, a lot more clear decision-making. We saw it quite a few times in Sounds of the Game as well, where we saw he was the key shot caller and the key decision-maker for the team. You know, in the first game against Tainted Minds, it seemed like they had the right idea. They were making the right calls in place to start off the game, but got very sloppy towards the mid-game. So I really want to see them clean that up coming into this next match.
What I found just a little bit awkward is they had so many engage tools, you know, having the Maokai available to them, having the Azir, but unfortunately they just couldn't pull the trigger as effectively as they needed to before Tainted Minds kind of got their composition online from the deficit that they were put in the beginning of the game.
All right, now let's talk about the deficit, because a lot of people will look towards that matchup and they'll think, you know, you took the Varus into the Azir. It's an outright counter pick. We've seen it so many times. Omni, how do you fall behind? What people don't realize is, like, level 1 to 5, Varus is pretty much a sitting duck and needs to get a tier and needs to start getting some mana pool and that level 9 to be able to scale up. What do you want to see out of Omni going forward?
I want to see him pick up a champion that's just going to take it to Azir effectively. You know, Victor was available there. Take the Victor into the Azir matchup, or take a champion that you have confidence, or even just take Azir off the board. Don't play a passive champion that's going to sit back and farm. Omni showed that he had the mechanics to keep up with Triple. You know, we saw some amazing cleanses from him, some great escapes. The initial one where he flashes over the wall after an immediate cleanse. So I think he has the capability. All he needs to do is survive and neutralize a lane, so Zero's not losing to the mid lane. They're lost. Their all-star AD carry effectively lost to the 7-0 Azir, continuously diving down into his lane.
And we saw this a few times in a couple of team fights as well, where it was the start of the fight where we see Omni not quite able to match up to Triple. Triple's able to get a lot of damage out, a lot of kills very early on into the team fights, and it's Lost that has to try and claw it back time and time again for Tainted Minds. I think if Omni can hold his ground, try and keep Reindeer on his level for a short amount of time, not let him snowball ahead, it's going to be really beneficial for Tainted Minds.
He meant Triple, guys. That's all right. We'll bear with him on this one. He said Reindeer. He meant Triple. Oops. That's all right. We've got this covered. So going towards that top side of the map, don't worry, Fish. Stay with me, buddy.
I'm here.
So going towards that top side of the map, I want to talk about Arasat Paradise. You know, he had a pretty much easy game there. He's on Maokai. He's continually scaling up there. What did we make of the top lane? Because it seemed like the junglers on AV side disregarded it. Zahi wanted to get up there. Was that the right call? It was a little bit strange to leave Lost out to see like that a little bit, in my opinion.
You know, I understand the fact that it's barred Ezreal, and they kind of sacrificed their power spike after the initial back, because you're trading battle stats. I mean, everyone knows this, like the tier. I think the bigger issue is the fact that, okay, I'm going top, they see me, we're diving the Maokai, we're taking the kill there. Someone needs to tell Rosie and Lost that there's a good chance that my Azir just walked into Fog of War and you could be dove because we know where the enemy jungler is. They had so much time in between the initial dive on top lane to get off the bottom tier tower, but it didn't look like anyone made the call, and they ended up falling for that, I think, 2 or 3 times.
Well, it looks like a lot of adjustments need to come through from both teams. We'll see if they're able to do it, guys. Players are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift. We've lost the ability to talk completely on this desk today, so we're going to go out back, try and get ourselves together. Here is Rogi and Rusty to take us on for game number 2.
Thanks, guys. And after an epic game, Rusty and I may have lost a little bit of our voices as well, but we're going to try to power through it all night.
Well, thankfully, I think we can still string words together and make sentences. See, we just did that one. Thank you, Analyst Desk, though, because we are about to move into our second game. And there is one thing that I do want to touch on briefly, what they were mentioning on the desk. I want to preface everything they're saying by not agreeing with them and saying that Omni is a good player.
A bold prediction, Rusty.
Omni is actually a good player is what I'm trying to say here. We're not actually saying that he is bad. We're saying that he is being exploited by Triple, who is good, and that Omni needs to start holding his own against this better opponent.
It's a fair thing to say, us just standing here. Let's see if he can actually put that criticism to the test and back it up with some solid play. Looks like very similar bans to game number 1, so nothing notable happening just yet.
I think the one major thing that we do have to note is that Avant-Garde will be losing that one ban, I believe it was, due to being late for the first game. It was too late to obviously take the ban, so they will be losing it in the second game. So it does change drafting slightly here if you were that team.
Something that you always should account for should ever circumstances aren't in your favor. So Tainted Minds might be able to snag something on the second rotational champion picks there that Avant does not want to let through.
Yeah, and Salzahu was looking quite heavily towards the Echo last time around, but Paradise, formerly RSI, has shown his capabilities on the Maokai. I don't think it's too much of a concern for them. The big deal to me was that Azir. It's actually something that stood out massively for Triple. And with Tainted Minds having that last band available to them, you would imagine that it would go towards something like that Azir.
Yeah, when a game that ends so close but starts with a 7-0 Azir, there might be some warning lights here on the side of Tainted Minds.
I think there's sirens. Ban it.
Yep. So let's see if they do heed that warning and take that one away from the hands of Triple.
I will say the other big trade-off about this is that if you don't ban it, you make them choose between the Lucian or the Azir that they took in their first rotation when they were on the red side of the map. So naturally, this last ban could actually be something either irrelevant or targeted, depending on which you wish. Like Braum.
It's a great point to mention. It will be the Braum, so despite losing one ban, identical bans here from both teams. Looks like they will be favoring that Echo, who, despite being nerfed time and time again, still shines through the darkness. And a bit of deja vu here. Looks like they will be hovering at that Maokai.
Whilst it's a hover, I think they should actually still look towards something along the lines of the Lucian in that first rotation, once again taking it from Chenny. I do actually want to mention that the champion being hovered right now is actually broken.
Swain not having a lot of fun in Dynamic Q, Rusty.
Patch 6.10 is a dangerous world.
Well, they did what you said. If they didn't get that Azir and Lucian, it would be on the side of Tainted Minds to pick those two champions up. So not as bad as Swain, I'm sure, but Azir's still pretty bad to play against.
Yeah, Azir is still very strong, as is the Lucian, and taking them away from Avantgarde, who won with those champions first time around, as we are seeing champion swaps. We'll see what AV go towards with their next options. Still plenty there.
And before it's Varus Ezreal, and we have that.
So they were saved for the last rotation, to be fair. It was actually the Bard, I think,
That's
in this.
right, yeah.
And it's not a bad option if you're looking to deny it from Rosie.
Sure.
I think the Gragas is good, but the Elise was also just a standout performance from
Oh,
Chelby.
definitely.
The diving was pretty phenomenal.
So it looks like Ezreal might be the go-to option when Lucian is no longer on the table. After a very standout performance on that Elise, it looks like Shelby does want to flex his champion pool a bit. Does get that Gragas for himself.
Yeah, which leaves open plenty of options to Zahi. He could look towards the Kindred again, or he could change it up and maybe go for the Elise himself, something that I know that he can play.
He did a great job early in that bot lane, burning the flash from Jakey, basically making them play so far back, but after that he was kind of lost in the jungle for a bit as Shelby just made gank after gank in that mid lane.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Zahi made the right decision, but then decided the top lane was where he really wanted to be. And meanwhile, Shelby was able to get trades mid and then bottom with his mid laner working together as a team and as a unit quite nicely. Adaptations will need to be made in-game by Tainted Minds if they're looking to fix that one up. To start it all off with the drafting, feels like Shelby's still got that early gank pressure and Zahi needs to try and match it somehow.
The Mystery Man Omni, what will he go with here? Looks like the Bard and the Maokai going to be locking in here. We saw Rosie at the end of last game picking himself up on a double on that Bard, so wants that back in his hands.
Yeah, it does have an inclination towards said Bard. He's a very strong Bard player, loves being able to get around the map. A couple of clutch plays were seen by Rosie in game number 1. The Maokai as well for Salzahu. Just another tank. Basically the facilitator for this team RSI at the moment. Salzahu. Very interesting thing to note is that he kind of only ever did facilitate and fill the role that his team needed. So can go from Echo, go to Maokai. Still just be a super tank.
That's what we're looking at here from these top laners. Very generic trend coming out of them. But on the side of AV, they do have their last mid pick available. Going to be the Varus going into that Azir. Can't say I'm too surprised. But let's see if Triple can show Omni how it's done.
Interesting. So they've decided to try and beat Tainted Minds at their own game. The major trade out is going to be Karma instead of Bard because naturally Tainted Minds have got that one there.
Is the only new champion Gragas so far from game 1?
The only new champion?
That
Yes.
wasn't picked.
Yeah.
So will Zahi get himself that Kindred? Or will he go for something else? Maybe the Elise either.
I would prefer the Elise, I
Sure.
think. And naturally, we'll see what Zahi goes towards. Kindred's still quite good. able to dive.
We saw how well Elise does at ganking the Varus when that cleanse is down.
Yeah. Definitely just a player preference, I think, is the difference between champions right now. Graves as well, if he really wanted to go farm heavy and disregard Gragas as that option.
Could be the Rek'Sai, but as you mentioned, it is player preference at this stage, and Zahi does prefer the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and that's a champion that we won't see a whole lot of.
Sure.
Because Rek'Sai is not too good at them, or she's not too good at the moment. Still jungles well. It's that first clear where there's a bit of trouble, and perhaps he'll go towards the Warrior enchantment this time around. Once again, Zahi likes to be aggressive, but he also likes those tank rolls here and there.
We're definitely mixing it up here with that Rek'Sai champion we haven't seen too much of, so like you said, could potentially be that Warriors, but now it's going to be on the back of Omni to kind of be a shadow of Triple's Azir in game number 1. Can he make such an impact that we'll be talking about it for days to come, or will Triple show us just how good Varus actually is into Azir?
Well, the first big change is obviously the jungle from Zahi, because you don't need to have cleanse now if you were Triple. Can actually afford to run the heal, or potentially barrier, which is, I believe, had a slight buff in 6.10, but it seems to be that heal. Which means naturally have a little bit more pressure in laning phase, because when you run cleanse against the Azir, it's not for the Azir, it's for the Elise. This time around, you've got a combat stat.
You're exactly right, and Azir, no stranger to just dishing out tons of damage. Obviously, we are loading into this game. Remember, guys, to get on Twitter and hashtag that AV win, or show your support for Tainted Minds with hashtag TMWin.
Yeah, and of course, kicking it off on the right foot, AV. It took a little while for them to get there, but Tainted Minds, they've shown they've got a lot of fight still left in them. Very strong individual players, and coming into this second game, I don't think we'll see any slouching from them whatsoever.
It was a game and a half in game time and more, Rusty, but we are now on to game number 2 on the rift between Avant and Tainted Minds here.
Looking at the Keystone Masteries, naturally. Nothing stands out as different or unexpected.
Sure.
Deathfire Touch, actually, the normal Varus Keystone Mastery of choice. Fervor of Battle for both AD carries is a preference to Warlord's Bloodlust at the moment, that everybody seems to be going towards.
Karma just kind of came out of nowhere, as we see Zahi does get a little bit of poke down, but Karma really, she's kind of asserted herself as one of the top supports in her role right now, of that shield-based disengage, kind of Lulu-esque.
Yeah, she flaunted herself as capable, I think is the best way to describe Karma right now. I would not say top tier by any means. In fact, I would almost rate Bard as the better version. Perhaps Janna, if you're looking for shields, is the better version.
Makes sense.
But Karma is more holistic in the way that that works. So you've got the shield for engage or disengage. You've got tether to keep people there as well, to actually let your team go in. And you've got damage. It finds a nice balance between lane control and support for your team. You do miss out on healing, though.
Kind of a jack of all trades here. The only heal she does have is on herself. As we see both the mid laners just doing their mid laney things. They don't have to worry about a care in the world. No early jungle, no lane swaps. Just farm it up and bully your opponent. The good old days.
The biggest care is actually the opposite person, too. Not the easiest battle. Triple showing that Varus does still have what it takes to win this lane, however. Varus naturally should have the advantage. Purely once he gets the Q as well, but even level 1 because Omni can't follow up any trade.
Deja vu as we see lanes that we saw last game once again. Bashing heads in the top, the two tanks just trying to assert dominance over each other as Paradise wants to go for a little bit more.
Yeah, having a great time in this top lane. Sazahu, it actually comes down to the battle of who gets level 2 first, so you can see the hard pushing. And there you go.
Yeah, but it looks like Paradise wants to turn it back around. Both of these guys are incredibly low, but Sazahu, he might be the first one to fall. They flash over this. Chelby with a punch and a kick takes first blood over to Avant.
And you know what? The biggest thing about that is Chelby's arrival, which says to me communication from Paradise. Even Zahi was looking towards the top side of the map, so they were telling everybody on their team that they're going to fight. And they're going to get level 2, and they're just going to play to it. So both top laners actually just hard pushing and hard auto-attacking till they get to that mark, and then just go in. But the successor of that absolutely is Avant again.
They're already a good CS lead, forcing the teleport out of Sazahu so he doesn't fall further and further behind, but great positioning, only a little bit better. But Shelby, we see that Karma shield blocking out any of that piercing light damage.
And still actually the big deal in the top lane is just the Dark Steel pickup, because that's more sustained. 25% increased healing from every single potion. If they continue to trade even, well then Echo wins that by a large margin.
Darksteel definitely asserted itself as one of the best first backs, especially on these corrupted potion champions. See in the mid lane, Omni starting to find his footing here.
You right over there, mate?
Yeah, all right. Just a little bit of a hiccup here and there.
Nice.
But in the bot lane, Jake gets caught out. Is it going to be enough? Flash from Lost. Picks himself up that one. Shelby doesn't want anything to come out of this one. Was in range, but thought the better of it.
Yeah, and Zahi gets into the bottom lane now, level 4 as well. This Rek'Sai matching the early pressure to an extent of Shelby, if not besting it, given that Shelby kind of just came in and cleaned up that first blood. Things looking good here for Tainted Minds on the strong side of their map. Where you want the kills to be is in Lucian's hands, or in Lost's hands, as he is now known.
He did a great job last game of kind of turning those losing fights. All of a sudden, he would arcane shift in and bang a double kill, and buying his team time, if not anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a strong player. Chenny no slouch, though, as it is now noted.
Greedy recall, though.
Very greedy recall. He's not going to get that recall.
No, that's going to lose him a lot of time. Just gave him credit for buying his team time, and he loses a lot of it himself.
He's buying it for his team, right? Makes it quicker for Bud to get back. I don't know.
You're exactly right,
There's nothing
Rusty. You're
good from that.
exactly
Yeah.
right.
Absolutely a lazy recall. Chenny's also going to be matching it. So realistically, just makes the timing more favorable for the Ezreal because he gets a single extra wave. And that's the difference between the two.
So Shelby is on that top side of the map now. Just going to be finishing off those Krugs. Might want to go for a dive onto Zaza, who is only level 5, so Ventral Maelstrom not available, and a very low mana pool here. The stun is going to land. Not level 6 on Paradise just yet. They've gone back in, but the flash body slam should be enough as Shelby picks up another kill.
Yeah, and Shelby gets the kill as well, not Paradise. So now the money can move around the map and actually impact everywhere else. The major thing to note here is that Shelby's not going the Runic Echoes build. Instead, he's opting towards the tanky build. And
All right.
you might call that a miss, given that he is 2-0. It's a lot of pressure that could go to waste.
You're exactly right.
He's not going to die.
Might be feeling a little bit bad in hindsight that he can't put the team on his back and carry them like a barrel.
It is still good that he has the gold, though. And the reason I say this is because of Varus Ezreal having tears means that he can try and bridge them towards that point of power.
Oh, a bad ultimate out of Omni, but Triple also misses his. Does land onto Zahi and Rosie, but failed dive attempt from Tainted Minds. Maybe jumping the gun a little bit here.
That was super awkward. And like there was more than one reason to why that was awkward as well when you think about it. Triple wasn't aiming for the Rek'Sai with his ult.
Yep.
There's no way that if he was aiming for that, then he is a god. And like, I'm not going to discount that.
Sure.
But that's very impressive. And what he was actually doing was aiming for Omni, who also missed the ultimate. So all things considered, very well played from the Varus, very poorly played from Omni, the mid laner from Tainted Minds. He's not making a good case for himself. 7 minutes into this second game.
You're really feeling the pressure.
Stuck up for him.
Oh no,
Shelby's
once
back.
again, Shelby is back. The flash is available from Saza as well as the ultimate. Forced to burn that flash, really respecting this farmy Cinder Gragas right now.
Yeah, well, he just keeps coming back. Sooner or later, Zahi will have to come top lane for pressure, and it's almost a way to relieve it from the bottom.
Chenny Boy not backing down from that one as Jake doing what he can to turn the damage around as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. He didn't back down. He matched the trade. And Karma actually coming up to help there a lot. The major difference, I would say, is the level 6 that Lost had. So if they want to push this aggression, don't be surprised to see a Culling come out after this wave does. That was a weird cue.
So they will just be doing what they can to keep the minion wave in their favor.
Oh, Dragon. Looks like they'll go for it anyway. They've got the Azir here.
Ocean Drake, if I'm not mistaken.
You're not mistaken.
We'll be finishing this one off. So no one is in position to contest this one. Ocean Drake also did receive a little bit of quality of life in the most recent patch.
In a bad way.
Yep.
You have to remember, out of combat now, you'll regenerate your health. Which means not during combat.
It was pretty gross, though.
It was, and now it's more balanced. It's good. I'd probably put it at like the third most important dragon, perhaps behind Infernal and Mountain. Still very strong dragon and team comp dependent. Like, it'll be a big deal.
Well, looks like there's going to be another one just around the corner. So teams who want that early health and mana regen can be favoring that one. I feel like Tainted Minds just took it more or less as a second thought rather than a necessity this game.
Yeah, and it's still a very good objective to take. Just remember that sustain. You may not think much of it, but it adds up in the end.
Oh, Chenny Boy might be in a little bit of trouble. They all go in, but he's able to make a huge flash over the wall. It might not be enough as Magical Journey getting them through. Jake with a beautiful...
Shelby.
They're coming in. Oh, Shelby just barrels them into the tower, and that's going to be a kill going over to Jakey and Chenny Boy. A failed gank from Tainted Minds.
And that's funny because it was so close to not being failed at all. Chenny Boy's interactions with all of the knockups being able to be like shifted away from, and the flash with the Bard stun.
It was huge.
Like, the small details here add up to be a big deal. Like, the amount of damage that went missing from that culling would have been his death. Shelby comes up clutch though towards the end of this, and Paradise with that teleport timing. Just one step ahead of Zazahu once again.
Oh, Zahi gets interrupted during the tunnel. Should be going down from this one. There is Rosie to keep him safe. Omni's on the way. The triple ulti does hit, looking to turn his attention onto the Izzy, who's going to have to flash away from that one. So far, it's a 1-for-1. But Triple just once again showing mastery of the mid lane.
Yeah, Triple putting in work. Of course, Chelby once again. He goes a bit deep. Still had flash. Couldn't get himself out to safety. And just goes to show the strength of having that Cinderhulk ahead early. It means that whilst you're building tanky, you'll still be doing damage because you are just outright winning.
Also going for that Hunter's Potion here, so wants to match that sustain that the Ocean Fate gives.
I don't think is necessary.
That seems a little bit, especially as on Gragas, getting health back after every spell cast. Maybe just wants to be topped up at all times should Zahi ever try some invading shenanigans.
Yeah, there's definitely certain reasons why he would go towards it. I think it's preference. But that essentially means one of the kills that he's got is now wasted towards potions. He doesn't really need.
It's a fair point to make.
Yeah, and that means that there's not a whole lot of difference between junglers. But naturally, Zahi going towards that warrior build on his rack side. Wants to do damage. Wants to still be a part of the carry jungle meta that most people will be going towards. Just needs to have that early pressure and crowd control. He was trying to match Chelby. That's where the difference is right now in these teams. Triple's not losing his lane. In fact, he's 10 CS ahead. And everything's looking all right here for AV in this second game.
Triple showing Omni that Varus very well and truly works against Azir. 10 minutes in the game. Nearly 2,000 gold ahead are Avant once again off to an early lead. No towers taken just yet. And the objective has been that dragon spin in the favor of Tainted Minds. We see Echo trying to go for a very Rek'Sai-esque gank over the Raptor Pit.
Yeah, it's actually almost a throwback to the old jungle Echo that we used to see in terms of his positioning. He did have Gragas waiting in the wings with him. So if Omni was ever caught out of position, remember, the Azir has no summoner spells. He's very easily killed if they can get onto him.
Doing a great job of dodging those arrows. We've seen just how much damage a single target arrow out of Triple hits, especially as well with Deathfire's touch. But looks like Shelby and Triple made their way over to this Rift Herald.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be giving this one to Triple, the mid laner. Perhaps RSI will pick it up. Okay, we'll see what happens. Remember, it's good on both solo carries. The keyword is solo.
Yep, looks like Paradise will be getting himself that one, unless Shelby wants it for whatever reason.
And the conflicting changes here from game 1 to 2. Look at the way that Chenny and Jake are playing. Last time we saw this, they tried to fight under the turret. It was Tainted Minds that were in this position, but they stood their ground, and that's where it backfires. This time around, they actually show some reservations, and they look to play the game out as slowly as they can and not lose themselves any kills for no reason.
Doing a good job of defending that tower. Jake showing just why Karma can be utilized. Gets that Mantra-empowered Q to defend off any minions. Shelby going to be donating that blue buff over to Triple. Going to be feeling good about that one. Has upgraded his tier, so will be self-stacking on the side of Omni. Only got himself the, not the Nash's, what is it? I can't remember the name of that item.
That was a Bard ult.
Stinger, that's the one. But yeah, the Bard ult, the Tempered Fate going a little bit wide as Chenny Boy did force a flash out of Karma. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, the flash was definitely forced. Still the Bard ultimate's a lower cooldown than the flash, so still a valuable ultimate nonetheless. With Dragon up in 40 seconds, though neither will be available. And mid lane is in trouble.
Oh, Triple. That was an ultimate that I bet he wish he had right about now. Use it to zone Omni off. Paid for it with his life.
Just got the blue buff from Chelby as well,
Oh,
and now
no.
he's regretting that one massively. Those Tainted Minds get themselves a step in the right direction.
Shelby.
Wishing he had damage, I think.
Yeah.
Really doesn't.
Just going to be slowly whittling away those minions with the AoE burn buff.
Yeah, but still
Very slowly.
They can't outright go for the dragon either, remember, this early in the game. Death timers are quite short. What we are looking for, though, is Avant to actually contest this one, because 2 Oceans can be obnoxious. One's annoying. 2 is like, why did I give them this one? At least look for it.
Yeah, they really want to contest this one. They don't want that extra amount of health and mana should any fight take place here. Omni has made his way down the target. Going to be Shelby a good amount of damage. A bit of a late shield off Jake.
Yeah, and this is where the engage tool of Tainted Minds is actually a teleport potentially from Sazahu.
Oh, it's not up.
Otherwise, it's lacking. That's the main point. Even the Bard Tempered fades down, so their engage isn't really there. And they shouldn't look to force the dragon until summoner spells or cooldowns are present. Until such a time, they just kind of recede back to farm.
Paradise and Zazahu once again butting heads in this top lane, but we know how this story goes. It ends with Zazahu's screen being grey, but in the bot lane, Chenny Boy gets taken very low, but it looks like Lossie's got his blood sent on. Chenny Boy is able to arcane shift out of that one, but Shelby just flashes in with the empowered W, but here comes Paradise making good use of that teleport. Triple also made his way down.
Yeah, Sazahu doesn't have his, so they do have a lot of time to work around at least getting the Ocean Dragon. Zahi, probably the Miracle Steel is the only thing they'd be looking towards, and another great map movement from Triple, showing that he's not locked down into this middle lane, and that's what's separating Omni and Triple right now in this series.
He's just not finding any gaps to go out with despite opposite matchups. We thought it may have been just the presence of Azir constantly pushing it in, but now Triple able to find times when Omni can't do anything about it and making advantages out of thin air once again.
Yeah, they're doing well here, AV, to get what they can through mostly proactive map movement. Very impressive to see, I will say. Once again, this side showing that they have what it takes to give it to the new OPL side in Tainted Minds, who are standing resilient, nonetheless.
It's their first game in the OPL, first time against a completely different caliber of player than they're used to versing, and they might be cracking a little bit under the pressure here as Omni trying to go for something here. The flash onto Triple, but Omni was not on the same page here as Triple is going to answer with a flash of his own, but now Zahi is in trouble. The snare's going to land. One more auto attack should do it.
Shelby?
Oh, Shelby! He gets
There's
denied. He might be in trouble now with no mana, but no mana onto Omni either, so everyone just kind of walks away after that.
Every time I look at Shelby, I just say, if you had ability power, everybody near you is dead. No, not enough mana to speak of course, no ultimate available for the Gragas. Triples the saving grace of this exact point in time, because they get themselves that turret.
At the end of the day, Avant come out ahead of that little exchange, netting themselves the first tower for them. On the bot side, though, Lost but found gets himself a beautiful tower, evening up the gold a little bit, still heavily in Avant's favor, though.
Almost working towards his second item as well, so Lost, once he's got that, will be able to pretty much kill anybody in a solo duel. Paradise would have a very rough time against him, and it's something that a few Lucians with this build will do, is look towards side lanes and start map movements. Speaking of, there are 2 people starting to crash down on Paradise's parade.
He's got himself that Rift Herald, allows him that extra damage when he is alone from any of his allies, and we're seeing just that, a 2v1 here. Paradise
He's
just going to run away. There's nothing they can do about it.
Chenny Boy, however.
Yeah, he might be caught out the exhaust. Not going to be enough to stifle the damage. He changes targets in the last minute. Does he want to go for the dive here? Second guesses it.
Absolutely not in the way of diving that one. But now 4-1 loss. This is exactly what we expect once again from Tainted Minds. Put all of the money, all of the kills into your AD carry. He's an exceptionally hard carry. Zero now known as Lost. And expect more of it from him as top lane.
Oh, Saza, who we've seen this happen before. What happens when Shelby comes to knock on the top lane? A
Yeah, they kill Zahi
2v2?
instead.
Yeah, Zahi, he's not going to be feeling very good after that one. Zazu trying his best to help him out, but Omni is also here, but look at Triple. He's made his way up a huge chunk of damage.
Connected.
There is the chains. It's onto Sazo. He's got nowhere to run. Flash not available just yet. Can Omni maybe get a consolation prize? Not going to happen.
Not at all. Now, Triple 2-1, Chelby 4-1-5, and James Bond in the top lane is RSI on this Echo. Doing well, honestly, all of AV except the bottom lane, and he's still 2-1-2. It's just that they can't fight the 2v2. So if they sit back, they let the map unfold, and then look more aggressively to do things as a team. And Avanta looking great.
This
It's so good from Chelby.
It's another very tough scenario that Tainted Minds find themselves in, but we know how resilient they are from game number 1, so let's hope that wasn't just a fluke and they are able to play from this deficit and show us why they deserve to win the OPL.
Soulstrike's had a lot of praise for AV coming into this first split, or second split rather, of the OPL. Said they were a very strong side, even potentially put them at top 4.
Sure.
It's very surprising to see them actually performing to that extent in game number 1. Lots of potential still behind this roster, and it's already shining.
Yeah, playing with a lot of confidence here. Shelby definitely playing like the entire map belongs to him.
Well, that guy bleeds confidence. It's unreal. If he had Ignite, he'd use it on you just to BM you.
What an absolute monster. Shame he didn't go for AP. Would have liked to see him on more than just 4 kills. Looks like the bottom lane tower will be taken out by Chenny Boy and Paradise. They've got a huge minion wave with only Maokai coming to answer. They're trading towers though.
Yeah. Shelby's kind of just sitting top lane to watch the tower fall, but you're right, they are trading. Still 2 people mid lane and 2 people bottom lane from AV. Paradise is
Here comes Omni. He's going to try and do what he can to help the Emperor's Divide, only stopping Chenny Boy from getting away. They pick up the Ezreal. They've got their sights set onto Paradise. Here comes Zahi. No ultimate for the Echo available. Jakey going to do what he can to speed him up. He might be able to get away from this one because Rosie is locked up with Triple. Triple goes down, but so does Paradise. Shelby now in a bit of trouble. Going to be forced to ult, but a good magical journey. Could the chase still be on? It's very hard to chase a Gragas.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get him, but they're looking at Baron at 21 minutes in this game. Remember that all 5 of them are alive. 3 are dead from AV. Chenny's ult will be up soon, and they're aware that the Baron is being taken. So this is a risk, especially given that the jungler of AV is standing.
It looks like half the team want the Baron, half want to fight Lost, doing what he can. Flashes over, got his sight set onto Shelby. A couple more auto attacks should do it. The Baron does fall in favor of Tainted Minds. They get Shelby. Now they've got their sights set onto Jake. He's got nowhere to go. Lost should be picking himself up. A nice double kill on the back of a beautiful Baron play.
And it just feels like it makes too much sense to watch AV get themselves a lead and throw it all away one more time. Tainted Minds, however, getting the Baron and the Dragon with all of these kills. There's no trades to be seen from AV. No idea why they were diving bottom. No idea why Triple committed that deep to the middle lane. And the world just implodes around them.
Sometimes playing with confidence isn't always the best thing, Rusty.
Well, there's a difference between confidence and stupidity, I think is the plain way to say it, right?
That's exactly right.
You can be confident, but if you do that to a fault, then it's still to a fault. And they made that mistake.
And Tainted Minds just take complete control over this map. Getting themselves the Baron, getting themselves the gold lead, getting themselves their Air Drake to follow. They're feeling really good now.
Yeah, at 22 minutes, they've actually only got themselves like a 1k gold lead, but you would imagine with the Baron
It was
buff.
a swing though as well.
Yeah, exactly, and the duration that's about to follow that. They should be able to get more objectives, perhaps that mid lane turret. Once again, AV will show some resilience in their stead as well. Lots of damage still to be seen from this roster. They just need to keep it together.
Ooh, the Crystal Scepter doing a great job, forcing Triple. Get out of that one. Jake was able to speed him up. This tower should be forfeit though.
Definitely should be. It's an outer though, so it's one of the turrets that
Not
you
too
can
bad.
readily sacrifice. It's the inners that start to become a lot more delicate. They've also got a 7-1 Lucian with that Baron buff to contest within a side lane. And that's it's a bit harder to deal with.
I was going to say, what is it with Lucians and Split pushing, but then you said he's 7-1, so it all makes sense now.
He's also got the
He's
split pushing
unstoppable.
build.
He does too. He's feeling really good. about the state that he's in right now. Avant kind of just answering the call that Tainted Minds are putting out. We want to go top? All right, we'll follow you guys top. We want to go mid? All right, we're coming mid. They're really not making any plays of their own at the moment.
Well, they can't afford to because the Baron buff's there, so they do just have to sit back and respond. Sooner or later, they'll lose that pressure, and when the pressure falls, they'll be able to find opportunities to be proactive. It comes down to killing Lost. The Lucian needs to die. If they don't kill that Lucian, the Lucian will kill you. But there are so many other threats available for Tainted Minds. There's also the Azir Emperor's Divide to stop them from getting onto him. This is a great team composition. I said it last time around. Like, Avant won with this team composition they're now playing against.
See if they can maybe, from experience, find a way to stop this juggernaut that is Lost on this Lucian. We've sung him nothing but praise. Struggled a little bit in the last game, but really coming to his form in this one. 7-1. Seems like he's following in suit of triple in that first game.
Yeah, absolutely. He's starting a really hard carry for his team. He's warmed up. He's got those leggings on. Now he's going in full sprint mode and needs to still continue to carry that team. But with the Phantom Dancer in his back pocket, it is only 30% crit, remember? That's the major difference between these builds is from here it's definitely getting outscaled by a standard Lucian build.
Sure.
And whilst he's got himself to 7-1, he'll actually still be ahead. If he wasn't at that point, he'd actually be perhaps not as strong compared to the normal Lucian build. No one can kill him.
That's a risk you take when you go with these little bit of off-meta builds, but definitely showing why it's so good on Lucian. As we see Lost once again going to be split pushing in that top lane. Does have the likes of Zahi on Rek'Sai to back him up should anyone want to come and say hello. Yeah. Maokai just waiting in base. Makes me think that they want to make a teleport play here.
Certainly feels that way. Of course, there's no other way for him to get into these fights with the teleport, but you always look for the flank wards and where he can even go. You have to go to a minion.
Right.
There's a deep one near red buff. That's a bard ult for the record. The tower's not just golden. It missed.
Zaza, who's spending a lot of time in base here. Maybe too much time here. I don't know where they plan to teleport to just yet.
Yeah, so he was looking, but he's going to go bottom now and start to threat. Remember,
Sure.
he does still have the teleport, so if he hits minions, he'll be a lot more valuable. Doesn't have the home guards, however. AV, they can now look to be more proactive, knowing that the Baron buff isn't there to help the Tainted Minds roster as they move around the map a little bit more lackluster in strength.
Rosie just doing what he can to try and save his wards. Not going to happen. As Jake and Chenny Boy are there to assist Shelby.
Lots of damage once again from
Wow.
the Varus.
Just goes to show why people like to pick this Varus into the Azir, just pushing him back. He's down to about 30-40% health here. Sazahu got himself a sizable minion wave. The only tower left in this lane is the inhibitor one, but Avant finally coming out of their shell here a bit, looking to make a play.
Yeah, they've got a lot of time. They know that Omni has to recall. It could be overextended, but it seems like they're going to be perfectly fine.
The teleports are coming out. It is quite far behind them. Let's see if Sazahu can go for a position, but Deja Vu, they're going all in on the Maokai before anyone is there to help. A beautiful Tempered Fate catching two members. Zahi, he's so low. One more auto attack to do it. Chenny Boy finishes off that one. Lost. He's in a lot of trouble as Paradise doing what he can to finish that one. Sazahu, he doesn't have his ultimate ticking anymore. He just gets cut down after that one. Here comes Omni looking for something. There's the heal out of triple to keep him safe. The Emperor's Divide is enough to quell any further aggression. Lost is still alive, but Paradise wants to make something of it. Should the EB back off cooldown? One more auto attack is all he needs. The stun though, here comes Omni. They're looking for it. He gets killed mid-E. And Shelby now is in a bit of trouble. They're trying what they can. A beautiful flash to dodge that. But Triple, he might get stunned up when it's a Q off cooldown. There it is. And Rosie with a beautiful stun that facilitates Omni and Lost to finish that one off. The fight isn't done yet. We see Rek'Sai zooming past our screen. But Chenny Boy, he's got quite a lot of mana pool and he's got an Iceborne Gauntlet. It's going to be quite a task to take him out.
The Ocean Drake's helping him out with that mana regeneration. But sooner or later, the man will fall. The dragon will follow.
There we go.
And everything turns back in Tainted Minds' direction.
Oh my lord.
But once again, absolutely pointlessly, it turns back into Tainted Minds' direction. They capitalize well, they execute mechanically superb. Everything that they could have done, they did. But it shouldn't have been there to do. Avant, they get picks, they win a team fight, and they decide that they don't value winning. that fight. They just want to make sure that the trade goes poorly.
Look, we've said this time and time again.
Like, there's another Baron. Like, you could not time this worse.
I know.
If you were Avant-Garde. You have made so many. Like, both these teams have made mistakes, but you have to at least time them.
Off cooldown. Could potentially get 3 members here. Does get the jungler, and that's all they're going to need as the Baron falls. Now, the 3 members of Avant are caught off guard here. They're just trying to pick their targets well. Paradise, he's booked it out of there. Beautiful chain of corruption. Stunning everyone up at Sazu with the empowered recall. Going to cancel that one, but a free Baron is a free Baron.
Yeah, they get themselves a Dragon Baron and a team fight basically in their favor before all of this now ends. And they're able to go back to their base and spend all of the money that they have now established for themselves. Avant-Garde make mistakes to the point where Tainted Minds are now absolutely in control of the map. And that was a team fight that AV won. They decided they wanted to lose immediately afterwards, but it's capitalized on by Tainted Minds. They recognize what they can take. They take exactly the amount that their limit was. And they get themselves further into the driver's seat.
It's on the back to see if Tainted Minds will, in fact, keep this lead, or are they going to just chuck the volleyball back onto the side of Avant's court once again?
It does feel like ping pong a bit, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah. Whose turn is it to serve, and will the team hit back?
It's pretty back and forth.
Yeah.
There's been volleys. There's been rallies.
Definitely. Last game was quite a rally and a half.
8-1-1 as well as the solution. But you have to remember, we mentioned the scaling off. Chenny Boy still putting in work. Neither of them going the crit builds, however, so it's all spell-based and poke-heavy. Looking at a Varus Ezreal, though, against that Lucian, so if they can't break base, they're going to have a hard time actually getting past any member of AV.
It looks like everyone from TM making their way through this blue side of the jungle. They've got their sights set on this tower. They are just going to have a few minions to help base tank that one up. Paradise goes in. They've thrown their sights onto him. Does get the ultimate off in time. Looks like Zahi gets ulted back into the tower. He's going to go down. Sazu, who does have the eventual Maelstrom, but not for much longer. Omni gets chunked out by Triple. And once again, the rally continues, Rusty.
Yeah, it does. Rosie now needs to get himself out, but 2 more kills into the back pocket of AV, and we'll see what they can do with it. There's now the ball's in their court.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Quite seriously, this is like my favorite TV series, Game of Thrones.
Oh, once again, looks like the fight has gone in. Look at the damage coming out of Lost. Paradise is strong, but getting shredded, mate.
I don't know. At this stage, I don't know how to analyze it. They just really enjoy fighting each other, and if you don't have a ward, they even had a ward. It's a magical journey. So, like, credit to Rosie where it's due, right? They are still catching people out of position. This base is going to potentially be in shambles because of the Baron buff and lost damage.
They get an Nexus Tower for it. So off the back of what looked like a very bad outcome, 2 members dying after a beautiful ult from Chelby allowed them to continue that fight. They're back in the driver's seat with 5 members around that mid. You'd think maybe the open in here might be the way to go, but Omni does get caught out. He's able to get out of that one. A beautiful Bard ulti. Now Chelby is the only one who can do anything. He gets taken down. Omni is so low. Maybe the magical journey isn't the right decision right yet, mate, but they are going to back off. As they want to chase, though, Avant. They don't want to give up without a fight. And fight they shall. A great stun.
Okay, no idea how that stunned.
No idea how that stunned, but it's stunned, Rusty.
But Avant, they don't get the team fight. They don't get the swap. And whilst the engage from Chelby was actually really good, he just couldn't knock Omni towards the team. And it was entirely diffused by the Tempered Fate. If Tainted Minds win this game, it's the bottom lane. And that's the thing. This is exactly where their strength should be lying. And they've managed to get the game to that point where Omni might be the focus, but doesn't mean that they're going to lose the team fight because Lost is just going off and Rose is helping him to do that and setting his AD carry up for success the best way that he knows how. Chenny's just having a bad time trying to kite all of these tanks and still needs to get his last Whisper item for the Maokai. Does have the Executioners calling in a Blade of the Ruined King, so in terms of tank shred, he's got some. It's one thing to have it, something to actually kill the Maokai with it. He's not dying anytime soon.
33 minutes in the game, about a 6,000 to 7,000 gold lead in favor of Tainted Minds. Tainted Minds once again in the driver's seat. We've said this time and time again in this game, but we can't overstate it enough just how back and forward these teams are, both just taking away the advantage when they see fit. 40 seconds left on this Dragon. Now how are Avant gonna act around this? We know we know Tainted Minds want to fight, but will Avant fight back?
Yeah, well, two big decisions on the next Dragon as well, being a Ocean Drake, which is the second for either team that picks it up. It's definitely worth looking at as a fight. And no Baron for 2 minutes as well. We'll see if they get it done beforehand. No.
Narrowly missed by Chelby. Zahi
is
going to be able to get away from that one. Without a Gragas ulti, though, do they have a hope of winning this fight?
So look at the Gragas' ultimate cooldown tick.
Oh,
however.
wow. That's
it's already
CDR.
a quarter back to being ready. They just need to not go too ham if they want to use it.
Sazu forced to use that ultimate. Still a sizable cooldown on that one as well, especially with a fight looming.
They start this off. Now, Lost is in an awkward position in terms of how this team fight starts, because if they get onto him, he just outright dies because he's by himself. He needs to regroup with the team. And that means that spells will be used to get him there. And this is where the poke from AV can actually be quite prevalent. Yeah, they get themselves the Dragon, but the mid lane, the inside track is not theirs.
Tainted Minds are just going to give that one up. That's 2 Ocean Drakes on the side of Avant, so anytime they get poked out, they do have very easy time to reset and recuperate, but it looks like they really want to fight this one. Not sure where they're going to come from. Everyone just using their cooldowns. The tower has been placed down by Omni. Good ultimate to keep them at bay. Zahi is going to have to get out of that one. There is Emperor's Divide Paradise. He gets his way over it. Omni is so low, getting himself out of that one. Ultimates have been used. Temper's Fate is down, but look at Chenny Boy. He's got absolutely no fear right now. The Azir Tower might be enough to keep them at bay, combined with the soldier damage. And what a fight.
Yeah, AV get themselves the Dragon, and barely they hold. Azir, of course, making it so they have their own base to hold. And Omni doing an abundance of damage with Lost. Everything resets. We're back to square one, but with a big, sizable gold lead. Still in favor of our red team here, as they still look to try and break that base further. They're not having the best time in doing it, but this will be like the 3rd Baron they secure and still no base broken. If they can take this one down, AV finally have all 5 members alive, so perhaps look for a fight for it.
Oh, Lost, you might be in a little bit of trouble. The ulti only going to knock in Zahi. Can he tunnel out of this one? No, he's going to get taken down by Triple. Those two are being very greedy.
Yeah, greedy is exactly what I would say about that. Of course, ultimates burned Gragas and Varus. Means they don't have a lot left in the way of team fighting, and AV still not showing the respect the Tainted Minds deserve just yet. And they can still win fights. Remember that the big carries are alive. The 10-1 Lucian is still standing.
25 seconds on Zahi.
2 Ocean Drakes as well, by the way.
That is true.
Granted, like, look at the sustain that Chelby has.
When they're not in combat, they're going to be back to full health in no time, which does so well for how they want to play this. They want to, Chelby wants to get in. If he doesn't get the ultimate, it doesn't matter because it's about on a 40-second cooldown right now. They're starting the Baron.
There's definitely going to be a contest here. Nice Bard ulti.
Great Tempered Fate. Omni does get knocked away. 8,000 health left on the Baron. Sazu, he's in the middle
Omni's
there. Omni
dead.
goes in, just gets deleted. The Emperor's Divide not going to be enough now. Avant, they're firing on all cylinders. They're looking to make it happen. Here comes Zahi, but I think he's too late to join the party. They do stop the Baron, but at what cost, Russ?
Yeah, they just need to keep poking, but Chelby and Chenny need to just chill out. Still a 4v5. They still have a point where they could be at advantage.
Uh-oh.
And this is the point.
Oh, the Bard Sun locks down Chelby and Triple. That might be
Nice
enough
slow.
time to get them away. Lost forces to flash here. Another stun. He looks like he wants to go in. He just completely outplays Chenny Boy. Now he's got his sight set onto Paradise, doing what he can. Does get taken out, but there the tanks are still alive. No carries available. Oh, they're going to go down after a very valiant attempt to turn the fight around at a loss.
These games have been ridiculously bloodthirsty, to say the least. Sazu naturally going to fall, but MVP of this exact team fight are the minions in the bottom lane because they break the turret.
Oh, wow.
Bottom, and they're now looking towards the inhibitor. But the Baron still stands. The Dragon is not available. And everything is back to square one more time.
All right, it's Tainted Minds are winning at this stage. I'm not. It's hard to keep track at the moment which team's turn it is to pass the baton on the state of the game
like
right
dial-up. It takes a long time for you to get to the end result. And even when you think you're going to get there, someone else uses the phone and you have to start all over again.
Flashbacks to that annoying noise. I'm not going to replicate it for you guys, so don't worry. But as we can see at BMAO's thinking, Lost Lucian is really giving up to the hype. Credit to Rosie too for setting up the opportunities, and you got to give credit to Rosie, right?
Absolutely.
His bindings have been on point this entire game.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier in the broadcast as well. Definite credit where it's due to Rosie. He's been playing this Bard impeccably. Lost absolutely is living up to this hype, and this is the AD carry before this series, remember. We said is potentially the best AD carry on the server.
He's doing a really good job of fighting for that title. Minute and a half left on the Dragon.
And
the Baron.
Kiwi.
Still available.
I don't know what that means. I just thought I'd add that in as a fun fact.
Yep, one fun fact with Zach Rusty Pie, ladies and gentlemen. Many more to come.
Yeah, sure.
Looks like the Baron is still available. Dragon on its way. So Triple doing what he can to push out the minion waves. And after 35 minutes, it's the Elder Drake, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
The next Drake should be the Elder.
Just making sure.
Yep, it is.
Yep, beautiful. So we see Shelby and Triple doing what they can to hold any minion progression.
It's actually pretty big as well that it's the Elder Drake. 5 taken in this game so far. You want to fight for it. It's the Baron now.
The Baron not going down too fast as Chenny Boy the only really damage dealer there as Triple hadn't made his way. Zahi's Q.
They just want to bring
back.
Tainted Minds over. But they're definitely standing strong. I think the Elder Dragon is what they're looking for as an objective to take. That and the base, naturally. But what they should do, and what they are doing, is pushing AV away from the Baron. Threatening that middle lane, and then immediately rotating towards the Elder Dragon so that they can take it for themselves, or at least get control of the map and set themselves up best, as they really like doing this. AV don't really want to check anyway. This is a battle of baiting down lane control. Actually, it's been started. They're just going to trade objectives again.
Yeah, this time it will be Avant going for the Baron and Tainted Minds getting themselves the Dragon. They do have the 3 dragons, so more of an advantage.
If Tainted Minds get over to this Baron before it's taken, they can actually outright win a team fight.
The Tempered Fate is going to be stalling. 3,000 health going down very fast. The Baron will get taken. Omni doing what he can. Paradise is in there. A lot of damage, but both teams not looking to overcommit. A good disengage ult out of Triple.
And they just can't decide which objective they want more, I think, is the consensus here. Tainted Minds knew they wanted the Elder Dragon. They forced themselves towards that objective by pushing AV off Baron. They knew what they wanted. I just don't think that AV actually knew they wanted the Baron more than the Elder, or to deny it even, because think about the damage this Lucian's now going to be doing. With 3 Drakes to buff the Elder Dragon, as well as the amount of move speed they're now going to have around the map with a Bard team composition. Everything's going right for Tainted Minds in terms of decision making, and AV felt like they just took the second best option. It's not going to put them into a poor position by any means. They're still an epic monster buff. Like, they still have the Baron buff. Don't think of it lightly.
You know, the flashy, brand new, good looking Elder Dragon. Very reminiscent of... Huh?
Doesn't really have a look.
Looks cool.
It does. Okay, the Elder Dragon looks
Yeah,
cool.
the buff itself is... The Elder Dragon, though, looks very flash. I will give them that. As we see the members of Avant, they've got themselves down to this bot lane. All 5 members. Teleport is available from Paradise, but he's going to opt to hold on to that one and just group up with his team.
Yeah, so eyes on Rosie for engage as well now. Maokai, perhaps if he wants to teleport, which isn't available, is the other option. So it's the Tempered Fate needs to hit the right targets for them to follow that one up, perhaps with the Azir. But once again, Rosie's set his team up for success so well this game. Needs to follow that out with a team fight. And here it is.
It isn't going to hit anyone, unfortunately, but Chenny Boy gets caught out. Are they have enough damage to get him? He will have to flash over that one, but Rosie looking to make it happen. Solos him out, basically. That 2 kills over the Tainted Minds. Now the 3 remaining of Avant are booking it out of the Magical Journey. Not going to be enough. As a good chains keeps them safe, but that arrow was close to being a double
Lost
kill.
was dead if that
Woo!
connected.
He has 3 stacks on him.
Yeah, absolutely right. But they only get 2 kills here. Tainted Minds. I will say Rosie talked it up. He did a lot of damage on that Bard. The end result, don't give Elder Dragon to Tainted Minds. I think that's what we can say from that. Safe to say.
They have a lot of damage dealers, and it does facilitate Zahi. Did go for that Warriors.
Yeah, Varus is putting in a lot of work as well, but he's the only thing left standing because Chenny was out of position. Was too keen on the flank.
Omni isn't there quite yet. And look at the damage from Triple. You've got to respect him.
Not too much life steal from Lost either, given his item build, I think is the best way to explain this. But
Got himself the potion by look of it.
everyone's back alive for this if they look to contest it. It's going to be a 5-on-5.
Good job at clearing out the minion waves, but that's the Ezreal ulti down. So not going to have that for a team fight, but it's not going to matter. As Tainted Minds
I just
have
like
backed off.
the hard part about this game is that it is legitimately what I would call a throw.
Sure.
Because it's on the opposite side of the map when they lose every single time. Death timers have been reduced, so it's harder to actually get objectives now. And if they keep pushing and then losing team fights, Avant save themselves more often than not. Still 5k gold down. Has hit the point once again in game number 2, where it doesn't really matter how much gold people have. They're pretty much all maximized and they're most efficient with their item builds. Ezreal the closest to, might need that next one.
Looks like Shelby going to be getting out of this one. They wanted to go for this blue buff. Zahi and Rosie.
Teleport just wasted.
Teleport for the security of the blue buff. I don't know.
Well, look, it is 15% AP bonus on a death cap Azir.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me, Rusty. The Sazahu does get hit by the blade of the Ruined King. Wants to turn it around onto Chenny Boy, but maybe he's bit off more than he can chew. Where is the rest of his team? A beautiful Tempered Fate to kind of stall out the fight. Sazahu's still alive. One more tick should do it. He's still going. How is this man alive? He's got himself his Guardian Angel. Zahi is now
Chenny's
the
putting
next
in work.
focal point. Look at the damage. Oh no, a poor ultimate from Omni. Not going to be doing too much. It does allow Sazahu to survive for an extra second. But now Avant.
Yes, the 2 big tanks have just died. There is not a lot left available for Tainted Minds whatsoever. The carries are still there, so the damage is still there. And they can still keep themselves potentially in this game. But it's going to be at least an inhibitor taken from them. And now the map has started to blow open in Avant-Garde's favor. Even though the gold lead isn't.
Yeah, look, Sazahu, he saw an opportunity to take out Chenny Boy. It didn't happen, and everyone just turned around and said, hey, we know what happens when a Maokai gets out of position. Look at the minions. We can just turn and kill him. They don't have the Kindred Shore for that percentage damage, but they've got Chenny Boy and Triple.
You need to defend that really quickly. Because the second those cannons die, that inhibitor will get...
Oh.
It's dead. Yeah, it's actually just dead. Good luck.
They're trying. Grugs, get it. Ah, a couple more attacks should do it. The hero
that
minions.
cannon is the MVP. Oh my god.
What?
Oh, the cannon.
It's so close. Oh my lord, that was too close to count.
That was the best team fight of the game.
I was
There's been
half
like
expecting.
38 kills.
He did ult. Shelby did ult.
Yeah. All right, so they hold their inhibitor. It's not an inhibitor trade.
No.
Minions almost getting them that one. Tainted Minds looking for the Baron as the next major objective. Definitely still standing behind walls and trying to stun people is Rosie.
Yeah.
And no Elder buff to speak of either now as we're back once again.
We are back, Rusty. 5,000 gold in favor of Tainted Minds, but at this stage, it's not meaning a heck of a lot. Another long one here, just as we hit 47 minutes in the game. Is this going to be the 4th or 5th Baron of the game?
This will be 4.
Alrighty. There's 45 seconds left on the respawn of that. On that one, no GA available for Sazahu, so might make him rethink his aggressive positioning this time.
Feels like it's hit the point where both of these teams aren't really sure how to split push, and they don't really want to split push because obviously they want a team fight. But pressuring side lanes is still valuable.
Look at Rosie. What are you doing in there? Get out of there, mate. Magical Journey looks like it's not up cooldown just yet. There is a Tempered Fate onto 2 members.
Triple.
Can they make anything happen? The stun only going to land onto Shelby. Forces the flash
Oh,
from the
Omni's
Varus,
help.
but Omni gets chunked about 70% in half a second.
Poke compositions. That's exactly what Jakey said
Yeah.
in game number 1 on Twitter after he lost. In jest and with absolute sarcasm. but now he's using one of them
Omni's recalling.
to beat Tainted Minds at their own game.
Maybe if they had an extra Ocean Drake, they'd be feeling good about sticking around. Shelby gets the ultimate off despite the stun from Bart landing. Now Zazahu with no summoners to speak of to get himself out of this one. There is the Varus ulti to lock him down. He's popped his own to keep him safe. Not going to matter as Chenny Boy takes him away. But on the backside, Paradise, tank for tank here. Lost, though, gets taken very low. This is scary.
Yeah, Lost gets scarily low, but remember, we're still looking at a 4v4 with both top laners dead. If Tainted Minds get out...
The double stun, it might be enough. Here comes Omni. He's going in. He's got his sights set. The Soldier's going to be shutting down that 2 kills. There is the ulti. Jake don't know where to run. There should be a free stun coming up from Rosie and a double kill for the Bard.
This is ridiculous. It's hit the point in the game where Bard is doing probably the most damage out of everybody. Omni still does a lot of work. But how do you, you get yourself a kill on Zazahu. Paradise, I have no idea what he was doing over there. The same time, they then get that kill. They get power hungry, looking for Lost because they knew he was low. They were aware that he was low and that they could look for something. They chased deep into an area with no vision. And once again, bloodthirsty, power hungry plays that are backfiring endlessly is the name of the game.
We're trying to try and get this second inhibitor in the top lane. They got plenty of time. Paradise, he's up in 5 seconds, but Lost is there making short work of this inhibitor.
And Baron's
Bard,
live.
The magical journey is going to get him to safety in there. Omni, he's low in mana and he's in the bot lane.
Yeah, he's getting blue buff, and then they'll look towards the Baron potentially. The Elder Dragon as well in 55 seconds. In fact, they're just going to start this one up now. And it makes a lot of sense that they can get this. Working past this to the Elder Dragon is actually a big risk.
7,000 health left. They're getting it down quiet.
Shelby's walked a long way. It's actually just going to die because it doesn't want to fight it. Yeah, they give that one up. Everyone gets a free recall and purchase. Not that they need to purchase anything. In fact, I think Bard's going to get a rapid fire cannon perhaps or a static shiv. There we go.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
I like
absolutely. Damage online.
Oh, no, there's the rapid fire
see, I
cannon.
was right the first time. Come on, Rosie.
Those meeps, every meep counts right now. Zazu has a teleport available so he can afford to go back a little bit late. Opts to run it though. Do they want to fight for this one? The positioning.
Yeah, Chenny's there. They know they're all there.
Where else would they be, right?
The spider sense from Zahi actually spotting them across the center radar. He's passive. This is a must fight for AV because if they give over the Baron and this buff, it's lights out. We'd be going to a third game. Remember, the 2 inhibitors have been taken, so sooner or later they'll have to fight this. There is no second chances for Avant-Garde in this game.
Keep your eye open for that Tempered Fate to kind of start things off here. Rosie's done a great job so far.
Oh, reset as well. This is disastrous for AV the longer this goes on. And this is great for Tainted Minds because look at the minions in the side lanes. Look at how many there are and how strong it's about to become.
They're on a short fuse here. They don't have a lot of time. There is a beautiful 3-man Tempered Fate. Looks like they've got their sights set onto Shelby. A nice ultimate coming out from Omni, keeping them at bay, but that's not a lot to follow up. The Elder Dragon doing what it can. 5,000 health left on this one. Triple still a force we reckon with misses the ulti. Here comes Zahi. Who's going to get it? Zahi steals that one away. Paradise, though, he's still alive. He's got his sight set onto Lost.
Lost
sees Chenny Boy. They dodge at the Q. He's only got about 300 health left. One auto attack from Triple should do it. But there's Omni. He's still alive. Rosie as well with the rapid fire
teleport's
cannon.
in. The game's over.
The game is well and truly over as Zazahu, that's why he didn't want to teleport to Dragon.
He has an army of minions backing him up, the easiest Nexus take of his life, and Tainted Minds after 52 minutes again have found themselves in a tie situation now against their opponents. Avant-Garde still took it to the wire. This is what happens when you rinse and repeat the same team compositions. It's funny how that turned out. The exact same thing happened on the opposite foot.
Look, these guys are definitely at odds right now. Basically tit for tat, blow for blow every single time. We see one team that looks like they're about to take an advantage and run away with it. The other team says no. We're going to say, well, rather the other team says no, here's the advantage back, actually.
I don't want to expand too much on that, but it's absolutely one team finds an advantage, wants to push that advantage and says that we don't feel like having that advantage anymore. Let's give it to the other team. And naturally backfires. We've got ourselves a tie.
Alrighty, guys, we're going to chuck it back to the desk to break down that heck of a game.
Oh, caught here at the desk. But you know what? That is a 1-1 tie between... look at this. Like, come on. Frost, you got to give me something. That game went for a long time. I'm back here. I'm happy. No, I'm not catching that crap. Anyway, so we are 1-1 between Tainted Minds and Avant-Garde right now. Back and forth game between both these teams. And I think that it's fair to say that once again, Avant-Garde get the early advantage.
Yeah, and that was mostly on the back of good pickup fish. No, that was mostly on the back of Shelby in particular. He had a hell of a game. Like a lot of those Gragas casts, being on point, very methodical in all his ganking paths. It looks like it was Shelby's game to shine. And then we got to that 37 to 55 minute mark, and not that Shelby fell off, but just everything else kind of became a disaster, and Omni started to pick up that power spike of being the Azir late game.
During the early game, Shelby was always at the right place at the right time, always getting great counter ganks off, initiating ganks himself. It was fantastic coming out from his team, and I have to echo Frostger in sentiments because the decision-making I felt coming out from Avant was just very poor from the mid-game to the late game. I started writing down points where I thought that they were making bad choices and bad decisions, but it just kept adding up. I stopped.
Well, the biggest thing for me is not necessarily decision-making, although I definitely think that there were blunders on both sides. I mean, anytime you have a game where it goes back and forth like that, where it's kind of League of Throws, it's just poor decisions or mistakes being made by both sides. It's this idea that not everyone is firing at the same time on teams. So we already highlighted Shelby. Shelby's going off. He's having a great series. Then on the other side, you effectively have this 10 and 1 Lucian at a point of the game. Like, Lost is just living up to that reputation of being that all-star Lucian player. Rosie's doing great things on the Bard. Omni's starting to pick up, but it's just not everyone firing at the same time.
Zai at the same time has built Warrior Rek'Sai and is running around getting a little bit destroyed.
He
so
got the Elder Dragon Smite steal at the end.
So he came through in the end, but I agree with you. The sentiment is right now that, the top half of the map looks fantastic out of AV versus the bottom half of the map on Tainted Minds, but this time Omni joins the party, and that's where I want to change my attention to, because Triple threw the gauntlet in this game. I mean, Tainted Mind, they did exactly what we asked. They take away the Azir, they make sure it's on their side of the map, but Triple goes towards, I guess, a little bit of the Rapid Star versus Toys play, where he's like, I've beaten you on one side of the matchup, I'll show you the other side of the matchup as well, but it backfired him as the game went to the latter stages.
And again, it just comes back to this idea that Azir is going to be so much more of a presence late game than Varus. Obviously, he has his big mid-game power spike, and when Triple did connect with those piercing arrows, massive damage. You saw that about 75% of lost HP, but you're still waiting that cooldown window. You're still very reliant on pockets of true vision, setting up, getting to those objectives first, and that's what Fish, you were talking about when it comes to decision-making, making sure that you get to that Elder Dragon first, making sure that you get to that Baron first, and setting up Varus to thrive, where Azir just rocks up to the party, and guess what? He's Azir late game. He's going to do massive amounts of damage to everyone quicker than Varus will.
I agree. There were a couple of times during the cast where Rusty pointed out there were a few very poor ultimates coming out from the Azir, but it didn't matter because he was there at the right time, right place, was just poking people out with soldiers, whereas Varus, even though he got good arrows out, good ultimates out, it just wasn't as effective.
So once again, that means that Tainted Minds pick up their win, and they'll be marching towards what they hope will be an OPL final berth. They have to wait for the end of the season to find out if they get there. However, you guys can pick up your tickets on Friday night, 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. They come on sale, so keep your eyes peeled. However, guys, we're going towards a game 3 in this set. Don't go anywhere. 3.5, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to OPL Split 2, where Tainted Mind versus Avantgarde are currently 1-1. I'm still Spawn, joined by Fish, Frosker, and for game number 3, Tainted Mind's in that game. They hit back in a big way. This has been a long, grueling series. You know, new kids on the block versus experienced veterans in Avantgarde. What are we looking for going into this finals game?
I expect Azir to be a contested pick. Now, we do have all 6 bans coming in this time around, so I either want him taken off the board or I want...
I love how I get laughed at for saying, you know, for catching something. I'm like, what do you expect? Big game 3. Azir's going to be picked ban. All right, cool. We've got that one as well. Like that. Yep, we're on the same page right now. What else are we looking for out of these lineups? I mean, the early game has been pretty poor out of Tainted Minds. How do they shore that up?
Clean it up, basically. I'm going to give them the same rationale which I gave to Avant, whereby Avant had very poor decision making in the mid and late game. Tainted Minds, very bad early game. Just clean it up, play a much passive early game. Don't try to overcommit to these plays the way they have been so far, and just stay even with Avantgarde towards the early game.
To me, I just want more than 2 people to show up per team. So you said last game, the reason that pushed Tainted Minds over the top is the fact that Omni showed up to Rosie and lost Party in the bot lane. But the thing is the Azir and the Lucian were so far ahead for so long, but they couldn't team fight because their jungler and their top laner were just completely non-existent. That's your big, beefy front tank line. And the only time team fights went correctly is when Lucian had to stand directly next to Omni. Otherwise, Paradise was just riding his face, just like all over him.
To give credit to Paradise, there were a couple of great team fights where he was able to isolate Lucian the entire team fight and make sure he couldn't do anything to the rest of his team, but after 5 to 10 seconds, he just got straight back in there.
Yeah, he certainly did all right, guys. So this is the part where I get to put you on the Frost. Frost, stop laughing. He's putting you on the spot. You both went with Tainted Minds at the top of the show, you know, with good reason. This is a new team, very explosive in their gameplay. But I'm going to ask you again, who do you think is going to win this set?
I think I'm going to stick with Tainted Minds. Both of these games were 50-minute slugfests. I think Tainted Minds will figure it out. I still think that they're the stronger team, and they have more members showing up on the day than Avantgarde do.
I'm going to still stick with Tainted Minds as well. I feel like between game 1 and 2, they're the ones that have improved drastically more coming to that second match. Of course, they picked up the win. I think they're going to continue doing that coming to game 3.
I believe in Shelby. If anyone cares about my opinion, I think he's going to be able to carry it through. However, guys, we get to find out. Game 3 is ready. So to take us onto the rift for one last time in this first set, here is Rogie and Rusty.
Thanks, Spawn. Here we are in game number 3, and quite a fashion to be here. 2 50-minute plus games. Can't say it's been the greatest showing of strategic mastermind out of both these teams, but they're here nonetheless.
Absolutely, and it's been reactive and proactive play back and forth, like regardless of that, right? So maybe they haven't thought 10 minutes in advance of what they're planning to do. Maybe they haven't executed slowly and methodically, but they're still playing aggressively. They're still playing the style they started this series with. They just can't end the games early. They just really cannot team fight when they're ahead.
Look, they've got one more game to show us what they've got, to show us that they can play efficiently with a lead. And once again, very, very similar bans, if not exactly the same.
Except for the 3 for Avant this time around, the only change. They will have all of their bans available to them. We'll see what changes are made.
Well, looks like Lucian will be the first change here, getting banned away. Neither team wants to have that fall into their respective 80 carries.
Yeah, so Lucian gone, and it was banned by Lost, or by Tainted Minds,
Bard.
which is interesting because their priority in terms of champions may alter because of the Lucian ban. Ezreal being the main priority is the other option, Azir as well for the mid laners. Very curious to see where Avantgarde go with their red side double pick.
Well, look, Froscorum predicted it. We see the Azir here in game number 3. First pick on the side of Tainted Minds. They must be giving it so much preference to any other mid laner in this game right now, basically. And the Bard being banned away from Rosie, we saw just how well he set up fights, delayed for his team to get there, and pretty much carried that 50-minute plus team fights.
Yeah, he carried everything from like 30 minutes onwards, honestly. Like, credit to Lost again. He's a very strong AD carry. Mechanically was superb. But Rosie was the MVP. He was like the Batman, the hero they needed.
The Batman to Lost Robin. As we see Avant maybe going for a little bit of a different jungle choice here to what we saw them play in the first 2 games. It might be the Kindred. And remember that Lucian was Braum. That means Jake does get his hands on that burly mustache man Braum. It was banned away for good reason. Let's see if Jakey can live up to that.
Yeah, his consistent support, of course, that he always plays as well as that big tank and denial tool for a lot of damage that can be dealt. Very shocked that it is that heavily prioritized that it's seen 2 bans, however, and now also the first rotation draft from Avant, leaving open the perhaps Ezreal as the AD carry option. AV must have a plan ready to go though for Chenny. I know that he's got a secret vein.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he wanted to bring out in his first series in the OPL, but we'll see how it goes.
So is the reason that the people pick Ezreal is just to answer the Lucian, or do you think they
No,
still
it's
prioritize?
just 2 of the best AD carries
Cool.
right now are Ezreal and Lucian, I think,
Gotcha.
plain and simple.
As we see Zahi hovering over that Ezreal. Omni might be picking himself up that Echo as they are both locked in. So once again joining the Rift, we have the Ezreal and the Echo.
Yeah. So they lock in the second draft here. Ezreal, Azir, with no Lucian available, probably still the 2 strongest, at least from this series that we've seen, mid and AD champions respectively. I'm curious to see if Triple goes towards his Varus pick into the Azir again.
Did a great job on Varus.
But deep down, I just hope he doesn't.
Yeah, I do want to see something else. 2 50-minute games of essentially the same team compositions. I want something new and exciting here, Rusty. So let's hope Triple can deliver.
Or just Victor.
Ooh,
Because
that's
he's a
great
good
point.
champion.
Yeah.
I feel like he should be picked.
No stretch of the imagination that changes to his ultimate just allows you to dish out so much damage, right?
Yeah, it does. He just has a lot of control over the map. With Chelby as well, also locked in on the Kindred. They've got plenty of damage sources between Chenny and Chelby.
Ooh.
I thought they
Could the
might.
prophecy be true? Vayne and Fizz gonna be the 2 champions locked in here.
Yeah, Triple also known for his Zed play. I think
Sure.
it actually still kind of rings true with a champion like Fizz.
Makes
If
sense.
you can play one, you can probably play the other. Yeah, somewhat similar in that respect. Of course, Chenny as well. I mentioned that he can play Vayne.
Yeah, he definitely had a beat on that one, so we'll be seeing Vayne. Haven't seen Vayne in a high-level competitive game in quite a while, to be honest.
Yeah, there's generally reasons for that. This is a secret pick of Rosie's as well, with the Bard not available to him.
Sure.
And Vayne being picked for AV, a very low range and single target heavy champion. With Braum to back it up, you can actually outright win this lane with a Zyra and X champion. X being any champion in the world. Of course, it is Ezreal. I actually do like the Zyra hover.
Through my own solo queue adventures, I haven't run into a great deal of decent Zyras, so my opinion of her is less than high at the moment. But unfortunately, Rosie not going to prove me wrong just yet, as he locks in the Thresh, followed by that Graves.
Yeah, so still being able to play the Thresh. Playmaking definitely suits Rosie's style. Backing that one up with the Graves for Zahi, so damage sources available across the board, basically, for the Tainted Minds roster. Avant-Garde still yet to round it out. And whether that's a shout-out or not, you have to remember and consider this confirmation for those at home that are really struggling to grasp. Paradise is RSI, the Riven one trick of all.
Oh yeah, here we go.
And that's why that is being hovered at all.
Well, they've already got the Vayne and the Fizz, right? It wouldn't be too crazy to lock in the Riven, would it?
It would absolutely be too crazy to lock in the Riven with it.
Let's see if Avant are quite the daredevils I'm making them out to be, or if they've still got some composure here. Looks like it's going to be Fizz top, followed by that all-important Victor in the mid lane.
Yeah, last pick as well is going to be that Victor mid. So I imagine we'll see them swap. Yep. And top lane Fizz has the option of going AP, has the option of going the tank build. Of course, still quite good with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Knowing that he's against the Echo as well actually can be cheeky and actually very difficult for the Echo to even hit a stun on you because you are Fizz and you have your playful Trickster, your Troll Pole.
Just an absolute pesky champion to lock down. And that's exactly what Echo wants to do, is lock you down. He's going to have a very difficult time here. We see Omni. Right now he's got himself that barrier. We saw barrier did get a few buffs in this current patch, so not surprised to see him taking it out against the likes of Victor. But that gives Triple the teleport advantage here, which could come up huge.
Yeah, teleport advantage and also just a way to get back to laning phase if it starts off poorly for the Victor. Has decent trading, but generally speaking will run out of mana. What I look at when I see this Avant-Garde roster is perhaps their lack of crowd control to back things up, right?
Sure.
They've got the Fizz top lane that needs to hit the fish to have any kind of crowd control in the first place. The Victor needs to actually have you stand in his gravitational field for 2 seconds to get something going, and it's also a Kindred. Not much to speak of there.
Yeah, it's going to be a real test to Avant's team composition, see if they can make it. But as we are loading into the game here, don't forget to get on Twitter, make your presence known, tweet at #TMNWin or #AVWin and show your support for these two teams who are battling it out in game number 3, Rusty.
Yeah, both teams taking it to very long games, of course, game 1 and 2 respectively, both winning in the same style as well. But the question to me is who's actually going to shore up the weaknesses earlier and faster in this third game, because that'll be the team that comes out on top.
Well, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are in game number 3 on the Rift. Tainted Minds, the newcomers to the OPL, taking on long-standing Avant. Will it be the newcomers or the old gods to take this best of 3 in game number 3?
And of course, kicking it off with those Keystone Masteries once again. Grasp of the Undying standard for top laners, and Fervor of Battle seemingly the standard for Kindreds in the jungle. It's unusual because Strength of the Ages, you would assume, is the go-to option. But they like doing damage.
And Shelby, we saw him shy a little bit away from damage in the last game, going for a more tank-oriented Gragas build. Still did a great job on it regardless. Again, though, we would have liked to see him maybe get a little bit more ability power on that early item. So makes up for it here with the Fervor of Battle.
Yeah, also, whilst we're looking at the champions selected, Vayne's been renowned as a decent pick into Ezreal. Near exclusively, I will say. Like, Ezreal's always got a weakness that a Vayne can exploit, and it's just that you can equal the damage over the time and start to best it as things go on. Skill shot reliant, you've got the tumble to dodge it. Lots of positives for Avant-Garde in that bottom lane. But knowing Rosie and knowing Lost, two very high mechanics players, it's going to be easier said than done to dodge all of those spells.
We're really looking forward to seeing how this lane unfolds. We've seen how Tainted Minds, they like to play aggressive early on. We do have the champions to do it, but Braum, very capable at quelling any early aggression.
Yeah, and while we're discussing Braum, we mentioned the lack of crowd control that AV will have. Well, that's what makes Braum actually stand out as a priority option for them in this team composition. It gives everybody a stun. Victor needs to auto-attack as a part of his spell damage, as well as Telby on that Kindred, so they want to auto-attack. Braum will augment that further and enable them to have stuns, which gives them the crowd control.
Good chunk of damage coming
Triple's
onto
actually
both
going to get out-traded.
these mid laners, but yeah, Triple, he's not respecting the minions nor the soldiers here.
Yeah, you can't walk past the minion wave to do a trade that obvious and then walk in a straight line back. If the Azir ever hits the Q after an auto attack, then you're actually just going to have at least an even trade in a situation like that. And not ideal.
Both these mid laners really making their presence known to each other. As we take a look at the bot lane now, Chenny Boy already taken a little bit of health and damage. A few Qs surely went his way from the side of Lost. We've seen how well he can do on these high mechanic-based champions in game number 1, constantly arcane shifting into the face of his enemies and completely deleting them.
Yeah, of course, resonating best with the Vayne as the champion choice for him, as these two are going to duke it out once again.
Very reminiscent of game number 1 as Sazahu just gets taken down to paradise. But this time Chelby wasn't there to back him up. It was just a straight 1v1.
Yeah, and an overstay from Sazahu, even with the 6 CS advantage that he had before that even commenced.
Oh,
Chenny's hooked.
a good hook. Not going to follow it up with the flay just yet, as Jakey had made his presence known.
Very well timed hook, though, with the minion wave crashing towards Chenny, means he can't trade back. So it's just free damage.
Good trading going out of this bot lane of Tainted Minds, though. Something we have been praising for all series on.
Nice
Another hook. Once again, a beautiful double man play. The Ignite goes down. Forces the flash, maybe even the heal. Not going to come out just yet. Forces the potion, but Lost and Rosie, especially Rosie, really making a name for themselves in the OPL tonight. And look, here's Zahi. The red buff on. Not much going to happen. Flashes in, but a beautiful condemn. But there's the hook.
Oh,
Gets
Rosie.
himself a kill. Rosie. Wow.
Just
really
makes
impressive.
sense, right? The worthy recipient of the kill just happens to be the Thresh, as they will work their way through the turret because reasons. Get back towards the minions, but first blood goes over to Tainted, well, second blood rather, goes over to Tainted Minds.
That's right. We saw the Echo versus Fizz 1v1 that kind of just came to a halt. That was much more exciting than that.
Exactly, yeah. And Rosie's mechanically just on point right now. I think he had those 2 Bard warm-up games.
Well, Paradise is just completely bullying out Sazahu, not even getting hit by the turret thanks to that playful Trickster.
Yeah, and this is why it's a strong pick into
Oop.
the Echo.
The ward spots him out, but he doesn't have a lot that he can do. No teleport Flash is available.
He needs more than a ward. He needs to run. He
Paradise.
has no stun now. He's actually just in a worse
Paradise's
position.
own little 5, it looks like. He will be taking that one up. Forced to flash, but they flash after him. One more auto attack should do it, and Shelby gets another kill on the side of Avant.
Yeah, so the big mistake there was actually using your parallel convergence and not committing to something. Paradise was close to 6, so if he stayed under the turret, it was a minion wave anyway until he was going to be able to 1v1 him. And using the parallel convergence and not actually alluding towards it at all. Just asking to be dove, and that's exactly what happens.
Really good positioning from Avant. They know where their strengths lie and how to get them ahead. The ball rolling in favor of Tainted Minds in that bot lane. Something we're not surprised to see here, but let's see if they can really spiral it out of control, because that seems to be Tainted Minds' #1 key to victory.
Yeah, picking Vayne, generally speaking, you're not drafting yourself to win the lane too heavily. He has somewhat got some strength in that bottom lane. There's a semblance of capability there.
Lost went for the Sheen before the tier here, so he wants to fight. He's not afraid of a Cull Vayne at this stage, that's for sure.
No, and you can tell he wants to fight, definitely. So does Rosie, I think is the big deal, as they are controlling this bottom lane indefinitely. They need to get something back on the board for themselves because top lane's already sacked.
Yeah, he's in a world of hurt right now. Doing a good job of last hitting, but that's going to come to an end soon once Paradise gets the lane in a position where he can keep it, forcing Sazahu to overextend. But back at the mid lane, Victor, about a wave and a half ahead of his opponent, of course, as we can see. Oceanic Trinity Force here saying Red Side has won 5 out of 6 games so far in the first week, with games lasting an average of 40 minutes. Very impressive here.
Yeah, definitely interesting facts there. So thank you to Lockie for that one. It's an average of 40 minutes, I'm going to say, has been increased by these last 2.
Oh, you're definitely right there, Rusty. So Shelby just meandering around in this bot lane. Not a lot going to happen here.
Casual farming, I think, is the name of the game this time around, but advantages, to no surprise, bottom lane and mid lane of each respective team, the same as the last 2 games. The question is, and it was what we raised at the start of this game, is the weaknesses in the mid game, because this has always happened.
Yeah.
We've always seen Lost be ahead of Chenny. We've basically always seen Triple be ahead of Omni. Is can the opposite side stop making those mistakes that actually let the other team into the game? Because from this point in the game, there should be no situation where Omni just finds himself leaps and bounds ahead of Triple out of nowhere. The same thing goes with Lost and Chenny Boy. If Chenny gets 2 random kills that shouldn't happen and he's back in the game, then the AD carries it back to square one and everything resets. Needless and very much a mistake.
Shelby definitely at odds with this Mountain Dragon at the moment. We saw that Omni did make his way over to get that blue buff, so there's going to be no pressure there just yet, but this is really a battle of the ages.
So as far as dragons go, the Mountain Dragon, in terms of strength, is the least impactful. It hits you like once a year.
There we go.
So he will
In
be
terms
able
of
to.
actual...
So it attacks slower,
Yeah,
but it's meant to be more heavy hitting in terms of the amount of damage it does, whereas the Air Dragon will attack quicker, but do less damage, so that it, and it changes targets quicker, means you can juggle aggro a little bit less effectively. Every dragon is a bit different.
Definitely cool to note here as we see both blue buffs have been donated to their respective mid laners. Omni trying to get a little bit of a push going, but to no avail as Triple, he does have that upgraded Hex Core, allowing him to clear out those waves with no real issue.
Yeah, doing well in this middle lane, of course, each having the blue buff now. Reset time for the junglers, I think, is the important part to take from that. And with no dragon to contest, I question if Tainted Minds will actually look towards the Rift Herald, because I know that Avant will.
You're exactly right. That's where their advantages lie, so it would be silly for them not to go for it. Despite Fizz having a good advantage, Sazahu done a great job of farming himself up here to stay at least relevant. He's hit that level 6, so he's got his ultimate available. Should Fizz ever go a little bit too aggressive. Does the Shark follow him through the ult?
No.
Okay, falls off.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh,
That's great.
yeah.
You actually couldn't even see if Zahi was there or not through vision on the
They just got to
on the lane.
respect it, right?
But if he throws out a lantern and walks at you very fastly, I wouldn't be surprised if Rosie starts using that now that he's got a pink ward strictly as a baiting tool. Like, throw the lantern into the bush and just walk at them with haste and be like, I'm coming for you, but I'm not actually, because if you turn around, it's not good.
Yeah, cheeky Rosie just forcing Chenny Boy to respect him here, and he has to. We've seen just how well he can do when he gets on a roll, hitting 3 back-to-back.
Fighting.
Of course, netting himself a kill, but Chenny Boy is in a world of hurt. One more auto attack should do it, but it will be the tick of Ignite. That's 2 kills over to Rosie, as Chenny Boy falls victim once again.
Those were some interesting interactions between the Vayne and the Ezreal, but
Yeah.
as far as mechanics go, that was unbelievable from Lost. To be able to hit anything on that Vayne at all, not only through the Braum, but to hit the skill shot aspects of it as well, that was a well-deserved kill for Tainted Minds, and now their bottom lane is even further ahead.
Omni, he might be in a little bit of trouble here, doing what he can to keep that wave at bay. Triple looking to make something happen. Jakey goes in with the ult. Shelby's there to answer. One more auto attack should do it. Triple gets that one for himself, but here is Sazahu and Zahi. They've got their sights set on this Braum with nothing available. He just falls. The combination of the jungler and the top laner.
Yeah, so they end up going 1-for-1, but of course the support for the mid laner still going to be in favor of Avant with that particular trade. The one before would say that it comes out as a net positive, however, for the Tainted Minds team. As once again, we look at the 2-0 Thresh in that bottom lane. Going for boots of mobility indicates that he wants to be moving around the map much more effectively, besting Jake at what he just did.
Well, let's see if he can make something happen with them right now.
Or just running down the Vayne.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Just chucking down that lantern. Every second that Vayne isn't attacking him, that's more movement speed that he's gaining towards her.
Yeah, it's still entirely possible. Lost just wanted to use his Q into the wall. See what happens. Not much happened.
Oh, another hook lands. Rosie has just been on point. Jake kind of bluffing that he had more than was available to him just there.
Yeah, but we're about to see a contest for the Scuttle Crab.
Oh, Shelby in a lot of trouble. Forced to flash out of that one. The ultimate collateral damage. Not going to be enough as Shelby. He's going to think twice before fighting for the next crowd.
Yeah, the Hunter's Potion actually coming up quite clutch there in the way of the health regeneration. So well done to Shelby for picking up an item that probably didn't need, but keeping him alive because of it. And that was actually for the Scuttle Crab, as mentioned, because it was denying a mark from Shelby, which is why he was stanced so aggressively, perhaps in a position where he shouldn't have been. And Omni keeps his ultimate from it as well, which is a big deal.
Looks like the side of Avant finally get that pink ward, but in the bot lane, Triple might be in a lot of trouble because here comes Zahi. One more auto attack should be enough to finish him off. He's got that potion ticking. End of the line is so close. The shield from the Q is going to be enough to keep him safe, and Triple avoids disaster.
Yeah, it doesn't go down. Even Shelby now in this middle lane, as is Chenny.
Oh, the ultimate has been popped from the Vayne. A couple more auto attacks should do it, but there is the Lantern out of Rosie to keep his carry safe.
Actually a flash lantern as well to separate as much distance as possible between the enemy team and his Graves. Nobody dies, but a lot was used to ensure that nobody dies from equal parties.
Yeah, it looks like Paradise just getting further and further ahead in this top lane. Finished his Iceborne Gauntlet, while Zaza, he's been relegated to go defensive straight away.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well whilst we're looking at the top lane is the teleport advantage that Avant have got, given that the Dragon is up in 35 and it's an Infernal Drake.
Ooh.
You do need to look at that as a big deal.
When they've got the Victor and the Vayne, they really want to get that extra damage right away.
Yeah, very good scaling Dragon. Should always be fought for if possible. And very difficult to actually fight for if you were the team with the Echo right now.
Second Infernal Dragon of the night. We've seen air and water primarily, so a bit of offensive stats here.
This is the Volcano combo.
Oh, the Volcano combo is
A
right.
mountain and a fire dragon together makes a volcano.
I like
doesn't
that one. No, you're exactly right.
It's like an evolved form.
Yeah, when are they going to start adding recipes? If you get one of each dragon, maybe something else?
You can like morph the icons together or something and just make it.
A whole new dragon, whole new buff. As we see, it is going to be Tainted Minds, though. They've got their sights set on this dragon, taking this one away from what would be Avant.
A cloud in an ocean could be like a Dratini.
They've gone full Pokemon. What else we got?
I can't say only off the top of my head. That was my favorite.
Well, 3 rocks, you get a golem, right?
Three Rocks
Graveler.
is a range of mountains.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
But if we're talking Pokemon, you got golem.
Oh, we're not going full into Pokemon. Come on.
You're not.
Yes.
As we see
Correct.
in the top lane. Shelby and Paradise here. They should just be able to get this
They want
tower away, but lost another greedy recall. Should be costing him his life here. One more auto attack should do it. Chenny Boy picks that one up and lost. He'll be feeling bad after that one in the top lane. The Lamb's Respite, the only thing keeping Shelby alive. Saza, who got his ultimate, but another kill to Rosie, who gets the hook simultaneously. Give him the third one. But Saza will be picking that one up.
Yes, thankfully does not pick up the next kill, Rosie, because there becomes a point where you have too much of your team's gold as a support, and it's actually not valuable gold gained at all. Lost actually recalling in a horrendous position because plain and simple, it was aggressive and it was a greedy recall. Gets himself killed for it. A lot used, but the trade was already there.
A lot of damage on this tower. They do have another minion wave. Saza, who's
He's
got to
gonna
watch
die.
out.
What are you doing?
Zahi falls to minions in game 1. Saza, who falls to a turret in game 3, Rusty.
You have to admire the death animation as well of the Echo there.
That's the body face part.
Like, you could see it was coming.
Yeah.
And you know what the best part is? Is Tainted Vines pinged him missing after he died.
Oh, a good flash from Triple to keep him at bay. Avoids the hook to follow. Does he miss out on the gold from
He
the
misses
tower?
out on everything.
So
He doesn't get to pass go, and he doesn't get 200 gold. He does get the tower gold.
Oh, okay.
Actually, no, he doesn't get it for the kill because he was dead.
Yeah.
He gets the doesn't get local
there you go.
gold.
Yeah, he doesn't get the gold one. So.
He doesn't pass go. You're right. Goes
That's a
straight to
little bit
jail.
cheeky. Missing out on that one, we see Paradise and Shelby getting themselves that Rift Herald. Giving it over to Paradise, he's going to have an even better time. Taking out this Echo, we see just a defensive teleport down to bot lane to make sure that Rosie and Zero can't take that tower for free.
I think they will still try and be aggressive towards the Fizz, however. Yeah, remember, it is a 3-0 threat, so he does a lot.
Gets the hook. Here comes Zahi. Going in. There's going to be another teleport coming out of Triple. The Shark has been used onto Zahi. They want to turn their attention onto this Graves, and they just delete him from the map, but it's not done yet. Saza, who does teleport in to help them secure this tower.
It's just a game of trades, back and forth every single time. Some more aggressive than others, and Zahi's flash forward was definitely what I would consider aggressive. He doesn't have enough crowd control to back his team up, so a big mistake there from Zahi, thinking that he had enough of an advantage. Triple having that teleport. Potentially also unexpected, given the last 2 games. These two are going
Shelby, he's got that Lamb's Respite available. Omni going to have to get out of that one. The laser should be enough. The second proc has to be flashed to keep him at
Saza.
bay. Rosie doing what he can, but there is
Chenny,
Chenny
what?
Boy. Where is that vein coming from? Saza, who now in a lot of trouble.
Oh, the
the
hook.
ultimate is available. Rosie, he's got his sight set on 1v1ing Chenny Boy here. Does he get away with it? No, Lost is there to pick that one up, but in the mid lane, Saza, who goes down.
Rosie's putting on an absolute clinic, but the rest of AV are consistently answering.
Oh, a little bit aggressive positioning there from Rosie.
He thinks he's a god.
He is a good.
He absolutely is mechanically. But the decision making, unfortunately, nice block from Jakey.
I like that
still
it
so
actually
back
goes
and
back the
forward.
full distance as well.
Yeah, it does.
So it goes further backwards.
But again, we're still trading. So like a fight in the middle lane, as we do get to see this happen. And Channing thought he could tank the turret like 3 times and gets hooked by Rosie here. Fantastic.
Excellent.
Yeah,
hook.
absolutely. Fantastic prediction and sets up Lost.
He could have
And
1v1.
He could have, but he didn't want to.
I don't know about if he didn't want to, but if Lost, it's like, come on, man, you've already taken 3 kills. Just let me please. Jakey,
No,
though,
not done.
might be in a little bit of trouble here. Should be able to just jump away when the minion wave gets
Graves
to
has
Zahi.
ult here.
Getting as much damage down as he can.
Yeah, needing to be careful. The aggression has definitely not been thwarted from either team here. They're just giving it to each other. Very, like, even that Channy dive was like, understand it. The 3 turret shots afterwards was like a sign that he really wanted to commit to the dive
He
past
wanted
it.
to, he wanted to go back.
Yeah.
He wanted more. Instead, it cost him his life because Rosie's a bit of a god.
The thing is, like, he's 50 CS behind as well,
Ooh.
but he does not care. He's working towards his items, and once the second one's there, it's the cool thing about Vayne, always relevant. Perhaps the Ezreal is more relevant, but the Vayne's absolutely relevant. And he will still do a lot of damage and be able to take out any carry of Tainted Mind.
Looks like he's on his way to be finishing off that Zeal item. As he just picks up a nice wave of farm in the bot. Paradise, still a force to be reckoned with. About 15 minutes left on that Rift Herald buff. So he's just going to be having his way with this top lane for a while.
Yeah, he's going to have a great time. Unfortunately, this isn't the top lane, and the rest of the team can actually rotate this far and take the jungle back themselves. We will continue to see these trades, I think, eventuate throughout this game, and we have seen it through the rest of the series prior to this, with both teams being tied at 1-1, and with both games going 50 minutes long. Given how this one has started, I wouldn't be surprised if the same thing happens this time around.
Looks like the...
Feels like deja vu. That's honestly what it feels like every time. Triple gets a lead. Chelby ganks well. Paradise solo kills Suzahu at one stage early in the game. And then Chenny Boy loses to Lost.
It's basically the story of this game is how these teams play, as we see Avant getting themselves the second Mountain Dragon. So almost a range of mountains here. One shy. But it will be... Looks like they're not going to fight here just yet. Thought they may. Thought Rosie may have gone for something a little bit more aggressive. Used to seeing him playing balls to the wall, but after that dragon was taken down, a brief respite.
Yeah, not just yet, of course. I think he still wants the Aegis and then followed by the Locket before he'll get banner, before he even considers going past that. Actually, he's back again. He's just got so much money that I think like working around item selects on a Thresh is a weirdly effective thing to do.
Sure.
At this point in the game. Of course, the Baron dance, given how early it has been taken twice now. The other big thing that I haven't actually touched on in this game is it's a Blood Razor Kindred who's got 2 Mountain Dragons. So thinking about speed with which they can take the Baron buff, it's almost unreasonably quick as a 2-man army approach. Chenny, Chelby, and perhaps the Braum or perhaps Paradise could easily take that down super quickly.
22 minutes in the game. About 1,000 gold in favor. Oh, Rosie narrowly misses recall onto triple. He had no idea he was there, so obviously couldn't go on that one. 6 kills to 7 in favor of Avant. The gold probably the closest it's been at this stage in the game. We usually see Tainted Minds with much more of a deficit, so credit to them for doing well.
This is also a situation where Tainted Minds are being proactive and they're making the right steps because Chenny is sitting top lane, doing the same thing that he did in game 1 and split pushing. This time, of course, naturally he's going to be on the Vayne, so it's going to be a bit better for dueling in that respect, as Vayne always will be.
It's the beauty of 2 Mountain Dragons as well.
Yeah, he destroys those turrets, even with a build that doesn't have any AD in it.
There's no one even remotely close to being able to stop him here, and they have to worry about Paradise in the bot lane. We've seen time and time again, Suzahu can't contest him. It looks like that's where they will be sending their resources. The Shark has been dropped, not doing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, there's no way.
But he's so damn slippery, Fizz. You just can't get him.
Yeah, but they do waste the fish, so in terms of damage output, it's now lacking a little bit. Chelby's also chunked out, so they can still look aggressively here, this Tainted Minds roster on the blue side.
Got the tower.
But yeah, now that we've got Lost against Chenny in a 1v1, that's ideal for where AV want to be on the map. They need to try and find situations where they can stay grouped, because look what happened.
Yeah, AV are just playing the map so darn efficiently right now, forcing Tainted Minds into these unfavorable positions where they're sending 3 people to gank a Fizz and then getting nothing for it and losing 2 towers off the back of it. So Tainted Minds are going to have to step up their game plan right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Need to try and get things done. The Dragon's always worth looking at, though it is an air dragon. I'd say Baron is more of a priority for them. At least get vision around it, especially given what AV have to offer. And we are in a respite from trading, a respite from fighting. The only reason it is a respite is because there's nothing free for Tainted Minds to take. They now have to be challenged for everything. And they're getting run around the map by AV because running a 1-3-1 just works out for them. They've got the Victor for wave clear. They've got the Braum for disengage. Everything they can need. If it came to the crunch, Chelby still got that Lamb's Respite as well to keep them alive.
Yeah, Avant, their gold lead slowly starting to grow here and there, especially after the last series of events. Omni doing what he can to keep up with Triple's Victor, but Triple has just been the superior mid laner all series long, and once again, it falls on the back of Lost. And how can he position himself in these team fights to efficiently take out either Triple or Chenny Boy?
This is going to be interesting.
Everyone poised and ready.
Yeah, if they can get anything onto Chenny, he's going to be completely burst it out. Lost does a lot of damage, still working towards that third item, and only with a 3 roughly 1k gold lead, he's actually in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he might be really dead, but luckily a hook comes through to stop any further aggression. But now Rosie is the one in trouble. There's no tower to back them up here. Triple has to respect the soldiers. There is the ulti. Steals it away.
Yeah, the Ezreal
Secures
picks it up for his own team because it is his own blue buff. Naturally, you are correct. But this is still the right move from AV. They're perhaps not executing in the best possible way. They are brute forcing their way in, but it's something that AV have been doing this whole series, and you come to appreciate it eventually. They know what they want to do, and they will get what they want. Sometimes. Once out of every 2 times.
Both mid laners, they've got themselves that Royal Ice Crystal Scepter, so...
Happening again.
Oh, a hook onto Chelby. Does have the respite available, forced to use it very early on. Gets himself out of that one. Defensive condemn.
Die.
But Shelby's going to have to flash, no?
Oh, no,
Does have it available, but Jake, he tries to get over that. Not going to help him as the soldiers are too much and that wall was too thick.
And you can't do the same trick twice because it will never work the second time. Chenny right now has to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Look, hashtags, Bane spotting
Oh
here.
my
He's
God.
going in. The damage from Triple. Is it going to be enough? He gets the shutdown onto one. Chenny Boy still alive. Triple going to be the focal point right now. He's got his attention onto Omni. Omni does fall. Zahi and Loss are still alive in this one, but Loss Arcane shifts right in. Paradise going to be the next person to fall. A few more auto attacks should do it, but that's the Baron. And a lot of kills
Guess
going.
who's back though?
Oh, here comes Shelby. He's not finished yet. He's got Zahi in his sights. Hop skips, jumps his way to a kill with only Zazahu left on Tainted Minds to make use of that Baron.
All right, time to take stock of what's happened all over again. Wouldn't be a Tainted Minds of Arcane without everybody killing everybody. AV still somehow find themselves with a 900 gold lead, even though the Baron was just taken by Tainted Minds. And the benefactor of this is pretty much entirely going to be the top laner, Zazahu. Triple's damage output on this Victor when you force objectives is disgusting and something that needs to be noted. Lost target selection is always great, but Paradise is so far ahead that he is going to kill him for that. And the end result of this is Zahi, for some reason, I actually, like, what is on this side of the map that he really wanted, I couldn't tell you. Goes down for it, and Shelby picks up that 4th kill. 1 Baron buff to speak of. Lives on the top laner of Tainted Minds, which means his split pushing will be strong. Don't know if he can 1v1 the Fizz still, however. And the rest of the team start from scratch.
Yeah, that was quite a messy fight. Both teams licking their wounds after that one. The Dragon not going to be taken just yet, but a lot of shutdown gold going across to both teams. So a little bit of respite after quite an explosive fight. Be interested to see if they value this dragon as much as either the Mountain Dragon or the Infernal Dragon.
Every dragon's important, I think, is what we've taken from watching the OPL so far, is that every team just wants to value the dragon, whether it's for a fight, whether it's to actually get the buff because of their team composition, or whether it's just to force people to move around the map to do something that they want to do. Perhaps it's split push, but you bait around the dragon and poke. Like, there seems to always be value in fighting for a dragon, regardless of what the outcome actually is or what your goal is behind it. It's worth looking at.
Yeah, as we see Paradise in the bot lane should be taking away this tower. No issue at all. Zazahu, he really can't contest right now. The Fizz is just too strong and too slippery. So the tower advantage well and truly in favor of Avant, despite Tainted Minds getting themselves a Baron buff, getting themselves a lot of kills. They got nothing else to go with it. So these two might want to fight. But, you know, it's just tanks hitting tanks.
Paradise is still beating Zazahu, and whilst they both still have their ultimates, one will outtrade the other and force the ultimate, being Paradise, when he decides that he needs to fish.
Well, Zazahu does have the Guardian Angel on top of Chrono Break, so he doesn't fear
the
death
rotation's
just yet.
coming. Zahi is here.
Are they going to be able to keep him slowed? Here comes Zahi. Looks like Paradise doing what he can, but ults backwards.
Yeah, just gets himself out.
Sure.
Everyone's got reasons. His reason was he wanted to use his R-key.
Yeah, just not favoring the eventual outcome.
Epic battles, fight. I will say, though. You know, top laners going at it, hitting each other. Zahi ruining the party.
Yeah.
Decides he wants to go and help, and they just disengage and start again. The story of this game in a nutshell. fight each other, kill each other, start again. If this was a game where like the first person to 30 kills wins, this is the best possible game we could have for it. It's like deathmatch.
You're exactly right. 10 kills to 11 in favor of Avant right now. The gold lead still about 2,000 in favor of Avant. After that Baron fight, Tainted Minds were able to catch back up, but due to superior laning and just map control, Avant, they've been able to hold it through tower advantage and just general CSing.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say at this stage the 3 kills that Rosie got are for nothing.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got a Chalice in advantage, right? But it doesn't add up to anything really at all. In fact, I would say that it's unfortunate that he got those kills. I'm always going to say that, but really does come back to bite them. If the Ezreal had 5 kills right now instead, it could actually benefit their team fighting massively, as Chenny is going to try and take this one on.
Goes in for the ulti. Looks like he's got his sights set onto Lost. They're both trading blows back and forwards. One more auto attack should do it from either of them. But Jakey, he's cheating. He comes in, assists Chenny Boy to help him win that one.
And that is just the sign of a very strong mechanical battle between 2 big AD carries that Chenny
That was insane.
wasn't going to win, but he still comes out on top with it. Yes, Jakey came in to secure it. Still played super well by this Vayne. He's definitely starting to get himself into form now. The later the game goes, the stronger the Vayne will be. He's caught up that CS discrepancy as well. It was 50. Well played by Chenny Boy. Seriously, well played by Chenny Boy.
He's doing a great job making this Vayne shine. A lot of people disregard the Vayne at first glance, especially in these super competitive scenarios here. Let's see what else he can do besides 1v1ing an Ezreal. Rosie just chucking out hooks. No harm, no foul.
You know what? Saying we'll see what else he can do besides 1v1ing an Ezreal is, I feel like it's an easier thing to do.
Yeah.
So whatever he does from here on out, he's already tried to do the hard part.
Sure.
And that's taking on the proclaimed best AD carry in the server. He has been sort of titled. I think it was by us. I don't know who said it.
Someone
said it. I'm sticking with it. Taking on one of the strongest mechanical players that has received a lot of praise, and coming out the other end better for it is the first step in a mental battle that you have come out on top in.
Well, that's just going to mean that Lost can never be left alone anymore, right? Because he knows that he's always going to be in danger.
Perhaps, and I think the only reason that I would like 100% agree with that is because he died, not because he can't kill him anymore.
Yeah.
We saw the 1v1 was close.
Oh, it was looking very favorable.
There was an absolute possibility that Lost was going to win that, right? But because he died, he may believe that it's not valuable for him to sit in a side lane. I think we will still see the 1v1 though between the Ezreal and Vayne, simply because who else do they send?
You're right. There's no one else that can really contest. We've been seeing this Echo Fizz for quite a while now. Neither of them really winning this eternal tug of war. This game is kind of regressed back into a farm game. We're used to seeing these guys constantly stepping off the podium, letting the other one off for a change, but right now it's game number 3, and
it's a pressure cooker.
Yeah, game number 3. Pressure is high, emotions are high, and these guys, they both want to make their first games in Split 2 of the OPL count, right?
Yeah, exactly right. Of course, coming into a third game, emotions do start to run high. The objectives are definitely the focus, though, from both of these teams. So as we move further into this game, I actually think that favors Avant simply because of the Drakes that they have got secured.
2 mountain and 2 air, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
we see Omni just doing what he can.
Do they have 4 Drakes?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I can see the number 4.
Yeah, they got it. Went after that fight at Baron, or went to crap. The member of Avant just went and took the dragon. I remember who was alive.
Oh, nice. There it is.
Hey. I do believe once Chelby had killed Zahi, he just went and took the dragon. But we were so invested in cool replays and epic fights that we must have missed that one.
All right.
It's all right.
He was hiding in the indicator. It's okay. There's a lot of dragons, though. And that means that the next one being an Eldar.
Very beneficial. Oh, Chelby gets hooked. They might be able to get him before the respite goes down, and they're going to do just that as Sazahu teleports in, but then immediately turns tail and runs with the jungler down. There should be a free Baron as Paradise might try to get the inhibitor turret.
Watch triple as well, because he's got a big flank if they choose to fight. I don't think they will. I think ideally what they will be doing, though, is trying to pressure this bottom lane Chelby has done this more than once in this game. And whilst we said who's going to shore up their errors will probably be the team that actually wins, Chelby's caused more errors than he is fixing compared to game number 2. And it's actually backfiring for his entire team because he is a damage-dealing Kindred. Like, he actually has a rapid-fire cannon as his third item of choice, now working towards a Sterix Gauge, right? Not good enough. Not good enough from Chelby. He's the experienced member of the team.
It's going to be biting them in the arse a little bit here as Zahi and Shazahu both making their way down. Paradise has got a little bit left on that Rift Herald buff, making all the use he can of it. Not able to pick up that inhibitor turret, unfortunately. It's what they were kind of considering their consolation prize to losing that Baron. Shazahu and Shelby against odds here. They may have been caught out.
Fish is on.
Yeah, it looks like Shazahu gonna get hit by that one. Still has the ulti, still has the Guardian Angel available. So much movement speed off the third proc of his passive. It's not gonna matter too much.
And the fish is off. They don't get the kill. They have a Leandra's Torment, however, with Paradise on this Fizz. Which I don't mind at all, really. It's actually quite a good tank shredding item. And Ivias generally go for that when they need to shred tank, because they do damage over time, which is something that Fizz has an abundance of, especially given who he is laning against with all of that percentage health shred. Going to be good for split pushing, I think, is the point that we're trying to get across here. And it's going to be one of the big win conditions that Avantgarde look towards as this game progresses.
The damage at a triple, not as impactful as a Varus Q would have been, but in a team fight, a huge flash ultimate catches Chenny Boy and Jakey. They're going to go down triple. Let's see if the AoE can do just that. The laser was there, but lost. He gets lost in the annals of history as Paradise wants to make something happen here. Another kill goes across to Rosie.
And Rosie actually deserving of that kill because of another clutch hook that he will always find a way to connect. Lost going down is potentially the saving grace of Avant once more, but they have lost both of their respective carries, and so defense against the Baron buff side is very difficult to do. That's why Paradise has had to join the mix, or just engage on Rosie.
It looks like he's got his sights set on this Thresh. The box has been laid down. Jakey coming round the side. Lamb's Respite used. Omni,
He's going
to be staying inside of that one, just gets taken down immediate low, but here comes Shazahu, another hook onto Chelby, who's got a nice double kill for himself. Paradise should fall, but Chelby's not done yet.
I think Chelby yeah. Look, he wants it.
He wants it.
He got 2 kills already, the Kindred right now, and Avantgarde have actually find themselves in a position where they can trade back. Tainted Minds overstaying their welcome once again. This does feel like I am watching a rerun of a sitcom that I saw 10 years ago and then rewatched last week. And I'm now seeing another run of it. Gets a bit repetitive. Just mistakes. And like again, the reason I'm even saying that is because they are just making mistakes that shouldn't be happening. It's like you get an advantage, you just get the Baron buff. You find picks. It was a great pick. Great rotation towards that top lane. Exactly what they wanted was achieved from that. They rotate mid lane and get the turret, and then they decide they can fight. Like after all of that time taken, that was the point where they thought that they could still continue to team fight. That's a mistake.
No one explains mistakes as well as you do, Rusty.
Same thing as Avant, though. Like, they've been doing the same thing when ahead, so had a lot of practice.
Looks like Avant, they want to get themselves this Elder Dragon up in 50 seconds here. They already have 4 drags under their belt. So the buff will be well and truly massive. Would they not be able to kill Zahi and Rosie here?
Yeah, this buff will be game-winning for AV if they can actually secure it. Tainted Minds will have to fight for this one. No Baron available as well, so there's no trade option for both of these teams. We will get a 5v5 too, with every member available. The advantage, however, is still the teleport that they've got on the Echo. Victor can't afford to go split push against him with his own teleport. Does need to be at the fight at the very start due to his burst taking a prolonged time to actually be accounted for. There's a lot of initial, but the follow-up is important. Needs to be there at the start. AV looking to start it up. Positioning-wise as well, actually, from Tainted Minds. That's not to fight, that's to steal where they're standing.
Dragon does take a long time to die, but remember they do have 2 Mountain Drakes. True damage from Vayne.
Needs the teleport.
Percentage from Kindred.
needs to
He's
teleport.
really hanging on to this one. There it is, finally comes through. It does get stolen though. No, not stolen, secured by the Vayne. The fight has well and truly started. Emperor's Divide dividing the fight up, but Omni gets just completely destroyed by the Chaos Storm procs. But here comes Zahi looking to make a play. Is
Look at
able
Lost.
to take it out. Lost, he's so low, but he's doing what he can. Paradise is here now. Chenny Boy, the next one to fall as Saza, who takes that
My
one out.
God.
Lost and Zahi, they're able to kill Paradise.
The carries of Tainted Minds just went insane. Lost is so good on this Ezreal.
Oh no.
Jake is
Bonk.
dead as well. That is a lot. That's a full ace in like 40 plus seconds available
Wow.
to them. That'll be at least an inhibitor. You would think it's going to be the rest of this game now secured by them. We'll see how much they can get, but that team fight was impeccable. They just got the Elder Dragon taken by the Vayne with 4 dragons empowering that, and still they win a team fight.
That is insanity right there. By all means, it should have been over. They should have just been able to turn on that use, that massive damage buff that the Dragon gives. But here we are, we're seeing Tainted Mind. They're trying to take this one out. Shelby, he's going to be off the respawns in 1 second, but it's not going to matter as Tainted Minds make their mark on the OPL and take it out in what seems like a quick game compared to game 1 and 2, Rusty.
Yeah, 41-minute victory, and the Tainted Minds secure themselves the first win in the OPL. Came down to a team fight that was never going to be favorable for them, but still they win it. And just shows that the raw mechanics and capabilities of this Tainted Minds roster is noteworthy and a very impressive closeout nonetheless.
Yeah, you got to give props to Lost. He did such a good job of being able to survive Paradise, who is all game, the bane of his existence. Then at the end, when it truly mattered, he was able to win it and clutch it out and basically take the game.
Yeah, and say what you will about Zero. Impressive performance. Rosie was my MVP.
All right, I'm going to send it back to the analyst desk to break down what an incredible series that was.
Thanks so much, guys. And with that, Tainted Minds do pick up the 2-1 victory over Avant-Garde. And I think that what Rusty said at the end kind of echoes the sentiments of the desk. You know, say what you will about Avant's experience. Tainted Minds had their huge star player in Rosie just come up absolutely massive throughout the entirety of that game.
No, I completely agree. If I had to give MVP, it would be to Rosie. He had 2 fantastic Bard games and followed up with an incredible Thresh game. I mean, he was 3-0 at some point during that game, like the actual hard carry of the lane. And we were talking about this a bit in the green room, and it's actually really hard for me to assess where I put Lost, formerly known as Zero, kind of on the scale of AD carries. Yes, mechanically he looked very clean, especially in that Lucian game in the middle of this series, but when he's standing next to a guy like Rosie, who's hitting all of these skill shots, who's setting him up so beautifully with these hooks, I mean, obviously you're just pressing your buttons. Mechanically gifted, but I'm still on the fence of whether Lost really lived up to this all-star title, but Rosie certainly did.
I agree, because in all of the 3 games, you can see that Lost is a decent AD carry. We can't see how great he is, truly, just because Rosie stepped up to the plate so well in all 3 of those games. But I'm really impressed that Tainted Minds were able to clean up their game a lot. I know that's quite a big meme now, but they were able to play a lot better in the top side of the map and not just the bottom side of the map as well.
To me, it actually came down to this idea that Avant, I think, pretty much every single time except for the last game would really get the ball going early. Even though Rosie was kind of going off in the lane phase, they were still trading really well around the map and taking those 2 early towers. You remember the play that talking about when they put Vayne in kind of that 1-3-1 split push scenario. But just late game, they didn't have the raw mechanics that the carries for Tainted Minds were able to pick up. It kind of came down to, I mean, every single game came down super late to just 5v5s around Elder Dragons.
And in my opinion, that almost costed them, because Avant had 4 dragons and they picked up the Elder Dragon in the final team fight, but Tainted Minds were still able to pick up the win in that final team fight.
Yeah, and it was off the back of a mechanical misplay. I mean, Shelby goes down without burning his ultimate. It was a 4v5 before that because Triple had managed to blow up Omni one more time. So Avant-Garde just unfortunately not able to stick with the younger mechanical players of Tainted Minds. But what does this really tell us about the OPL? Because I'm looking at this now. We've seen 6 out of the 8 teams. Looks like the bottom is starting to like really lift up. Like, can they challenge the likes of Legacy, Direwolves, Chiefs? We haven't seen Legacy or Direwolves play, so we don't really know about that. But it's starting to look like the middle of the pack is certainly, like, we've had 2 2-1 games so far.
My personal opinion is that the meta has shifted more into a skirmish or team fight meta. I don't think anyone could deny that. Obviously, with the importance of Dragon increasing, missing, it means that more people are going to be fighting around it. And I think that compensates for a lot of what OPL teams really struggled for, if you think back to last split, which is the inability to cleanly play clinical League of Legends or that macro-heavy base style that, you know, Sin and Chiefs really made popular. Legacy was kind of, and Direwolves were the really brute force-esque style of teams, but now that macro play isn't as punished or isn't as prevalent it used to be, at least not initially on 6.10, I think the rest of the OPL is really stepping up because we have mechanically talented players. It's just getting them the right places at the right time.
Yeah, we certainly do. And with that in mind, guys, we get to see 10 of the best take to Summoner's Rift. Up next is going to be Legacy taking on Direwolves in a semi-final rematch. Not going to want to miss that one. We'll be back in 3.5. Welcome back to the OPL. We just saw Taken Minds 2-1 Avant-Garde. Now moving forward to our second match of the night. It is going to be Legacy Esports taking on the Direwolves in what is a semi-final rematch. Want to jump straight into this one without further ado. So let's jump into Legacy's lineup. It is going to be Tally in the top lane, Carbon their jungler, Choo Z in the mid lane. It's your boy King back in the starting AD carry role, and Minky Whale, their support player. This is a team that went nearly the distance last split, spent a lot of time in first place and fell just short. They want to get it back together in their gaming house, and they're going up against the Direwolves, the team they took out in the semi-finals. It's going to be Chibi's back in the top lane, Sybil their jungler, Fantix their perfect mid lane, Raze and Kuden are their AD carry and support. And I want to open this one up straight away. Chibi's back on Direwolves. This has to be a good news story for the team. They already talked that Sharp, hadn't really spent that much time practicing, and you had the real life creeping up on him. Chippy's now back in that role. They're looking for him to step up in a big way.
And that's the biggest thing, is that it is straight an upgrade. If you think about all of the things that Sharp had to balance, including kind of pound-for-pound performance, I'm going to give that one to Chippy's. And looking at the Direwolves roster, this has always been incredibly talented, but just never cohesively getting it together. The cool thing about Legacy versus Direwolves is it's two explosive teams that love to fight and love to fight well. The difference that I'm going to give them, although we'll see if Minky Well really impacts this, is I'm going to give Legacy an edge on a 5v5 fight, and I'm going to get Direwolves an edge on a 3v3 or any type of skirmish fight.
Well, speaking from someone that's watched Legacy play with Minky, 5v5 has never been an area that Minky's struggled in. I mean, you can say what you want, like he's had some rough landing phases, but as far as like team play goes, Minky is pretty good in that regard. Of course, he was a top laner, now filling in support. As far as you go, like top lane is pretty much another support role, so I'm pretty confident he can whip out the Tarb catch again and see relative success. Fish, what do you take on this one?
I'm excited to see how the top lane is going to impact the game for Direwolves, because like Frostcrew mentioned, they're a very skirmish-based team. They like to go for those 3-on-3s, the 4-on-4s when they can take them as well. And that usually took place towards the bottom side of the map, using the jungler, the mid laner, and the two bottom lane players coming into the game. This time with Chippy's up in the top lane, I want to see if he changes any of that for the Direwolves. I want to see if he impacts that in any way, whether they skirmish around him or they involve him more 5-on-5
Well,
team
he's
fights.
got his work set out for him, because if there was a player that rose to the occasion, got better as the season went on, it was Tally. He had, my God, a good final series. Like, even though the Chiefs won that, Tally for me was still the player that stepped up in a huge way for a team. Young kid, has a chip on his shoulder, love the confidence that he brings onto Summoner's Rift. It's a tank meta right now. Are we expecting Tally to slot into that role, or are we still expecting this guy to try and go off?
I mean, his big pick was the Gangplank for me. Honestly, when I think back to Tally, I thought about his Gangplank and how many games he was able to shift. I don't know. I think Tally will be fine. I think he fit into the tank role surprisingly well I think he only played it for a split, correct?
Yeah.
For a split, he's got the time off to kind of recoup himself, get adjusted to the meta. I still think he has a lot of options, so I'm fine with Tally. I think he's going to continue to prove himself as the best top laner.
I agree. I hope that Tally can still be able to pull out those carry laners, though. Although it is a very tank-heavy meta, we see a lot of top laners.
You got Echo, you got Poppy, you got Trundle. He's got options. He doesn't have to slot into a Maokai.
Pretty much. But I still want to see his Graves. I still want to see something like the Gangplank come out in the top lane. Because when he played Graves in this matchup in the semi-finals, it was beautiful to watch. I hope he still has those pocket picks coming into this game.
Yeah, it certainly was, and we'll see. He's trying to carry his team back to an OPL Grand Final. Speaking of which, guys, tickets go on sale 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time this Friday. Get your seat at the Brisbane Grand Final in Queensland. I'm throwing it back to the casters to take us on to game one between the Direwolves and Legacy.
Thanks so much, Spawn. And we've seen what the new blood in the OPL can do, but this match we're going to be looking at two of the greats. Legacy taking on Direwolves.
Absolutely. The semi-final rematch again that we're going to see from the two heavy hitters as alluded towards on the desk. Lots of questions to be asked about these teams, of course. Not a crazy amount of changes, but first and foremost, Minky, what the hell is he doing in that support role?
Who knows?
I've had a brief conversation with him to fill you in on Minky Whale's thoughts on playing support, and he said, play Janna, you can't go wrong.
Well,
so we'll see if that happens.
Stick and true to that one with banning away Soraka. Doesn't want any of that in this game. Following up with that Zed.
Yeah, and of course he's going to be against Kuden as well, so the Soraka ban, very apt. As far as Soraka players are concerned, he was the OG before it was actually considered a meta pick. So well done to Kuden for being aware of that.
Twisted Fate going to be banned away after that one, that global map pressure. Not going to fall into the hands of Fantix tonight.
Yeah, taking that Twisted Fate away makes a lot of sense, actually. A very consistent ban away from the Direwolves. It's a good and bad thing. Direwolves naturally taking away a target ban means that a strong meta champion is a little bit more available towards them. The flip side to that, of course, being that it doesn't get his target champion.
You're exactly right here. Following up that one, the Nidalee and the Zed, we haven't seen them at all tonight, basically exclusively banned away. Another champion that's been exclusively banned away, that is the Rise. getting taken away by Legacy. I don't want that in the hands of either Chippies or Fantix.
Yeah, 3 strong, overbearing champions. Zed for laning phase also has that split pushing prowess. Just gives a lot of strength at the moment as well, considering that the standard Lucian build has seemingly been the Black Cleaver Ghostblade. Just consider Zed builds the same thing anyway.
Yeah.
So if like an entire build can change a champion, someone that already benefited from that, pretty strong.
Something both teams should have done last game is going to be the Azir ban to finalize the ban phase of game number 1 between Legacy and Direwolves. Let's see what Legacy pick here. It's going to be Tally choosing his champion. We saw just how great the Echo is in the right hands. And are there any better hands to take it than Tally right now?
Yeah, let's just say these are the right hands. Absolutely give that Echo towards Tally and let him go off on the champion. The flip side has already got an immediate response, however, from Chippies and Sybil.
Look at that. Straight away, we see Lucian and Graves being locked in, both very formidable champions in their own right. So exactly what Lost could do on that Lucian. I'm sure every top caliber ADC in the OPL can emulate that success.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Of course, a very high mechanical champion, Lucian, but still quite easy to master. And as the Graves capitalizing on the damage that'll be in potentially side lanes as well from the Lucian. Strong first draft here from Direwolves. I question whether the Graves is that big of a priority.
Sure.
But with the top laner already secured, it seems that the focus is going to be on last picking for the mid laners, particularly on red side here. For Direwolves, they want Fantix to have that last pick, it seems.
That makes a lot of sense, and we saw very AP-focused supports in the first 2 series. Thought we were going to get the Alistar, but you mentioned what Minky Whale's motto of support is: just pick Janna and you can do no wrong. Locking that one in for himself here.
Yeah, honestly, not a surprise. When I asked him, it's like, just play Janna, you can't go wrong. I was like, no, you know what? Makes sense. I guess you're just going to do that. I was like,
sure.
Yeah, why wouldn't I? But there you go. Janna's going to be locked in with that Ezreal as the bot lane duo. And Janna, of course, designed exclusively to keep your team alive, not to do anything aggressive. Doesn't feel Minky Whale-like whatsoever. But
Sure.
That's what we're going to see.
No worries at all. We see on the side of Direwolves, they've gone for a little bit more of an aggressive, but also defensive laner. That is the Braum. We saw just how well he can do in the right scenarios last game, but in completely different hands now, as Raze does. Locking that Maokai.
So the Braum Lucian actually a standard, but super strong bottom lane duo naturally, as is the Maokai as well, also quite good. But we usually see the Echo doing good things in a good way against that Maokai, so for one step for Legacy, I suppose. The last step being the mid laner, though, for Direwolves, and there are so many options still available, even though there are many bans. Because I know that Fantix and Choo Choo's both have deep, deep pockets.
Looks like we will be seeing the Victor followed by that Kindred to be locked in here now. Victor's such a strong champion, but the Fizz. All right.
And
I'm following it.
I feel like that was planned,
Well,
because there was no hesitation between the Victor being locked in and the Fizz being responded with. And it's not exactly a counter. Victor will always do well. The Abyssal Scepter, of course, giving cooldown reduction, you would say makes his life a bit better. And Fantix, no slouch on that Fizz, has shown that he is entirely competent on the champion and gives them another split pushing option in that team.
Exactly right here, and you mentioned the similarities between the Fizz and the Zed, both these assassins with great escape options should they ever need them here. But the Victor, it's hard once you go in on Victor. He just chucks the Gravity Field at your feet, followed by the Chaos Storm, and it doesn't have the silence on it anymore. But what got taken, it was replaced with just raw damage.
Yeah, so he does a ridiculous amount of damage now, and running the teleport as well on the Victor actually runs the risk of being killed by Fantix at any time. Yes, Fantix is running a teleport of his own, but the burst is pretty unreasonable and instant from that Fizz, and I think there is definitely dueling potential throughout that middle lane.
Well,
We'll see how it goes.
they both took the teleport, so they are going to be able to match each other. But like you mentioned, no combat summoner spells, no barrier, no heal. And of course, guys, we are loading into this game to change things up a little bit. We got hashtag LGC win or hashtag DW win. Get on Twitter, make your voice known, show your support for these teams. Feeling good about this one, Rusty.
Absolutely. Legacy against Direwolves, you can never go wrong. Every single time we've seen these teams play, it's been an epic series to say the least. Direwolves, no slouches. They always want to give it to Legacy.
Yeah.
Legacy always come back fighting and try their absolute best to take the Direwolves as well, because this rivalry has lasted years.
Really excited to see just how well these two greats of the OPL do. We saw what the new blood can accomplish in 3 games. Let's see what 2 of the greats can in a similar 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, we are going to start with this Keystone Masteries. Nothing surprising, nothing stands out this time, so we won't really allude toward those too much as we actually start with a fan strategy here from both of these teams. And I'm going to say it's less expected. Usually people will fan on the assumption that lane swaps are about to happen, but nobody wants to be aggressive at level 1 just yet. No one really deciding that invades are the way to go, besides the 1v1 mental battles.
Yeah.
The junglers always have, as you can see.
Looks like Carbon is able to get a ward quite over the halfway mark. Allows him to keep vision should anyone want to get a little bit more than they're entitled to here. Looks like Chippy should just be doing Maokai things, throwing out the saplings, getting a little bit of experience.
Yeah, we'll start in the Raptors potentially as well if he wants to get 3 of those. We have sometimes seen the mid laner get the 3 saplings, or the 3 Raptors rather, after Maokai places 2, but if he places the 3rd, then naturally he will be securing those.
Yep, there we go. They don't stack anymore, that's right. Because they last for a long time. I remember the stacking Maokai
They look so great,
montages.
those saplings.
Yeah, they do. The undead skin, just self-destructing, giving their lord Chippy's the gold that he needs to help win this lane.
Yeah, and of course, remember, Chippy's back on Direwolves. This is the first time that we'll be seeing him play in the roster, I think, as a main position, as he was a sub last time around.
So no one besides the mid laners have shown themselves yet. Interesting game so far.
And a lane swap being put into effect by Legacy,
Sure.
as they've opted out of the 2v2. Remember, Minky is a substitute support player. He's no expert in this role. Absolutely still learning what he is capable of doing. And it's almost a safe option to put yourself into a lane swap so you don't have to endure it.
Fantix does take a little bit of damage, does have that corrupting potion, so none of it's going to be permanent.
Absolutely permanent at this stage, though.
Oh, yeah.
Choo-Choo's with the level advantage. Actually lane winning almost already, because forcing extra potions can influence this lane quite negatively.
Fantix does have the teleport should things go even worse from here on out. You mentioned just how well Choo-Choo's is at getting that poke down. Securing himself a few last hits here, as Fantix does have to use that playful
Oh, you
trick
jinxed
stuff.
him.
I know, I'm a scumbag.
Cast a curse.
That's it, but look at those Thunderlords just really adding insult to injury on that damage.
Yeah, it's actually very well timed trading out of Choose. Of course, Fantix playing Fizz means that he's going to be almost accepting the trade with open arms if he wants to farm. It's just the way that it works.
He's out of potions.
Ideally, you'll get yourself enough for the Dark Seal so that when you recall, you can get that one and teleport back, and then you'll maybe look to trade more aggressively because you can out-sustain. So there's always strategies that you can have as a Fizz in lane. Doesn't mean you'll ever win that lane level 1 to 3.
No, the constant struggle of a melee versus a ranged champion. Forever real. Looks like he might be in a little bit of trouble. No Ignite, of course, on the side of Choo-Choo, so Fantix is able to just hop away from that one.
Carbon forcing a recall as well, just
Oh, wow.
existing mid lane as the Kindred. And smart play from Fantix, forced back.
Yep, Chippy's going to be getting himself that local gold for the tower. Good 400 in his pocket. Tally also getting himself that one. So both these top laners doing what they can. Fantix already back to lane.
And
It's
half health.
chunked out again.
It's like he never left, honestly, at this stage. But Choose running out of mana is the, once again, saving grace for this Fizz. Choose is actually just doing as much damage as he can.
Well, Fantix going to have to flash out of this one. One more auto attack from Carbon. Flash it in. He looks like he wants to go for this one, but has he bit off more than he can chew? The first blood does go over to Choo-Choo's. But Fantix answers with one of his own.
And even Braum's here to join the party. So whilst they'll say yes, bit off more than he can chew, Carbon, it does benefit this mid lane further, as long as Choose doesn't get himself killed, which is entirely possible right now.
Has to flash. Couldn't see whether or not Sybil had decided not to follow through with the dive. That smoke screen plays so many mind games once you're standing in it.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Of course, the teleport advantage is still going to be there for Choose, so he'll get to lane quicker, even though the flash was burned. And it will be match summoner spells burned regardless in this middle lane. So that's still, whilst we are tunneling on this middle lane, that's where the attention on the map has absolutely lied, because the outside lanes, as we're currently looking at Legacy's bottom lane, are just taking turrets.
Well, they're just doing lane swap things right now. Sybil, he might be in a little bit of trouble as Choo-Choo's finishes that one off with the laser. Gets himself another kill in this already winning lane.
Yeah, and honestly, Sybil, after
Red
he'd
buff as
already looked in middle lane aggressively and lost half of his health, put himself into a situation where the Scuttle Crab, I believe he would have been looking towards, was the marked one. So he wanted to fight for it, but Carbon was there already. Quick respawn time has come to backfire, and it's funny because the non-essential factor of lane swaps is always going to be the jungler and the mid lane are the two things that can influence, but don't have to. They've now got a 2-0 Victor to contest with in this middle lane. Thankfully, Fantix got the kill on the flip side.
Yeah, that kill was enough to let him pick up that Negatron cloak, allowing him to survive, if not for a little bit longer, against this very oppressive Victor in the mid lane. As we see Tally, it's going to be freezing that wave, getting the minions where he can.
The other thing to talk about as well is, whilst we're on 6.10, you have to remember the jungle experience changes have gone through. The jungle items I'm referring to in particular, that you get full experience.
Oh, there we go. The red buff
going
to be keeping him inside. One more tick should do it. Minky Whale steals that one with the Zephyr. Not sure he needed that, but better safe than sorry, I guess.
Fairy claps for Minky Whale. He wanted an assist and got himself a kill. Look, definitely not necessary, but he has the kill now.
Sure.
Minky is maybe a support. I don't think he realizes he is one at this point in the game. As I was going to say before, they rudely interrupted me by killing enemy champions. This is the fact that with the jungle changes, you can get full experience now from a single jungle item. You can afford to go the damage part first. This King's just going to get caught as well now.
Yeah, you're trying to get your point across, Rusty, but they're not letting you. As King is going to get taken down by Ray's Lucian.
Yeah, King actually overextended with no turret to defend him. Was looking to, I believe, place vision, though, which is why he was face-checking.
Could have queued.
Yes, he could have queued. 20/20 hindsight is the problem here. Ray's able to pick up that kill, graciously given to him by Kuden.
Kuden flexing his support mastery, allowing his carries to get the kills. Something Minky Whale maybe not as adept at just yet.
Yeah. I don't think that's safe to say at this stage because the mid laner had a kill 1v1. Minky rudely interrupted. He is back mid though.
He's looking for more.
He didn't want to defend the top lane with the rest of his team as they are two-man pushing it. They want Tally to defend that one, which to me says the dragon would be the point of contention because neither of these guys can get to that dragon.
There's going to be the Ocean Drake. First one of the game here. Looks like we will just be seeing Tally.
He's defending well, considering. I mean, Direwolves
Here comes Citadel.
should still get this. The next wave's about to crash. They're now trading inner turrets for an Ocean Drake, and I probably would not value that higher than the turret, given that the gold will now go to the team of Direwolves. Funnily enough, still putting them at even gold.
Yeah, especially on a 6.10 Ocean Drake. Maybe a 6.9 one, but not so much as Choo Choo's doing a great job of getting his advantage further and further ahead. So far, 20 CS up on the Fizz, who, of course, had to go for that early defensive item on his way to his Abyssal Scepter.
Yeah, having the Negatron, of course. We'll still want the Abyssal Scepter anyway. It's a standard Fizz item, especially given that it has cooldown reduction now. It's super valuable for a Fizz. And actually one of the changes that you would imagine will make Fizz an overbearing champion in the current meta. Really yet to see it shine the brightest, but I think Fantix taking the first step towards it, if he can prove it correct. The problem as well for Legacy being the AD carries. King not having a great time in comparison to Raze.
Yeah, Ray's doing a great job this game. 20 CS up at the moment. Ezreal went for the very, very greedy tier cull build. So all he wants to do is just stall, 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 and farm, farm, farm. On the side of Raze, he's got his makings of that Essence Reaver. We're going to make something happen here. A lot of cooldown reduction, a lot of armor pen.
It's actually the Ghostblade build as well.
Oh,
from
of course.
Solution, yeah. He has the first half of it, the Caulfields, that would have fooled you. But he's going towards that build. So once again, we've discussed the differences between these builds. One's stronger early. One has more crit for later. So the 2-item spike that Raze will have will be very strong and times quite well with that of perhaps the Fizz item spike when he gets a single or 2 items to empower him further.
Fantix finally finding a little bit of freedom in this mid lane to farm up using Playful Trickster, as Carbon is nowhere to be seen just yet. Wants to be getting his marks, but looks like Chippies will be denying that one up in the top lane.
Yeah, and a lot of vision as well placed around the map here from Direwolves offensively,
Oh, wow, yeah.
but also a lot of division play, vision, not division, placed
Okay.
defensively by Legacy. So they're all in the same area. They can all see the same things. But one is forward, one is backwards. And that would favor Direwolves immensely, they being the proactive team.
3 members of Direwolves are down in that bot lane looking to get that inner turret. Only one there is King to defend, and all he's got is a Cull and a tier to his name. So Ultimate is available. Kuden might be able to block it. He's got
Turret's
plenty
gonna
of
get
time.
very low.
They should be able to get it, right?
They're trading like epic monsters and dragons for turrets, and sooner or later this will start to come back in Direwolves' hands.
It looks like Minky Whale might be in a little bit of trouble. No ultimate available, forced to flash. The double teleport coming in from Direwolves. They look like they want to make a fight here. Tally and Choo Choo's on the back of that one.
Carbon's gonna die.
He's not going to get it, is he?
He's absolutely gonna die unless he kites this like it.
Oh!
Here we go.
What? Is he just...
Here we go.
Oh, the Maokai sapling! He gets the heal from it.
Now you're dead.
Oh, Carbon! Oh, calculated, ladies and gentlemen. What an intense battle. I thought the sapling was going to come in and cause shenanigans here, but really well done. Good use of ultimate. As I say that, Fantix doesn't do a good use of his ultimate, as Choo Choo just sidesteps that one away.
The clutch King Carbon. Those neutral monsters stood no chance against the mighty Cup. What?
Look at it. Look at the sapling.
Look, let's just let this happen. The sapling almost MVP'd, but remember the heal was there. This did a lot of damage. This exact hit did a lot of damage.
Oh.
Yeah. Wolf is the actual MVP.
Yeah.
Lamb's nothing.
That was close. That
Lamb
was
got
nail-biting
carried.
close. Lamb got carried. It was her respite that allowed them to survive long enough and heal up.
And I carried.
12 minutes in the game, the gold lead only in the hundreds at the moment in favor of Direwolves, who, though very little gold lead, they got 2 towers advantage here.
Yeah. Legacy very capable of exploding this back.
Oh, Sybil, he might be in trouble here as he gets stunned up by the gravity field. The tower goes down. Tally is going to be the main focal point right now. Forced a chrono break back in Raze. Really wants to use this early game illusion to some effect. Not going to happen, though.
Tally doing very well to live, but it's mostly the zoning prowess that the rest of his team had to offer. Still full health bars. The only low member being Tally on that Echo, who at this, I'm going to say, exact last moment used his ultimate to get himself back to full health. Chooses the big deal. And they just broke the mid lane as well, so he's now unlocked to do as he would please. This is the point in the game where Direwolves need to really ask the hard questions. How do we get ourselves into a better position than we are currently in? Because with a turret advantage and a gold deficit, does leave some questions.
You're exactly right. A minute on the next dragon. It is going to be the Mountain Drake here. Carbon, though, just showing his prowess of the jungle, just stealing everything away at a moment's notice. So really doing a great job on this Kindred, impressing the heck out of me right now. Minky Whale trying
He's
to...
such a carry player. Like, that's not even frozen outside of the turret, Minky.
They're like, oh, can you freeze that for me? He's like, oh, yeah, whoops, my bad. Let me just get this cannon real quick. I couldn't have done anything with towers.
This is what we call learning on the job. And chooses like, Minky, that's not
Fake
how you
it
do
till you
this.
make it, Rusty. And Minky were doing just that on
He's
the
not
job.
faking anything. He's absolutely admitting. He's a new support player
Fair call, fair call.
instead of Regret, who's unable to be playing right now.
It's a damn shame, but Legacy are showing no weaknesses right now as they finally got themselves the gold lead. Direwolves slipping a little bit after that mid tower went down and Sybil did fall. All on the back of the victor right now. Got himself the making of the Abyssal Scepter.
Yeah, it's still a big Lucian. Like, I keep
Yeah.
coming back to that, but the CS advantage that he has,
It's
I don't
insane.
think Ezreal can fight him at all. The fact that he's got a full completed Ghost Blade, he will be doing a ridiculous amount of damage if a team fight ever breaks out.
Looks like the likes of Legacy aren't going to do anything to stop this dragon going down. Direwolves having no trouble securing that one for themselves. That is going to be the Mountain Drake.
And it's the same thing as our last series, right? Like,
Yeah.
Fantix could be behind 60 CS, just like the Vayne was from Chenny, but he's always going to be relevant.
Yeah.
Like, he's always going to do damage and potentially assassinate a carry if he gets onto it. So we're looking at a CS advantage for Raze. Fantix always going to be important. Sybil, he's doing perfectly fine in the way of farm. He's got his items and they're getting towards a good place. Direwolves are by no means out of this game. I think the biggest problem actually comes down to Tally being ahead of Chippies if you're a Dire Wolves fan. And if you're a Legacy fan, Tally being ahead of anybody is a big win.
Yeah, definitely right.
And that's why you can see the lane assignments change.
The Fantix can be relegated down to deal with Tally here because the Chippies, not much he can do about it. Mickey Whale solo pushing in this top lane as the Janna demanding respect. Carbon, though, gets caught out, forces the teleport out of Tally.
I was going to say, as far as teleport locations go, it's not ideal. Fantix's fish is on.
Oh, it is on to Tally. Probably the worst member here. Kuden and Fantix are making their way through. Chippy's going to have to get out of that one. Sybil takes a lot of damage. The second proc of the laser not going to hit. Everyone kind of just flexing what they've got right now.
And it's teetering on that knife's edge because nobody's been able to get onto the others as Carbon's making his advance. Once again, not getting anything.
No Frostborn Gauntlet just yet, so these Ezreal Qs aren't doing too much. Looks like they've got their sights set on this tower. Defensive culling, Gravity Field, and Parallel Convergence.
Dead.
Yeah, he's going to die in any second now. The Chaos Storm should be enough to finish off a few more as Tally does have that ultimate available. Ooh, he's playing with fire right there. The Lamb's Respite on top of the Monsoon, maybe a little bit overkill, but it looks like Choo Choo's is going to be the main focal point here. They're trying to do what they can. That Null Magic Mantle doing what it can to keep him alive as Fantix goes down, followed by Chippies.
Yeah, and Minky Whale survives with the smallest amount of health in his name. Legacy have come out into the OPL, their first game of the second split, and they are absolutely taking it to the Dire Wolves. And they are starting to run away with this game.
Yeah, they're killing it right now. 7 kills to 2 after that small skirmish, big skirmish rather, in the top lane. About a 4,000 to 5,000 gold lead in favor of Legacy. 4 towers and a dragon each on either team. That just means that Legacy doing such a great job of getting gold in other than just these static towers.
Yeah, definitely moving around the map well as well, placing that vision in appropriate areas. Pink wards, I think, is the standout factor. Look, I know you're laughing at it, but
I'm admiring it. I'm not laughing. That is admiration right there.
Take
Rusty.
a second to appreciate that. Okay, let's talk about Minky Whale for a second, right?
Yep.
Before he was a top laner, he was actually a mid laner, and when he was a mid laner, he played Lux.
Sure.
So when he played Lux, Lux hasn't really changed.
Yeah.
You would always go Mejai's. Minky would always go Mejai's. He transitions to top lane. He would play Lulu top lane, and he would still go Mejai's. And it made no sense. The team did not like him for it, but he definitely still went it. So now that he's back into the support role, let's not really act surprised that he has a Mejai Soul Stealer.
A great little history lesson here with Rusty, and I got to say I am admiring that build here as Fantix does get stunned up, but they really want to get this tower. Tally forced to ult whilst on full health. The shark comes through, only hitting Carbon and Tally. The tower is very low. A few more auto attacks should do it. The Chaos Storm is in the back line. The tower does fall. No members fall, just a tower though.
And this is just pure brute forcing out of Legacy, right? Like a 4K gold difference is nothing. And to the point where they're able to just look at Dire Wolves and say, I dare you to come at us, and just take turrets in front of their face. Like, this is a commanding lead right now for Legacy, just in the way of momentum. Dire Wolves are not only sacking the turrets without fighting, they just have no control. They feel like they are further behind than they are, and it shows in the way they're playing.
Yeah, Minky Whale just going to be holding that farm for Choo Choo so he can get a little bit even more ahead.
This time.
Yeah.
Outside the turret.
He's definitely learning as this game goes on. You mentioned learning on the job. He's doing just that. Seen improvements here and there.
That's also like the other thing to consider, right? We're in week 1 of the OPL. I'm not sure that these teams would play against each other, perhaps knowing that they're in the first week.
Sure.
Maybe they want to avoid scrimming each other. Maybe they just don't scrim each other depending on availability and what's organized. They don't know enough about Dial. So whilst learning on the job as how to be a support, they're actually all actively learning anyway on what the Direwolf strategy was.
That's an excellent point to make, Rusty. That just goes to show just how competitive this scene is, where every little bit of information you can gather whilst playing in-game can be crucial to whether or not you take the W at the end of the day.
Yeah, perhaps they weren't even aware about the fizz, but who knows, really. So move towards the middle stages of this game. Legacy still looking commanding.
20 minutes in, we see King and Minky Whale down on that bot side. They already got the tower, so they're just keeping the wave pushed up. They don't want Direwolves getting any funny ideas here and trying to push their own waves out.
We are missing a lot of the, I'm going to call it sloppiness of the last series as well, because when a team gets an advantage, let's say Legacy breaking those turrets, they don't overcommit to the team fight afterwards. They get the one pick, they get what they can with it, and then back away smartly. So recognizing when to fold, not when to all in.
No, you're right. I'm used to seeing these towers go down, then the team fight come after with no cooldowns, but both these teams experience to know to fight or flight here as the Mountain Drake does spawn. Yeah. This will be the first for Legacy, as the other one they've got for them was the air.
Oh, the ocean.
Ocean, my mistake.
The blue one.
Colorblind, Rusty.
What's the blue one? There you go.
Blue's a tricky color sometimes, as we see.
I guess. It's teal. Can you see teal?
It's one of those things where it's kind of like green, it's kind of blue.
Yeah, that's what it is. Can you see that?
Kinda, but it looks a lot like the air one.
Okay.
But anyways, enough about me.
You know what? The dragons actually look different as well, so if you pay enough attention to the air dragon's got a funny looking head.
He does too. As we did teleport coming through for Direwolves. It is Fantix here.
They're going for Carbon.
Looks like Choo Choo's doing what he can. Carbon, he's running ring around the Rosie here, but he's going to be the main focal point. Doesn't get the Lambs Respite down in time, but Choo Choo's doing so much damage to answer it. The Chaos Storm's not going to be even in the center of the fight, and Direwolves answer with 2.
They actually get Carbon before he drops the Lamb's Respite, and Tally before he can use the ultimate himself. Legacy aren't going to back down.
They're really looking for something here. The Monsoon has used, but the end of the line going to be enough to finish them off. King able to take out the Fizz, but now he's looking down 4 members of Direwolves who are hungry for this kill. Sybil flashes in, one more attack should do it. The red buff is going to be enough, and Sybil dances on the spot to show dominance.
Yeah, Sybil gets the auto, has a dance, and celebrates as Direwolves pull it back massively and get themselves a team fight. This is what they're capable of doing. Poor execution from Legacy, unfortunately. They just don't hit the mark. Carbon caught out of position. Again, doesn't drop his ult. Everything like that now just starts to backfire. The biggest issue was it wasn't just 2 picks. It was a committing to a 3v5 after that, thinking they had the advantage. And yes, there was blinking health bars on the side of Direwolves, but they just had more bodies on the field.
Yep, you're exactly right. Direwolves doing what the Rift Herald couldn't and taking out Carbon before the ultimate goes down. So they've kind of clawed themselves back into an even game here. 25 minutes, 8-7 is the kill count, of course, favoring Team Legacy right now. About 2,000, 1 and a bit in favor in the gold. Next dragon will be that Mountain Drake.
And at this stage for Direwolves, they're looking at their rookie of the split, Raze. He's got a big advantage.
He's doing great this game.
Absolutely, but he needs to keep it up because he's got those 2 big items. Phantom Dance and the boots, the only things missing realistically.
Well, the Shark has been thrown down. Shoes, though, completely caught out with no one there to back him out. Back him up just gets deleted from the map, and this could spell disaster as Direwolves got their sights set on the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to look straight towards that Baron. Tally doesn't have his teleport, and Shoes was a little bit deep in terms of positioning without vision to consolidate that fact. This Baron's going to get chunked down super quickly. See if they can fight at Legacy. They need to.
Lamb's Respite still available. Did not get used last fight, but Carbon forced to use it early. The Baron still damaging Sybil on the back of that one. Chippy's is going to go down. Oh, Sybil with a beautiful ulti takes out the likes of Carbon, but now Raze showing us how strong that build path is. The teleport's coming through Raze. He's going to fall down. A nice Monsoon from Minky Whale, keeping King alive. Tally moves back in at Kuden. The next one to fall. Fantix dies as well, and Legacy answer back with a myriad of kills.
A fantastic team fight from Legacy this time around. They may not be done, but regardless of that,
Minky Whale wants blood.
The old and the new is basically what that team fight was. King against Raze, the former Direwolves AD carry. King, now Legacy, steps up and has that epic battle. Tally hits a clutch ultimate as well on top of him. And when it comes to the crunch, the team fighting is there for this Legacy roster. It hasn't gone anywhere, even in that break.
You're exactly right. And now the Baron still in play, wasn't taken out by either team just yet. So we really want to make sure they don't get KO'd here while trying to go for it. We saw last game these teams, they love to fight then go for Baron, fight then go for Baron, but Legacy a little bit more composed. We shouldn't be seeing anything crazy here.
Also a clutch exhaust from Minky-Whale in that last fight as well. Fantix had a pretty good flank.
Yeah.
Completely thwarted. And given Fantix's build, he wanted to assassinate King. Very well played, honestly, from Legacy as a team. Minky, it was even mentioned on the analyst desk before the game. Maybe he can't lane as a support. It doesn't matter when he can team fight as any champion because he just understands the concept of a team fight and what his role in it is. 10 stacks now on that mid does.
Yeah, a lot of people would have just popped that Monsoon the second it was looking grim, but he saved it for the perfect amount of time. That life, that health was just enough to keep a few of his carries safe there. But after that team fight, Legacy, they're itching further and further ahead. 5,000 gold in the lead. 12 kills to 9, so they've had the lead all game long. They're doing a great job of keeping it. But Direwolves, they're not out of this by any means.
Not by a long shot. Of course, naturally, the Direwolves have still got that team fighting prowess there, and so much damage, honestly, backing them. Wouldn't take much here. Carbon's been caught out of position a couple of times, as has Choose. Direwolves, if there's anything they're doing well right now, it's warding, setting themselves up for these team fights and making really good decisions in the way of catching people out, because somebody's got to clear a wave somewhere.
We've seen Carbon die to just before he can get the Lamb's Respite available. So we know Direwolves have the damage if they catch anyone off guard. Tally also, a few fights ago, wasn't able to get his ultimate off in time. The Dragon, spawning about 5 seconds. It is going to be a Mountain Dragon. Keep that in mind, guys. As Direwolves, they are poised and ready to fight for this one.
So many mountains. There ain't no mountain. I'm not finishing that sentence.
No worries, Rusty. I'm not going to do it either, as Direwolves take that one for themselves. But it looks like Legacy, they've got their sight set on Kuden. The teleport from Chippies is going to be coming out. Fantix looks like he got his attention onto King. A lot of damage. The Monsoon's going to be healing him back up along with the Respite. But look at Tally. He's in the fight. Gets one. Looking for a second one onto Kuden. The fight has been well and truly split in half with Tally just 2v1ing at this stage, while the rest of Legacy are free to chase down who they want. Chippies, you've got nowhere to go, mate. You're taken out. And Legacy, with another key team fight, take the advantage further and further.
Exactly right. When it comes down to these team fights, once again, we're seeing Legacy reign supreme. A lot of damage comes out of Fantix, and yes, his fish hit the right target, but it's not the exact position that you want to be fighting that because of how deep it places him. And remember, there's a Janna. That Janna is so ready for you every single time, and Legacy are just team fighting superbly.
Well, that Mountain Drake allowing them to clear this Baron even quicker. Keep in mind, Carbon also has a Blood Razor along with his stacks to take that one out completely uncontested. Legacy are well and truly in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, they are super far ahead now of Direwolves, who are just completely left respondent. And being left in that position with a Fizz as your middle laner actually leaves you in an awkward predicament. Generally speaking, you want to have wave clear available to you. Varus has been able to hold on to games really well tonight. Victor can provide the same thing. But that Fizz needs to assassinate and split push, which means you've potentially got a Maokai as your mid lane dealing with it option.
Yeah, it's a difficult position that Direwolves had found themselves in. Be interesting to see how exactly they're able to claw themselves out of this deficit. We see Legacy, they're not giving them any breathing room at all right now, as all members, aside from King, making their presence well and truly known in this jungle.
And the thing is, like, we said it at the end of the last split, don't give Tally Echo. That's like rule number 1 of League of Legends against Legacy right now. And it's good to see that in the offseason that hasn't changed. I also didn't expect it to change. The Direwolves opting into the Echo anyway, picking the Maokai into it, which is the unfavorable matchup. And now a 60 CS deficit for their respective opposition on Chip.
Oh, wow. Carbon, oh no, they go in and they get nothing for it as he turns back around. His team are there. Try and make something happen. Both the mid laners are in the bot lane at this stage.
Both have teleport, of course, but Fantix potentially able to deal with Choose and take him out if he gets the fish off and gets the flank maybe to engage it. Easier said than done, though, given how much damage the Choose has. So he's not looking for it because the 4v4 will suffer.
The culling and collateral damage were burned. Minky-Whale only having to use the Monsoon in that fight. Here comes Choo-Choo's. He's made his way up. This tower is just getting shredded. They've got their sights set onto Sybil, who has to book it out of here. There is the Chaos Storm doing what it can. Takes out the likes of Rom. Chippies is going to be the next target. Gets stunned up. There is the Echo ulti keeping him safe. The Shark landing onto Tally. Not going to be enough as the top lane inhibitor will well and truly go down in favor of Legacy.
Yeah, and only the support dying from Direwolves, but even Chippy feels like he's not a tank at this stage in the game. Everybody just melts to this Legacy roster who are looking dominating in game number 1. Every single member having their part. Minky once again, 18 Magi stacks. Always worth counting.
I'm definitely admiring that one.
And Legacy looking to even maybe push their second inhibitor in a row without recalling. Very big risk, but they know the reward.
You're exactly right here. Maybe they're going to go for this blue buff as the consolation prize. King and Minky just getting away from Sybil here. The Shark not available from Fantix just yet. So fast when that Jano's in the lead.
Yeah, seriously. They don't even have captain boots anymore. In fact, he's got leather boots. So they're not providing too much. And Legacy once again with the empowered recalls. They get out to safety. 10k gold lead. Things are just going very downhill very quickly. And spiraling worse and worse here for Direwolves.
We're definitely on the up and up, our Team Legacy, but Direwolves falling further and further behind. With every single team fight, they're losing a little bit more. So let's see how Legacy play this. The obvious
Kuden
choice
is...
Oh, yeah, he's...
So I can think of absolutely 0 reasons why that side of the map is where he chose to be. Because firstly, that's the Legacy side of the map. Secondly, he's a support, not the Fizz.
Feel like that's something we'd be saying about Minky well, not Kuden.
He went exploring.
Sure.
Who does that?
Ezreal.
Exactly. Which team's Ezreal on? Not his. He's not Ezreal. Like, I don't get it.
Oh, well.
You know what? If you understand why Kuden was there and I might have missed it, tweet at SpawnLong. I'd be very interested to have your answer.
I'm sure he would, Rusty. We see Legacy Genesis. They are poised to take this game away without Kuden to help defend. These arcane shots are just going to be coming through left, right, and center. Sybil making his way down as well. But the squad of Legacy, they're relentless right now.
Yeah, and they're able to utilize that Echo in the middle lane because the top lane inhibitor has already fallen. Minions will organically work their way towards threatening the base. And so the slow and steady game we're not too used to seeing tonight will now commence, and we'll see how long it lasts before Tally or someone from Legacy pulls the trigger.
It looks like Fantix can't really do a lot against Tally right now as he's overbearingly tanky. Legacy, they got their sights set on this bot tower, getting it to about 20% health.
Both getting chunked out means next wave. They don't engage now, Direwolves.
Oh, the Shark a little bit too short. The Failfish right now. Bot lane tower does fall. Legacy just putting on the choke right now.
Yeah, again, a big gold lead in their favor, and the pressure is mounting. Direwolves are desperate.
Yeah, they're going to have to walk over this gravity field. The Lamb's Respite not used just yet. Carbon holding onto as long as he can. There it is, Minky Whale on the back foot using the Monsoon. Fantix, he's caught Tally, but has Tally caught Fantix as they're looking to make something happen here in the back race, doing what he can to take out Minky Whale, but he's got King is his opponent now. The 80 carry battle goes in favor of King, but Fantix doing what he can, throws down the hourglass. Not going to be enough. The triple kill comes out for King.
Yeah, and 3 big kills for the Ezreal and 5 kills for Legacy Esports as a game number 1 against the Direwolves in a semi-final rematch. They actually put themselves up 1-0.
An impressive game. They looked so strong despite maybe a few small hiccups here and there with Tally and Carbon getting called out around that 20-minute mark. Other than that, a very impeccable game out of this squad, showing why they're a contender for first.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the best way to describe it was clean. There was a few mechanical mistakes here and there, but overall just a strong performance from Legacy with a small gold advantage of about 3,000 to actually just start sieging inner turrets and taking them with Direwolves unable to respond. Honestly, it was just a good showing.
Yeah, Direwolves did show that they have the potential to be as strong as Legacy in that mid-game. Interesting to see what they've got in store for us to game 2. But we're going to send it back to the analyst desk to break down game number 1.
Thank you so much, guys. And with that, Legacy pick up the first win of this best of 3. Direwolves had their moments, but I want to go back to the start of the game because Rusty, I think, broke it down a little bit. When you have lane swaps, you tend to isolate mid lane and not much action really happens there. I'm just going to say it, Sybil, what the heck?
Yeah, it was a little bit awkward. So they initially trade okay, and there's this big wave in the middle, and Sybil walks towards it, and he has the potential where he can freeze it, which is why you see the immediate teleport come down from Choo Choo's, because he's trying to get that wave back underneath the tower so he can bounce it back. But what's really creative is Carbon, knowing that Choo Choo's has to TP and push the way forward, is shadowing underneath him. Sybil hangs around and walks straight into the trap that Legacy have set up. He goes for the repeat gank on the Victor to try to get himself, or his Fizz, back into the game. And Carbon's just ready there, collapses onto them, and trades over a red buff. And the immediate power advantage to Victor.
I'm just surprised that we saw lane swap at all there, because a lot of the analysts I've been talking to, someone like Soul Strikes was even mentioning that everybody sends their 2-on-2 bottom lane. The thing you do when you start the game, look at what dragon is going to spawn, you send your 2-on-2 bottom lane. And it's the first time we've seen it in the OPL, the split.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, it looked like Direwolves were happy to trade gold objectives for things like Dragon and Rift Herald, but in the end it didn't work out for them, because we got some replays for you. And this Legacy lineup, just team fights like no one else, I feel. They are just so damn good at this, Roscoe.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we were talking about or alluding to before at the top of the block of the game, is saying that Legacy are the 5v5 team and Direwolves are the skirmishing team. But the thing that I want you guys to watch is the teleport. So Chippies was chipped out, but he has the potential to teleport here, but check where that TP puts him. He is so far back that the team fight is effectively done before Maokai has a chance to impact it at all.
And, you know, this is what we were talking about. Minky holds onto the ultimate. Everyone's full health. They try and go for it one more time, but they're not able to pick it up. This is something that Mickey will bring to any team. He understands teamfight. He understands cooldown. He had some clutch exhaust throughout the game as well. And you know what? Didn't stop there. It's not like it's just every now and again this team can teamfight. It's so consistent. I mean, we see it at a latter stage of the game. One more time, they're just able to take over in the teamfighting area.
And the big thing that I want you to watch is Fantix gets into the back line, and it's going to be a reset from Minky on a really nice Monsoon right there. And that Monsoon stalls out long enough that Tally with his TP is able to reach the back end of the fight and find everyone at a choke point and help Legacy clean this up.
Not just that, if I'm not mistaken, the Monsoon and the ultimate coming in from Carbon as well was just enough to keep King alive from the burst coming in from Fantix.
But it comes into a larger problem as we see Chippies be one of the last members to go down there, is that was back-to-back team fights where Chippies was unable to be the initiator on a team fight and get there in time. It was Fantix that was diving that backline and not the Maokai leading you. It was Maokai having the late TP response and not being there in time for his team.
And now what does this do for a team, right? Because you look at someone like Legacy and you're like, damn, they're so strong top to bottom. Oh, thank goodness. They're playing Minky as their support. You know, there's so much said about this guy. I've always had a lot of respect for him. Great coach. Now he's stepping into the support role. He's pulled out the Janna. Do you just have to get rid of it? Is it a Denian case where you're like, damn it, like he can actually play Janna now, like we just get it off the board?
I mean, you can try to target him out, and I think that would probably be the best case scenario, just because if you look across the rest of Legacy's lineup, you're like, who else do you target there? But what if he pulls out something else? What if he pulls out a Nami?
Exactly. I still think Minky has a few more tricks up his sleeve, so to speak. He showed that he played well in that first game. I don't think the Janna's always got, but I would like to see what happens if they do take it away.
Well, the Crafty Whale and Legacy get game win number 1 over Direwolves, but we have number 2 coming up for you just around the corner, guys. Don't go anywhere. 3.5 will be back. Welcome back to the last best of 3 of OPL Week 1, where Legacy just picked up a win against Direwolves in what is a semi-final rematch. I want to get the results up on your screen quickly for you. It was a 3-1 to Legacy, and this has been a pretty established rivalry now. They've met it a couple of times in the finals. Direwolves coming out ahead once, Legacy coming out ahead a couple of times now, and it just looks like Direwolves, they're not thriving in the chaos that we're used to seeing. Legacy are playing a methodical game and kind of pulling them around to the parts of the map that they want.
And you know what? That's surprising because during Split 1, Direwolves, they were able to take games to the Chiefs in the regular season. They were able to take games to Sin and were able to pull off these upsets and these comebacks that they were very well known for during the regular season. But every single time they played up against Legacy, they just tore them apart piece by piece and showed them who was the superior team in the matchup. Seems like they're going to do the same thing here in Split 2.
My opinion of the Direwolves has always been that they have a really high mechanical ceiling, but the consistency to hit that ceiling is just, as you would say, chaos. They either play phenomenally or they completely drop the ball, and unfortunately I think we saw the latter that time around.
All right, so now, big question, right? Legacy, obviously, they're going to play a team fighting comp. We know what they look like. They want to be in a 5v5 situation. We saw the Kindred. We saw the Janna. Great reset potential in that comp. I liked it. When you look at the side of Direwolves, they had a good 1-3-1 comp. They could still pull people around the map. They had the double teleport for flanks. What would you change? What didn't work specifically? Was it a composition? Was it just the early advantage that they gave over in that mid lane?
Yeah, I think the big issue is whenever you look at a 1-3-1 comp, if you're not ahead or even, which unfortunately Fizz got put behind, he wasn't as successful in that split push as he probably could have been if he wasn't facing across from a red buff Victor. As far as adjustments, it's hard to say. Obviously, when you have a hard reset like Janna, it's going to punish a pick like Fizz who wants to get to that backline. But more importantly, again, like Maokai, Fizz, both are going to be countered by the Monsoon, but we still didn't even have Chippies try to execute on being the leading initiative into these team fights. I don't know. It's hard to say. I think you need to clean up execution before you even start looking at changing up champion picks, although I'm sure that we'll see some adjustments from mid lane.
I'd honestly like to see Direwolves go into a standard lane matchup, 1-1-2. My opinion, the reason why I say this is, although you did mention during the break that they did have a good advantage when it went into that matchup, they were able to take down 4 turrets to 2 and get a very early gold lead. I feel like Direwolves will be able to find more skirmishes and more picks when they go into those standard lanes. And I also want to see if their bottom lane can test the laning mechanics from Mickey. Yes, he played a fantastic game, had great team fights. I want to see if they can test him in the lane and take the game to them early.
And we saw this a little bit at MSI, and now it's continuing into the OPL season. Teams look to be not as proactive at level 1. They're not really looking for deep vision and things like that. Is it just because people are expected to go towards standard lanes? Like, what is it exactly behind this? Or is it just teams being lazy?
Are you referring to a blind invade?
Yeah, just blind
or
invading.
blind lane swap. When I spoke to Carbon about this over the International Wildcard Tournament, he theorized that taking a blind lane swap, like if you deep invade for the vision and place it, you're 100% going to get the lane swap. But it's not so much about making sure that you're getting the 2v2 or the 2v2 matchup you want. It's about denying the jungler. So if you lane swap blind and your support invades on the jungler to figure out where he is, it's more about putting him down and tracking his movements rather than making sure that, okay, I got the 2v2 that I wanted.
Well, we'll see if they're able to keep down Sybil one more time in this game. The players are ready to jump onto Summoner's Rift for Game 2. So here is Rogi and Rusty to take us there.
Thanks, Spawn. And that was such an epic game 1 we got to witness. A lot of calculated aggression coming from Legacy, who seem to thrive in that chaos. Direwolves, though, not so much.
Well, that's the key word, right? Calculated aggression. They knew exactly how much they could take. Their team fights were unbelievable. There were so many praises that we could sing towards Legacy in that game number 1. And once again, so many problems that we can address for Direwolves in that game number 1. But this is just the way the Direwolves work. All of the first split, we saw them lose game number 1, come back in the second game and dismantle their opponents. I would not be surprised to see it now.
Well, let's see if that conditioning has worked. Get a feel for your opponents in that game number 1, then come out swinging in game number 2. Very similar bans as we're used to seeing for the majority of this night. Soraka, once again, Kuden, he's never going to see that, is he?
I don't think Kuden should ever see Soraka. Not that I think Soraka should ever be played in League of Legends. If you're going to play a heal champion, make it a Nami or a Sona, which you know is a lot funner than that of the Soraka. But yes, he is a strong Soraka player, so get rid of it.
No worries. Looks like Direwolves will be following that up with the Azir ban. Not last and least, but last and very well deserved, rather.
Yeah, it's definitely deserved. So I had 3 things written down as things that they should have changed. Legacy's already done the favor of one of them for us. The other was going to be Janna. Take that away from Minky. Like, Minky's outright said he can play one champion. Well, get rid of that one champion. It's a defensive champion. Maybe force him to be a tank, something that he might be able to make mistakes on. Seriously, it's just hit the weakness in the team.
let's see if Direwolves have caught onto that train of thought here, going through their pick phase here. Maybe they're going to chuck it onto Kuden, but they've already wasted all their bans, so surely unless they want to pick the Janna, they're just going to give it over, right?
Yeah, so they're probably not going to pick the Janna for themselves. Legacy obviously having the option to if they wish, but you would assume the Victor and Lucian perhaps are the options they go towards. Given their last draft, though, Ezreal is King's favorite champion, I think it's safe to say.
Sure.
Victor is also choose. Kindred also a priority that you could take away from Sybil, so options are always going to lie in Legacy's hands with this red side first draft, having those two options there.
Direwolves have locked in that Trundle. It's either going to be a support or a top lane. It's always too early to say in the pick and ban phase, but Tally and Carbon, you mentioned how much King likes Ezreal, and we're going to see just why as they lock that one in, followed by the Graves.
Yeah, he likes it an awful lot. Mentioning champions to people, like Carbon really does like Graves, and we'll see how close to PvP Steos Carbon manages to stay as in the IWC foe. Sorry, Chiefs, for that one.
Well, let's have a look and see if Carbon has adopted that Machete 3 potion build.
The 3 potions,
yeah, rather than the refillable that haunted him throughout that entire tournament.
I've never seen so many rants from a single jungler about someone starting items.
It was excellent. There's always a bit of fun every time Steos was playing, but back in the Oceanic Pro League here, we got Direwolves taking on Legacy. Let's see what they pick up on the side of Direwolves. You mentioned just how valuable Lucian is to these teams, and the hover for Alistar here.
Yeah, Alistar's always worth considering. Braum as well are the two champions
yeah.
that Kuden would look towards if there is no Soraka available, naturally.
Surely you can't be that good at Soraka, right? It's
No
not
one
the
has-
hardest champion in the
Look,
world.
it's not hard. It also counters Ryze as well, so interestingly both banned, but it's not a hard champion to play. So being that good at Soraka is more of a positioning thing. And Kuden's renowned. Thank you, Ejim, for that initial interview where he sits really far back. And that suits Soraka.
Fair call. We see Legacy going to be looking through what to answer here with. Got 2 picks of their own. Haven't shown too much yet. Ezreal, very safe champion. The Kench, though. All right. Followed by the Fizz. Oh. Interesting, to say the least.
So the Tahm Kench to me is a support. And not only does Minky actually play that champion, I think it's actually a decent support at the moment in his current place. Being able to save 80 carries and your entire team actually complements quite well with a frontline dive, something like Fizz, because you can get in there and keep him alive after he's done his burst and let him reset those cooldowns and give it another go later. Still a strong draft here from Legacy and definitely flex intensive. Want to consider what it's capable of. Direwolves to answer.
You're exactly right here. The Kench and the Fizz can realistically go in any of those positions.
Well, knowing Legacy, the Graves can go top.
That's exactly right. Tally, no stranger to his carry-esque champions raise. Hovering that Twitch. Doubt we're going to see it since Lucian has already been locked in, but the Zac?
Yeah.
Sybil plays a mean Zac.
He does play a mean Zac. It's the Sybil special. Juve's the only other person, I believe, who has played that. And when the times are tough, you default to what your best is.
Makes sense.
And that's his.
Looks like we will be seeing Zac and Twisted Fate locked in here. Twisted Fate, of course, banned away in game number 1 by Legacy. So Fantix can have access to that one, but answering it with the Syndra. All right.
Yeah, so Syndra's had some small changes moving into this current patch, so you'll actually be able to have more balls around.
Sure.
I think the quote was just, there's just more balls everywhere in the current Syndra. I think they nerfed a bit more of the damage, so your Q no longer provides 15% extra damage on hit by itself.
Sure.
But they buffed its scaling, so
Okay.
building ability power is still going to be a valuable asset for Syndra. I think it's a net buff considering her entire kit alterations.
It's been quite a long time since I've seen Syndra play at such a high level of League of Legends, so really interested to see just what she can dish out. Not many members on Direwolves really have the ability to avoid her ultimate either. Like, she's going to click on someone and they're going to die.
Yeah, it'll be the Zonias from Fantix.
That's right.
Perhaps the only real thing. So yeah, her ultimate's always going to be relevant. Patrol Pole is on Legacy's team, and it is going to be going towards that top laner, Tally. We've seen one Fizz top lane already, and carry top, pseudo carry top, whatever you'd like to call it, Tally would prefer something that deals damage, that doesn't just absorb it.
And we saw how well he did on the Echo, and Fizz can build tanky, but no tank by his own means. Alrighty, guys, we are loading into game number 2 between Direwolves taking on Legacy. Remember to get vocal and tweet out hashtag DWWin if you support Direwolves or hashtag LGCWin if you want the long-standing legacy to take it in a quick 2-0 sweep.
And Minky's showing that he's got more than Janna up his sleeve as well if we want to talk towards that. He's got the Tahm Kench, something that historically has been quite relevant for Minky Whale as a former top laner. And Direwolves, we've mentioned this before, coming into this second game, they're no slouches to comebacks.
A little bit of a sneaky secret pick out of Minky Whale, making everyone think he's a Janna one trick. Then all of a sudden he busts out Kench in game number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how he goes. One of the few support champions as well that will take the top lane Keystone Mastery in the Grasp of the Undying. Him and Trundle, I believe, are the 2 supports that would.
No worries there. Looks like we see everyone just fanning out once again. You mentioned this is if we see a lane swap primarily. In last game, that's exactly what one of the teams did. Direwolves, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Legacy are actually
right.
the ones to put into effect. And the reason being, or the assumption being, that you can actually hide your 2v2 lane. And something that we even spoke to on the analyst desk, I think Fish mentioned it, is that they should be challenging the 2v2. And you know what? I agree with that. Legacy, if they're making active attempts towards wanting the lane swap, match it. Make sure they don't get the lane swap. Make them uncomfortable in something they don't want to do. Beat them at the game that they don't want to play.
We saw how well Raze did in the last game, just leaps and bounds ahead of King. Surely it was Legacy. That did end out the game, but Raze did a great job. Maybe saw that one, decided he will have a little hoedown here. As we see Fizz and Graves up in that top. Looks like we will be having standard lanes this time around.
You know what I saw the other day was a picture of the cosplay for Battle Bunny Urgot. I just wanted to put that into your mind. Moving on.
Next up is going to be Battle Bunny Kench.
We have to see the former first. And you don't want to see it. Don't Google it.
No worries, Rusty. I'll keep that one. I'll lock that one away in the vault, never to be seen again.
Tweet that at Spawnlol, actually, if someone has that picture. That'd be appreciated.
There you go. You see Minky Whale, he starts with that Devour, trying to chuck a few minions Ray's way. Make him pay.
Yeah, of course, having the Relic Shield, you would think helps Direwolves bottom lane a little bit, getting the health back to them. Minky used his aggressively early to push, but that's actually where they found an advantage because King can play more aggressively and more forward, as you have noted from him. Every time Kuden tries to last hit something, he was taking a shot to the face. And it's actually forced the Triumphant Roar level 2 from the Alistar.
The splash damage from that Devour is quite large when you look at it. Being able to hit the minions and then tag Raze with it as well.
Yeah, it doesn't do a lot of damage though, I think is the thing to consider. It just adds the passive stack to them. So by spamming that, you're actually just using a cooldown that could be valuable to you. Because if the Alistar does his Headbutt Pulverize combo, which is one of the big reasons you would pick Tahm Kench to get your AD carry out of that, then you don't have that cooldown available.
Like you mentioned, Kuden did take that Triumphant Roar, so they are a little bit safe for now.
Yeah, fine to do now.
It's got a... Minion's not even blocking that, but yeah, the damage is basically non-existent.
It's negligible, yeah.
So not too much going on right now. Laners will lane as we see Minky Whale and King just doing what they can every now and again. Minky Whale chucks a minion over at the Direwolves bot lane, but one auto attack from a Doran's Ring Lucian and doesn't even exist.
Yeah, and whilst we're looking at this bottom lane, you know, not too heavy hitting as a 2v2. We have to naturally progress our eyes towards the jungle matchup, which at this stage, because nobody's ganked, that's a positive for Carbon. If that continues, always going to be a positive for Carbon. But because Sybil is now level 3, when he hits level 4, and when he hits level 5, he gets exponential increases to his ganking capabilities. And is always going to become more and more of a threat as time goes on, simply because that elastic slingshot range is unreasonably large. The higher level it goes, and you do max it first.
He's already gone back and picked himself up his jungle item as Carbon, going for some nice deep wards already. Does get spotted out. The Curse of Graves not able to kill the wards quick enough, as we see Sybil, you mentioned just how strong level 4 is. Is going to get spotted out by a ward. Choose knowing approximately the range. Staying out of it. We can hear the slingshot charging.
He's grunting quite loudly.
We can hear that in our ears there.
Carbon was also ready for the counter gank if it came to it. It's unlikely that they wanted it though.
Chippy and Tally's at odds right now. The Ignite. We didn't even mention that Ignite
first
teleport.
problem is you have Ignite. Tally's got enough mana that he could kill Chippies here, so that Ignite actually changed that trade.
Yeah.
In Tally's favor. They are probably both going to recall. The question is, will Sybil actually do something now that he is topside and Tally is overextended with the teleport? Will they try and make a play, perhaps?
Positioning says they will.
The answer is yes.
Sybil making his way through. Tally with no flash only. Playful tricks are available. Might be enough, though. Sybil, he's going to be taking that one. Flashes with the unstable matter and gets the kill. The passive popped. But that is a net gain for Direwolves, picking up first blood. Yeah,
and the only thing that the Direwolves lose realistically is the blob. The teleport was always going to be used, and it's really just gold in that pocket now for Chippies and for Sybil in particular. Very well executed to get themselves that first kill.
The Syndra getting closer and closer to level 6 here. Fantix just can't trade right now. The exhaust has been used. Here comes Kuden, goes for the flash, predicts it so well. The ignite is down. Here comes Sybil. Doesn't get the double knockup, but here comes the teleport in. Sybil has no passive, remember, so Carbon should be able to kill this one away. Blocked by Fantix. Gets the kill, but here is Chippies and Raze. There's 5 members in the mid lane already. Flash, W, heal, and stun. They get the kill. A lot of some of the spells expended, though.
Direwolves bite back with authority. They just grouped up as a team at 6 minutes in this game to actually gank the middle lane and make Chu's life miserable. He was the carry in that last game, so to say the least, it's the right decision. But wow, that was aggressive.
That was one of the earliest I've seen 5 members in the mid in a long, long time, Rusty. It started just with Kuden wanting to make a play, that all of a sudden Sybil, Chippies, and Raze was there. They take out Choose and they take out Carbon.
Yeah, and the Wolves bite back massively in game number 2. So, as we said, you know, it's the Direwolves curse and buff all the same. Somehow they always lose game number 1. They do come back in a number 2 and they're never tilted. Never tilted. And that's important.
That's an excellent advantage to have never being tilted, because it can be quite detrimental once the fatigue sets in. You're already feeling bad about game 1 going into game 2. You've got to keep your hopes high. And we're seeing Direwolves doing just that as Carbon. A bit of fancy feet here. Should be able to just quick draw out of this one.
He's fighting Sybil.
Wants to go for this one. Doing a lot of damage. Here comes Tally over the wall. Chippies in a world of hurt. The Rift Herald doing what it can. The flash comes out. Tally with no flash of his own. Fantix.
The blue card of dreams.
Might want to go for something here. Everyone raise your blue cards up. No gold card for Fantix today.
Yeah, the Reginald this time around. Not going to be enough for Fantix to secure any further damage, but that was aggressive from Carbon, and it's something that he'll always do. If you're the aggressor, Carbon will meet you and best you at your own game. With Zach once again having that passive unavailable, hurts him. It just keeps happening. They're going to meet each other. It's going to continue to fight.
Ooh, the stun narrowly avoided there by Fantix. Remember, Choo-Choo's is level 6. He has his ultimate available.
The other cool thing as well about this is you have to look at his item. And what you do is just before you level up, you expend mana and just like burst him out. So if he's close to 7, could be a smart move.
Well, they've got the ultimate in. Not going to be enough as Sybil was there, forcing Choo-Choo's to go back. The Elastic Slingshot, look at the range. The slow does land. Not enough damage to make it matter, though.
Yeah, so high burst from Choose, and that's the name of the game, obviously, in this matchup, knowing that Fantix has no summoner spells. Sybil's at the right place at the right time, though. And now these two are going at it once again.
Shark's not available just yet, but here comes Carbon. Should be an easy kill as Carbon picks that one up for Team Legacy. Direwolves still ahead, but it's not by that much. Only 200 gold. 4 kills to 3, favoring Direwolves this time around.
And this game's become a big jungle battle. This is the best way to look at it. Carbon has the kills. Sybil has the kills. They're just going head-to-head, constantly meeting each other. The fights that are even hitting the top laners are generally speaking just collateral. The last one, except for that top lane gank, was a Herald. Which was interesting.
Haven't really seen a lot out of these bot lanes yet, as you mentioned. The Legacy, they do have a very reactive bot lane. Minky Whale, going to be doing just that.
This is why you don't eat minions.
That's why you don't eat minions. You're exactly right. We can see why. As King takes way too much damage.
Dove. They're getting dove anyway.
Yeah, Twisted Fate making his way in. The Devour is up, but once again, Fantix. Not sure if he used a gold card then, was devoured.
Yeah, the gold card got devoured by Minky Whale, but King also used his heal, so a big mistake and miscommunication in the bottom lane of Legacy.
Might not be over yet as Sybil. Charging that Elastic Slingshot is going to cancel it at the last second, though.
Carbon's also nearby this time around, so there's dangers involved with re-diving a lane. You don't fall for the same trick twice.
Another missed stun out of Choo Choo's Fantix. Doing a good job of not dying to the all-in potential that Syndra brings to the table here.
Yeah, and obviously to answer the question in regards to item builds, he has to go Morello's with the, I think it's a Lost Book.
Lost chapters?
You know what? It's a book that's missing. Something's missing from the book.
The name of the book by the sound of it.
Help!
We see Minky Whale and King doing what they can to exert any pressure. They did have to go back, but this time around in the standard lanes, King being the authority here. Up about 10 CS, despite all the attention that Direwolves just exerted in the bot lane.
Yeah, and the kill will even it out, obviously, between the two. There's Froskurin. Don't know who that is.
She says, if Legacy win here, I'm 100% on my I am OPL predictions for the week. No dunk for Frosco.
It's week 1 of 10 Froskurin. That's all I'm saying.
You got to small victories, Rusty.
Yes. Doesn't mean she won't get dunked, because naturally, the OPL final, whoever gets the most wrong will get dunked. And as I say, 1 week out of 10, she can't get Raptors.
He's trying
That's cool.
his best.
It resets aggro if you W it.
Nifty. Planned all along.
Not really.
Of course not.
Yes, Froskurin, good luck, I will say, as an end result to that. There's 9 more weeks for you to get your predictions wrong. We'll see who gets dunked.
It is going to be a sight to behold. As we see the Chippies and Sybil, a sight to behold right here, taking away that Rift Herald, while Legacy, they've got themselves the Infernal Drake here.
Yeah, so trading big objectives across the map. Chippies will be the only benefactor of the single buff in his fights against Tally. But the whole team benefits from having the Infernal Drake, so naturally, you would say that trade favors Legacy. Oh, so many fires.
Looks like Carbon hanging around a little bit. See if they can get anything more on this bot lane, but it's very, very hard to dive an Alistair. They're not going to want to ruin what they've got going right now.
It's unrealistic to consider diving. They just want to farm, they want to pressure under the turret, maybe force CS to be missed by Raze, potentially zone him where appropriate. King can play forward once again because Minky can eat him if Kuden combos. As long as Minky stays out of range of the combo, then they're sitting pretty.
Damage has already been dealt there, Minky. A little bit late on the W, but Raze finding advantages where he can.
He's a bit rusty.
Bit rusty.
Oh, God. That's what I meant.
Looks like Fantix, he has got himself that blue buff in the mid lane. Did just wear off. As we see these bot lanes once again, Raze doing what he can to get the damage in before Minky Whale's Devour can go down. But 13 minutes in the game, still about 1,000 gold lead in favor of Direwolves right now. No towers have fallen for either team.
Yeah, and still, it's because we're playing the jungle game. We've got 3 kills under the Graves, 2 kills under the Zac. And when it comes to actually executing and getting things done around the map, if Carbon's holding mid lane, there's no way for him to look for turrets. Zac also has had a rough time actually getting those ganks to be successful. As you can see him doing the exact same thing in the bottom lane.
Both teams just really relying on their junglers to make things happen, but the great vision going to be denying anything further.
Yeah, both teams playing with enough caution and enough expectations of their opponents. Nobody underestimating, everybody doing exactly what is required of them, and it's good to see.
Looks like Twisted Fate has finished off his Abyssal Scepter and has the makings of the Lich Bane. Well, of course, on the side of Choo Choo's going to be going for that Morella Nomicon. Keep that mana high, keep that ability power high as well. It's like Sybil and Chippy's making their way to this mid lane. Chippy's gone for the Ravenous Hydra here as well.
Yeah, he's gone for the split push Trundle build, something we've actually seen a few times now. We're looking at this new patch.
Oh,
There's damage though.
Carbon.
Delicate battle with Twisted Fate and gold cards. There's 2 selections for him to go towards, but hit the wrong one, he'd die. The other interesting thing as well, we touched on this last game with Fizz as the mid laner for Fantix, but Abyssal Scepter giving cooldown reduction. Once again, a very valuable item now for Twisted Fate, who we used to see go Lucidity.
Carbon might be in a little bit of trouble here. The ultimate has blocked him off, but Choo Choo's going to get taken. Damaged by the tower. Carbon falls. very aggressive.
Aggressive, but also twisted fate, just being a champion in League of Legends. So the way that he forced the pathing was towards Choose, but very awkwardly towards Choose. What Carbon could have done is flash the wall and potentially found himself in a better position for it. Pays for it, though, with his life by greedily not using Summoner Spell.
It is unfortunate to see. You mentioned just how prevalent the junglers have been in this game. A good stun out of Choo Choo's may have just saved his life.
Yeah, Kuden was still looking aggressively. Speaking of aggressively.
Tally, he's got no flash, remember. He did opt for that Ignite. Still very risky to die the Fizz.
Yeah. It's actually, like, think about it, wasted time by the Zac.
Look, here comes Kuden.
Unless they three-man dive
They
this.
really want this. He's booking it out of there. Going to be able
Tally.
to queue through. There is Sybil. No knock-up just yet. He's going to get himself out of this one as Raze gets dived in the bot lane. One more auto attack should do it as King secures himself that one.
And Tally lives top lane easily. He just completely styled on three members of the Direwolves by himself as Fizz.
And
No flash, doesn't matter.
And look at those three champions. Zac, Trundle, and Alistar. That's not something you can easily walk away from.
Yeah, I mean, the best part is he used his Playful Trickster early.
Yeah,
Like,
at the
he
start.
didn't regard that as the option. He actually used the Q to dodge the Alistar Pulverize and distance himself far enough from Zac. So, all things considered, very impressively done from the top laner of Legacy. And, of course, the simultaneous fight that happened in the bottom lane. Set up very well by Minkyu and King.
So Choo Choo might be in a little bit of trouble here. Does get knocked
Kuden.
far away, though, Kuden.
You've made a mistake.
Ooh.
You've made a big mistake, sir. That's a very awkward situation. Don't really know what to tell you
That's
there.
why he's a Soraka main, Rusty.
Is it?
It could be. That type of stuff could be
I
game-changing.
think from this point onwards, he might be a Soraka main again.
Relegated back to that Soraka, but unfortunately missing out on what would have been a free kill onto Choo Choo's. This game is on a knife's edge still. Legacy able to wrought the gold back into their favor. But it's very, very small at this stage. Still only about 500 gold separate these two teams. 5 kills apiece, a tower apiece. It's quite an... It's like insanely even, Rusty.
It is even, absolutely, but we have to think about the invisible power that people have right now. And Legacy with that first Infernal Drake and with the second one available in 30 seconds are actually in the better position. The jungler's got a bit more farm, the mid laner has a bit more farm, as does the AD carry. Fizz is always going to be relevant against that Trundle, not necessarily in the 1v1, but more so when the team fights break out. So Legacy, if they can team fight, I would say are in a better position right now and more set up for success. If they get this second Infernal Drake, which is about to spawn, then I would say that Legacy are definitely in the favorite position to win this game.
Yeah, they're feeling really good about this plan as Kuden not forced to burn the ultimate. No flash available, so we won't be seeing any insane engages coming out just yet as Legacy trying their best to set up here.
The Scuttle Crab, they just completely disregarded it. Dragon always going to be there. Direwolf's actually showing a lot of attention to it. Rightly so. Problem is, Tally's going to get free time top lane.
He's got his Ignite available once again. It's going to be hard for Chippies to even think about 1v1ing this guy.
Yes and no. And Chippy's naturally is going to be able to 1v1 anybody, given his build as Fantix.
Yep. Destiny has been played. Where is he going to go? Looks like he's got his sights set on Choose in the bot lane. The exhaust is also there. Raze gets taken super low. Tally going to answer that one with the Urchin Strike. The Shark has been used onto Fantix. They've got their sights set. The collateral damage does go wide. It shouldn't matter as Carbon picks up that one. So a 2-for-1 in favor of Legacy as King. Maybe you've started the Dragon a little bit premature here.
And once again, we have to look at teleport locations. Direwolves, their Trundle doesn't get where he needs to be. Tally, on the other hand, the perfect place at the perfect time, and it's something that we've always questioned about Legacy's top laners. He does everything well in laning. He team fights exceptionally, but you don't look at this guy and say his teleports have always been on point. That was a good step, though, for Legacy, because Choose, even though he goes down immediately, does the damage that is required of him, and it's backed up by his team.
That was through exhaust as well. Sybil, though, with a massive 3-man ultimate, followed up by the Alistar, but look, they can just not contest right now without Raze.
Yeah, walking into Legacy without your carries available means that you've got a lot of crowd control.
And that's about it.
That you don't really have damage. It's like an actual bouncing castle.
Well, Zac, the Bouncing Castle champion himself. They do defend the tower, though.
They do.
So You got to take your victories where you can.
Small victory. Big deal is that 2 Infernals have in fact been taken though. That's 16%.
Wow.
Bonus AD and AP. From this point onwards, it's an immediately actionable thing. Which means that every single item that Legacy get that gives you ability power or attack damage makes you infinitely stronger. Well, not infinitely, 16%. Just makes you stronger, alright?
Well, that's the point we're trying to make here. So we see Choo-Choo's once again in that mid lane up against Fantix. Haven't seen Choo-Choo's just blow anyone up yet, which is what I was expecting out of the Syndra, so a bit sad about that here.
Yeah, definitely. The Abyssal Scepter's still going to be quite handy for him, though. Reduces the amount of people around him. Once that third item actually comes through, however, for Choo-Choo's, he'll be one-hitting everybody except the tanks. Still does a lot of damage to them, though. And we'll see what actually he goes towards. There's the possibility that, like, he can forego the death cap. I would suggest Zhonya's personally, right?
Sure.
To get out of the Twisted Fate, but because he's gone Abyssal for resistance, maybe even avoid stuff, simply because he has 2 Infernal Drakes.
That makes a lot of sense.
16% bonus AP could actually add up to being a lot. And you have the Void stuff for the resistance penetration.
Be interesting to see what his decision-making process will be, especially when you factor in, like you said, the 2 Infernal Drakes for Legacy. They've grouped up 3 members topside here as Tally
He's going to get dope.
We've seen what happens when these dives come through. It shouldn't be too much of an issue here. The Twisted Fate is also on his way down. He's focused onto Sybil, who has the passive available, so should be a very dead Tally.
Yeah, they do get the passive from the Zac. The turret will fall. But you have to remember the trades that are happening on the opposite side of the map. There's a reason that Fantix is recalling with haste, and this is it.
A lot of damage down onto this top inner. King doing what he can.
And
Choose getting that mid. When Fantix goes walkabouts, there is Choose to just take down the tower without seconds notice. But Chippy's just wailing away on this one up here.
Yeah, remember he's got the Rift Herald buff to him, so the corruption stacks are putting in overtime on that turret, as does Chippy's every time that he taints that ground that is underneath him.
Yeah,
very easy take.
No one there to contest him as they had their own priorities laid out. Looks like Minky Whale going in here. They want to find Fantix. The Tongue Lash not going to land.
He's quick.
Yeah, he's got Moby's, not Moby's, sorry, Swifties and Lich Fate.
Now it's going to be very hard to catch that Twisted Fate, but they push him away from the middle lane. Nothing really to take on the map here except perhaps that blue buff. Remember, we discussed this yesterday, 15% bonus ability power is a lot. And it's something that's worth considering, especially if we're playing the percentage game. Yes. 2 Infernal Drakes, 1 blue buff. You know what? 2% from your offense tree as well. Let's go all in.
Raze does get tagged by the Tongue Lashes. 4 members of Direwolves have made their way down this mid lane tower. King, very aggressive arcane shift.
He's got the Tahm Kench. That's the thing. He can play like this now, reckless, but with complete accountability to Minky.
I love it when people have been playing with champions long enough that they know that what they can get away with, based not just solely based on their kit, but based on the kit that their teammates also bring to the table. Also
knowing that Minky can be trusted as a support that isn't actually their support, just filling in for the team right now. Direwolves need to actually start pulling this game back, though, because every time they've made a play with the Twisted Fate, not only has he not gotten the kills, which is really unfortunate because they need him to be a big damage dealer for the team, but Legacy have traded. If they continue to trade these dragons, it's going to start to look worse and worse as the game goes on.
Minute 15 left on that Mountain Drake. Let's see how Direwolves plan to play this one. Some good ults out of Fantix, but like you mentioned, they are trading every single time, so Legacy just not phased by it. And another ulti once again. King, he's going to have to Arcane Shift out of that one. The teleport is there for Tally. He's got the ultimates down onto Fantix. Here comes Choo-Choo's. It looks like he wants to take out Fantix, blowing his own ultimate on that one. Chippy's, he is just a one-man army at this stage. It's not going to matter. Those Legacy take him out, and now they have their sights set on the bot lane inner and the Dragon.
And so King distances himself unreasonably far from the team there with that E and the flash combo together. Well done from King to survive, and also well done from Legacy to get themselves the second kill onto Chippies, who was looking menacing and almost taking out Choose throughout that. A lot burnt, I will say, though, to ensure that Chippies dies and that Choose doesn't, as these guys are just going to hit each other in the face.
Carbon is doing a lot of damage right now.
Yeah,
He's
he also
feeling
doesn't care that they're
very
out there.
confident about his positioning. Minky Whale is there, and
at
I
him.
love Carbon. He just shows no fear at all.
I'll see your damage and I'll raise you not a single care that you're dealing it.
Looks like they
Graves.
do get that bot lane inner turret. Now they're making their way down to the Dragon. It has been started by the likes of Carbon and Minky Whale King. Going to be lending a hand to finish that one off. That's a third Dragon of the game going.
Look at the Syndra
across
Fizz
the
as well
legacy.
on the map. Hello, Fantix.
They just can't get in at all. Well, Fantix, his health bar starting to drop.
Oh, okay. Sybil's now in trouble as well, to be fair.
Oh, well, Fantix is dead. And now Sybil's surely going to follow. He's got no passive, remember. He died bot lane before. He is going to get taken out by the red buff. Kuden doing what he can, but now he's the one who's in trouble. Flash available. Flashes over the wall here. Minky Whale going in with Abyssal Voyage. Got his sight set. One Tongue Lash could be enough, but they call it quits after that one and
They
got
want
their
the Baron.
sight set on the Baron.
Yeah, so they go for the big objective now. They get themselves multiple picks. Sybil dead, the jungler with Smite dead, and Fantix completely caught out through
Teleport.
vision control.
Kuden doing what he can. It's not going to matter, though, as Legacy have picked up that Baron. Now they're going to pick up some kills to follow. Chippy's force a flash. Kuden gets stunned. Raze gets stunned. Carbon really coming up clutch here. If he can get that red buff on, it might be enough. He's looking for something. No summoner spells available on the side of him, where he surely would have flash ordered there.
Yeah, Legacy unfortunately are out of mana after the amount of fighting they have done in the past 2 minutes. The next dragon's going to be an Infernal as well, so we're looking at the Volcano Dragon combo. There's a lot of fires and a lot of mountains put together, you get it? Yeah, Volcano, nice. Legacy absolutely in the driver's seat. This is an even more commanding performance than the last game that we saw them take out the Direwolves with.
Yeah, they really got their act together for this game. We saw them maybe slip up mid-game last time, but besides maybe a few good ultimates by Fantix, they were always able to answer with an advantage of their own. And the third Infernal Drake is on the way here, Rusty.
Absolutely. It's pretty far away, thankfully. They just got the Baron buff as well as having a Mountain Drake. And
they're feeling good.
already having the 2 fires, so they've scaled. Legacy are doing an abundance of damage. Choo-Choos did go for that Void Staff, so nailed it. Almost like I played.
Well, Choo-Choo does get caught out a little bit here under the turret. Minky Whale in the perfect position to get him out of there. Carbon takes out Kuden with a beautiful ultimate.
Yeah, and once again, we're seeing the Alistar-Zac combination do a lot of damage and absolutely cause havoc for Choo-Choos, who is a low mobility carry. But Tahm comes up clutch, and the fact that there is no damage to back up that combo because they're not able to get close enough. Carbon's a big threat every single time. King is actually a big frontline threat because he's working his way towards the backline and pushing them out.
Yeah, Legacy, they are just running away with this push right now. The third tower, that is 2 in the mid, 1 in the top, and an inhibitor to follow. 10,000 gold in the lead. It felt like a few minutes ago we were saying 500. But Legacy, give them an inch, give them a finger, they'll take your arm. They're doing so well right now.
Absolutely impressive performance. Legacy in game number 2 after already being 1 up against the Direwolves. And remember, we alluded to this being a semi-final rematch of very recent times. And Minky Whale subbing in, but still, they look amazing.
Yeah, they're playing this game impeccably right now. It's very hard to fault them. There's not a lot you can do against a roaming TF except push down and hope for the best, and Choo-Choos did just that.
Yeah.
Minky Whale playing a very nice Tahm Kench, always in position to get anyone out of strife should they find themselves in need of a friendly frog monster.
So we have to look at what Direwolves can actually do, though, right, in this game, because they don't want to lose the game, obviously. There needs to be a strategy for them to implement. And aside from Chippy's being a split-pushing monster, which Trundle's working towards, they need Fantix to do the same thing in the opposite lane. If they can actually organize themselves with a 1-3-1 and keep Raze, Kuden, and Sybil in a happy place, usually just farming that middle lane you would assume, then Legacy are actually kind of not able to respond to that. You have to remember that Choo-Choos has gone for the Ignite in the middle lane, so he doesn't have the teleport. Speaking
Could be the fight they're looking for. They've got their sights set onto Choo-Choos, but is it going to be enough as Minky Whale? He flashes over. That's 4 members, 5 actually for Direwolves, and they are in full retreat as King and Minky Whale come through. Carbon unstoppable right now as he just takes out the likes of Chippy's on the back. He's got his sights set on Sybil. Alistar was taken down. The Bloblets should be easy enough game for the big game hunter that is Carbon right now. Does for the BM reload. Allows him to reform.
Oh my God, Carbon, you calm down.
Well, looks like this could be well and truly game right now, ladies and gentlemen, as Legacy, 4 members down for Direwolves. Legacy pushing every single lane. They've got their sights set on a clean 2-0 right now.
Yeah, plenty of time left on the board for Legacy. And it does look like they're going to be able to take this one out. You'd assume if they decide to. There you go.
Trying to die to the fountain like he did last time. This game, Minky says, no, I will not let you. Another kill goes over to Choo Choo's, taking out Kuda. That Alistar getting ripped like paper.
Yeah, and 7-18, a 30-minute victory this time around for Legacy. They speed the pace of the game up, and even the average game time today has been reduced by a large margin. So Legacy actually looking quite impressive in their first game back in the OPL.
It's very hard to fault anything they did that game. Every single decision they made for the correct reasons. Every reaction they did was the correct one. Fantix, he tried to make plays all over the map, but it didn't matter because Choo Choo's, he knows what he needs to do and he gets it done.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally you'd see a couple of positional mistakes, but overall they cover it really well.
Alrighty, guys, that's it for us, the casters. We're going to chuck it back to the desk to round out the night.
Thanks, Rogi. In the end, it is Legacy picking up a 2-0 victory there over the Direwolves. And, you know, you can call it whatever you want, clean, clinical. But at the end of the day, that's just a Legacy lineup playing at their best, pulling another team across the map and completely dismantling them piece by piece.
That's the big thing that I really want to highlight is not only did Legacy play it almost perfectly from a micro standpoint, just their individual mechanics and player performance, especially Carbon that game. But like you said, their macro performance, this is the Legacy that dominated the OPL last split. Unfortunately, weren't able to finish first in that grand final against the Chiefs, but looking clean as ever.
I'm just going to take a word that you just said there, clinical, coming from Legacy. They played it flawlessly almost. They played to their strengths fantastically as well. And they did make a couple of mistakes here and there. I'd like to see if they can clean that up a little bit. Clean that up once again coming into their next games next week. But I was really impressed by the way they played.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, I think hats off to Minky Whale. Really has to be thrown props there. You know, regret not playing with the team. Minky Whale steps in, has a beautiful performance. With that in mind, guys, let's take a look at the week's results. It was Chiefs taking down Sin 2-0. First up before Abyss Esports made their splash against Hellions. Tainted Minds tonight kicked us off with a win over Avant-Garde 2-1 in about a 3-hour series before Legacy absolutely destroyed the Direwolves. And that leaves us with these standings. It will be Legacy and the Chiefs once again at the top of the table. Abyss and Tainted Minds just behind them. Avant, Direwolves, Sin and Hellions all looking for their first win. And they'll do that next week as we take a look at the schedule ahead. It is going to be another couple of nights of OPL matches. Hellions versus Legacy kick us off Monday night, 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Abyss Esports will take on Direwolves, and then Tuesday night it will be Tainted Minds taking on their old sister team in the form of the Chiefs Esports Club. That is our OPL Legend match before Avant-Garde will round us out against Sin. As always, guys, one last reminder for the night. Tickets go on sale this Friday, 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time for the OPL Grand Final in Vegas, Queensland. That's enough from us today on the Analyst Desk. Thank you on behalf of myself, Frosker and Fish, the entire broadcast crew. Of course, Rogi and Rusty. We'll catch you next week for some more OPL action.